To him, fortune always follows the same rhythm. It ignites, reaches a peak breakout, and eventually burns away, leaving even a former prodigy ordinary again. That pattern matches Qinyu's old timeline exactly, where this body's rise exploded from here, carried him to the peak of enlightened master, and stopped the moment his fortune ran out. With that settled, Qinyuheng leads Qiyu away through Great Qi and heads for one place first, the Qin family's old manor. When the grand gate with the Qin plaque comes into view, Qinyuheng cannot help feeling a quiet wave of nostalgia. The guards move to stop the strangers, but the moment they get a clear look at Qinyuheng's face, their shock spills out in disbelief. To them, young Master Yu vanished 5 years ago and was likely dead, so his calm reappearance at the family gate feels almost unreal. Qinyuheng simply asks to see the patriarch, and the shaken guards rush to report him before respectfully inviting him in. As they walk through the estate, Qiyu looks around in curiosity at the noble luxury, though to him it still cannot compare to the life Qinyuheng gave him in the Bohai region. In a formal reception room, Patriarch Qingjing waits alone in a red robe, looking dignified but visibly older than before. Qinyuheng greets Qingjing with an easy long time no see, and the patriarch immediately realizes the once deferential youth now feels like a different man. Qingjing turns grave and demands an explanation, reminding him that the Qin family searched everywhere after he vanished without a trace. Qinyuheng starts from the mission escorting Song Qi and explains his missing years step by step, telling most of the truth while leaving out Tian Xingzi. He says he found a cultivator legacy in a secret realm and was thrown all the way to the Bohai region, where he became both a cultivator and a refiner. The story leaves Qingjing completely stunned, because he knew a little about cultivators but never imagined one would rise from his own family. That shock quickly turns into excitement, because a real cultivator in the Qin family could protect their future and maybe even lift them from a mortal clan into a cultivator family. After absorbing the story, Qingjing says Qinyuheng still does not know what happened in Great Qi while he was gone, and his tone turns grave. Back with the Qin family, Qinyuheng notices Qingjing's uneasy face and asks what changed in Great Qi during the last 5 years. Qingjing reveals that half a year ago the Lunan prince, Song Qi, returned as a cultivator and confronted the royal couple directly. In Qingjing's remembered scene, Song Qi cuts through the palace guards, kills the queen of Qi, and leaves the palace and noble houses in a night of blood. Hearing this, Qinyuheng quickly realizes Song Qi must be settling old scores over the Northern Nine bandits and the queen's role in that past attack. He also understands that this Song Qi is not the old weak prince anymore, but the changed man created after Tian Xingzi let him inherit memories from his future self. Qingjing can only explain the change by thinking Song Qi had been hiding his true nature the whole time. From the scale of the palace attack, Qinyuheng judges that Song Qi's cultivation has risen sharply, likely to the level needed to break into Great Qi's palace and leave safely. Qiyu, who has been listening quietly, finally blurts out the obvious question: is Great Qi really that weak? Qinyuheng introduces Qiyu as the disciple he took in while traveling the Bohai region. He tells Qiyu that people like Song Qi cannot be judged normally, because a few years of cultivation can take a genius where others never reach in a lifetime. Then Qinyuheng bluntly adds that Qiyu is still right about one thing: compared to stronger lands, Great Qi really is weak. That answer makes Qingjing catch on fast, and he urgently asks how Qinyuheng's current strength compares to Song Qi's. Qinyuheng answers with quiet confidence that whatever Song Qi did in the palace, he can do too, and do it even better. Qingjing is thrilled, because he immediately sees that Qinyuheng now has the strength to overturn the kingdom itself. After a long private discussion, Qingjing moves the next day and invites several major aristocratic families to a banquet. That night on the street, Qiyu asks why they are bothering with alliances at all when Qinyuheng is strong enough to seize Great Qi by force. Qinyuheng answers with a practical question of his own: if he grabs the throne alone, who will actually run the kingdom afterward? He explains that ruling needs loyal subordinates, which is why he returned to the Qin family, and is also drawing allied aristocratic families into his side. Qiyu nods but still looks lost, and Qinyuheng simply lets it go, knowing politics is something the boy will understand later. Their walk ends at the palace gates, where the guards are stronger than before because of Song Qi's earlier attack. Qinyuheng calmly brings out a faint golden glass pearl, and the treasure spreads a harmless light that drops the palace guards where they stand. The moment the guards fall, the Qin family's hidden men rush in and seize the palace in a coordinated strike. Even the remaining martial illumination experts cannot stop him, and Qinyuheng advances through the palace without slowing down. At the end of the night, Qinyuheng reaches the throne room and looks at the seat that once symbolized the king of Qi's authority. He sits on the throne, only to dismiss it as an ordinary chair made of common essence gold, and nothing worth admiring. When the noise outside fades, Qingjing and the allied nobles enter with barely contained excitement to report that the king has been captured. Qingjing formally tells him that from this moment on, Qinyuheng is the new ruler of the kingdom. Qinyuheng immediately changes the title too, declaring that there will be no more king of Qi, only king of Qin. He also confirms the plan they discussed earlier. He will focus on cultivation, while Qingjing handles the kingdom's daily rule. With one night's coup, Great Qi turns into Great Qin, and Qinyuheng quietly notes how much easier kingdom building becomes when his strength can crush an army by itself. He is satisfied because this new kingdom should secure a strong simulation outcome, and at least recover the 500 points he spent. More importantly, Chin-heng knows his rising fortune will keep smoothing his path for the next 100 years, so this is only the beginning. After that, he stays in Great Chun and quietly defends what he has built while continuing his cultivation. Years later, under silver moonlight, Chin-heng sits alone outside a palace hall with the silver splendor sword and finally wakes the sleeping Dan Qingzi. Dan Qingzi wakes groggy after 6 or 7 years, but his tone snaps the instant he realizes Chin-heng never used the 10,000 Spirit Foundation. Chin-heng calmly admits he switched techniques after discovering the hidden flaw in Dan Qingzi's method. Then he tears the mask off completely and asks whether Dan Qingzi is angry because Chin-heng missed the sex entrance, or because he can no longer be possessed. He explains that possession needs a perfectly matched body, a complete spirit root, and the same cultivation foundation, which is why Dan Qingzi pushed that specific foundation building method. Chin-heng reveals that the so-called 10,000 Spirit Foundation was tampered with from the start so Dan Qingzi could control him later, not help him join the 10,000 Wave Sword sect. Chin-heng says he only saw through the trap because Tian Qingzi's legacy and Qingyu's memories let him judge it from an enlightened master's level. When Dan Qingzi's voice turns cold, Chin-heng cuts him off and says he is tired of hearing someone else's voice in his head. He walks to a prepared pond of strange silver liquid, and Dan Qingzi immediately senses something is very wrong. Chin-heng cheerfully names it soul-washing water and says he even waited for Dan Qingzi to wake up so the process would not destroy the soul too early. Before Dan Qingzi can react, Chin-heng throws the sword into the pond and begins the cleansing. Silver crystals start spreading over the blade, and Dan Qingzi is hit by soul-deep pain so intense his consciousness nearly collapses at once. In horror, Dan Qingzi realizes the soul-washing water is stripping away his consciousness and leaving only a purified soul crystal behind. Only then does he understand Chin-heng's real goal, not just to remove him, but to harvest the memories of a 10,000 Wave Sword sect disciple. Dan Qingzi can do nothing at all, not even end himself, and is forced to suffer as his mind is slowly scraped away. Chin-heng stands beside the pond without pity, ignoring every curse and plea until Dan Qingzi's voice finally fades out for good. Once the voice disappears, Chin-heng pulls the crystal-covered sword back into his hand and confirms Dan Qingzi's consciousness is gone. At that moment, Dan Qingzi's remaining memories surge into Chin-heng's mind in a massive, chaotic flood. This was the real reason he waited so long, because Dan Qingzi's memories are the most valuable thing the old schemer had left. Chin-heng judges from those memories that Dan Qingzi truly had been a 10,000 Wave Sword sect disciple, so the soul crystal should contain real techniques and secrets. He also knows the soul-washing pond was risky, which is why he waited for Dan Qingzi to wake first instead of letting the soul be destroyed in a weaker state. The result is worth it, but Dan Qingzi had once been a peak enlightened master, so digesting all of those memories will take Chin-heng at least another 10 years. So he settles back into Great Chun again, cultivating, digesting memories, and sending people to search the old secret places he remembers. Some of those opportunities are already gone, and Chin-heng quickly realizes Song-chi has probably been sweeping up future chances of his own for years. Even so, Chin-heng is not bothered, because as a former enlightened master he still knows far more hidden places than Song-chi can reach right now. Another 10 years pass, and Great Chun expands through constant warfare until it swallows nearby kingdoms and becomes a regional power. During the same decade, Chin-heng earns fame across the eastern continent as a master refiner, and pushes his own cultivation to the peak of the Unity Realm. That makes him one step from enlightened master, strong enough that almost no one in the eastern continent dares to disrespect him anymore. One night outside the palace, Chin-heng reviews Dan Qingzi's memories and finally grasps how much larger this world really is. Those memories reveal that this world is not alone at all, and that there are other worlds beyond it. He learns the 10,000 Wave Sword sect did not vanish inside this world, but fled to another world after a devastating ancient war ruined this one's vitality. That means Dan Qingzi lied from the beginning, because no disciple in this world could simply walk over and join that sect anymore. Dan Qingzi himself had only survived because he was accidentally left behind and hid inside the Silver Splendor Sword when he failed to escape with his seniors. Chin-heng also finds out that breaking through the world's boundary would require a path and roughly 10 true lords working together, which makes the idea pointless for now. So he drops the thought of leaving this world and decides it is smarter to focus on what he can build in front of him. Footsteps approach, and Chin-heng turns to see Chi returning at last, no longer a child but a stern young man in white robes. Chin-heng invites him to sit and asks how his latest trip to the Bohai region turned out. Chi reports that the journey had some trouble, but he still brought back plenty of willing recruits, including 3 spirit-transforming cultivators. Chin-heng praises him, because behind that simple report he knows Chi handled real danger to widen Great Chen's reach. As he looks at Chi, Chin-heng sees that the boy's golden fortune has fully erupted and pushed his growth to a frightening speed. Now near the peak of spirit transforming, Chi has become one of Chin-heng's most useful subordinates after years of chasing secret realms and fortunate encounters. But Chin-heng also notices black and blood-red taint creeping into that fortune, proof that Chi has made enemies and piled up backlash along the way. For now that fortune still shields him, but Chen Heng knows those stains will explode the moment Chi Yu's luck starts to decline. Even with that concern in mind, Chen Heng keeps the mood light and tells Chi Yu to rest after all his hard work. Chi Yu insists he is not tired at all, still plainly excited by the opportunities he found on the road. Chen Heng lets that pass and asks the question he really cares about now. Did Chi Yu hear anything about the Lunan Prince during this trip? Chi Yu says he searched widely and only found rumors that Song Chi vanished long ago inside a historical remnant and was never seen again. Chen Heng is not surprised, because ever since Song Chi killed the Queen of Qi, the prince has seemed to vanish from the world entirely. After Chi Yu leaves the palace, Chen Heng sits alone in the silence and feels time pressing in on him again. He gets up and keeps moving forward, determined to use the years he has left well. Over the next decade, Chen Heng expands Great Chen, swallows nearby territory, and builds ties with major sects and gifted cultivators instead of fighting everyone at once. 10 years later, his fortune reaches its peak, and Chen Heng finally breaks through into the enlightened master realm. With his strength rising, he turns toward the Bohai region and starts a long campaign to bring that lawless sea frontier under his control too. 30 years of fighting and pressure finally crush every last resistance, and Chen Heng reaches the peak of enlightened master again, matching the cultivation of his previous life. He becomes the ruler of the Bohai Sea, and his name spreads across the entire eastern continent. Instead of chasing more conquest, Chen Heng settles down to govern, bringing mortals into Bohai and forcing order onto cultivators, evil cultivators, and outlanders alike. Decades later, the once barren Bohai region is crowded, prosperous, and alive. 70 years after arriving in this world, Chen Heng receives an old friend in his palace at last. The visitor is Song Chi, and Chen Heng is genuinely surprised to see him again after 60 or 70 years. Song Chi explains that a secret realm formation threw him into another region entirely, where even the cultivation system was different. Chen Heng studies him more carefully and realizes Song Chi's aura really does not belong to the eastern continent anymore. What shocks Chen Heng most is that crossing regions should require the power of 10 true lords, yet Song Chi somehow managed it without that level of strength. Song Chi reveals the trick. Instead of breaking through a boundary by force, he used an ancient stable passageway left behind by a holy land. But that path was already half ruined and horribly dangerous, and Song Chi admits he only survived the trip by luck. Worse, he never truly returned in person, because the body standing here is only a clone sent back to visit old friends one last time. Once that truth is clear, the two old friends settle into a deeper talk and begin exchanging the knowledge each of them has gained. Song Chi tells him bluntly that this region's spirit chi is in decline, so anyone who can reach enlightened master here would have had a much easier path elsewhere. He even says that if Chen Heng had cultivated in a normal region, he would most likely already be a true lord. That answer makes Chen Heng finally understand why so many holy lands relocated away from this declining region. So he asks the question that matters most now: is Song Chi's old passageway still usable? Song Chi says it might barely still work, but entering a decayed passageway would be like gambling his life on a steel thread. He advises Chen Heng to search the eastern continent instead, because there may still be other old passageways in better condition. For the next stretch of time, Chen Heng stops focusing on cultivation and personally takes Song Chi around the continent instead. Their first stop is the former Great Qi, now so fully absorbed into Great Chen that its old identity is almost gone. The old Great Qi royal family is still being kept alive under Chen Heng's rule, and Song Chi is led to the residence where his father has survived on decades of spirit medicine and care. Seeing his father reduced to a bent, dying old man, Song Chi feels the old hatred loosen into something quieter and more complicated. Chen Heng quietly tells him the old king probably has only 2 years left, and asks whether he is really going to walk away. After a long hesitation, Song Chi chooses to go in. The old king of Qi turns, sees him clearly, and trembles in disbelief as he whispers Song Chi's name. Song Chi answers simply that he came back to see him, and Chen Heng leaves them alone without intruding on whatever comes next. Chen Heng waits outside in quiet meditation, and when Song Chi finally comes out much later, the knot inside him looks noticeably looser. Neither of them asks for details after that, and they simply continue the journey together. As they travel, Song Chi sees how much Great Chen has changed the old royal city, especially the spread of official cultivation schools that now search for talented commoners. They continue north across the Yuan Plains, where the northern 9 bandits have already been wiped out and only a lawless emptiness remains. Then the trip turns practical again, and with Song Chi's help Chen Heng starts locating ancient passageways hidden among ruins across the continent. Most of those passageways are in terrible shape, and some are so damaged they could throw even a true lord into the deadly boundary between worlds. After half a year on the road, Song Chi's clone is finally reaching its limit and can no longer keep up. Song Chi even admits he only lasted this long because Chen Heng kept feeding the clone's spirit energy and spirit materials along the way. Knowing the clone has reached its end, Song Chi smiles, formally bids Chen Heng to take care, and both men understand this will probably be their last farewell. Chen Heng answers just as simply, because both of them know they are standing in different worlds now. Then Song Chi's clone turns transparent and breaks apart into drifting spirit light, leaving only a few clothes behind on the ground. Chen Heng calmly gathers the clothes, but inside he knows this farewell is almost certainly permanent. Used to losing people after every simulation, he swallows the feeling and chooses to keep traveling instead of stopping here. Over the next few years, Chunheng crosses every known region of the eastern continent, seeing legacies, landscapes, and cultivation paths far beyond what he knew before. As his understanding deepens, his cultivation also rises toward true lord, but he deliberately suppresses the breakthrough to polish his foundation to the limit first. When he finally decides the time has come, the Bohai region itself starts trembling under the pressure of his attempt. Chi watches the phenomenon with clenched fists, because in this age there has not been a true lord for centuries and one failure would ruin Chunheng forever. Inside the breakthrough, Chunheng feels Chiyu's fortune and his own golden fortune burning together to push his chances higher. Chunheng bets everything on decades of preparation and a foundation even steadier than Chiyu's failed attempt, then holds firm under the pressure. For 3 full days, violent spirit chi surges around Bohai without stopping. Then Chunheng finally walks out over the lake in a white robe, and one look is enough to tell Chiyu he succeeded. Chiyu can barely hide his joy as Chunheng confirms he has become a true lord, even if he still needs time to stabilize. Chunheng also notices the price. Nearly all of his golden fortune was burned away to force this victory through. He decides it was worth it anyway, because the biggest barrier in this broken region is behind him now. Chunheng returns to Bohai City, where the frontier capital has grown into a thriving center under his rule. He spends 5 years there quietly recovering and stabilizing the power of a freshly risen true lord. Once he is stable, Great Chen surges outward again, and this time no force in the eastern continent can really stop it. Panicked enemies try a smarter move and target Chiyu instead, hoping to use Great Chen's number 2 figure as leverage. That plan backfires in one night, when Chunheng personally steps in and kills many enlightened masters in a single crushing sweep. After that massacre, the whole cultivator world finally accepts the truth that a true lord has appeared again. From there the rest becomes almost inevitable, as territory after territory falls into Chunheng's hands and a giant overlord faction takes shape. When the eastern continent finally calms down, Chunheng stands as the uncontested ruler of the whole region. Even after reaching the top, he does not get carried away and goes back to Bohai to govern the newly taken lands in peace. Years later, in a palace hall dense with runes and spirit energy, Chunheng sits waiting for the next step of a private plan. Chiyu arrives and reports that the people Chunheng asked for have already been brought in. Chunheng immediately heads out with him to inspect the group personally. They arrive at a massive altar where several young but powerful cultivator geniuses are already waiting, most of them visibly unhappy about how they were invited. Chunheng silently reads their rising fortune and confirms that most of these future talents really are the kind of people he was looking for. When one of them finally asks why a true lord dragged them here, Chunheng answers with disarming calm that he only wants them to help test something. Then he unveils a huge parchment covered in suffocatingly complex runes, and the entire group goes quiet at once. He explains that it is an incomplete passageway blueprint, and he wants these famed geniuses to see whether any of them can restore even part of it. To make them care, Chunheng offers rewards only a true lord could give: techniques, magic tools, spirit pills, whatever lies within his treasury. Behind that generous offer is Chunheng's real calculation. If enough talented people with fortune work on the damaged formation, one of them might produce the missing piece he still cannot solve alone. As the first batch starts working on the damaged formation, Chunheng is already planning to bring in enlightened masters and rune experts next, because repairing a passageway out of this world has become his top priority. Chunheng gathers the era's geniuses around him for 2 reasons at once: to help repair the ancient rune formation and to trade ideas with minds valuable enough to sharpen even his own path. As he spends more time with people carrying fortune, Chunheng quietly studies that power too, and the fortune mark inside him grows more intricate. He can afford this slow research because a true lord's lifespan is terrifyingly long, giving him centuries to chase answers instead of rushing for survival. But after reaching true lord, Chunheng hits a wall. This damaged world is suppressing high-level cultivators so hard that further cultivation barely moves at all. Song Chi's old judgment proves true in Chunheng's eyes now. In a healthier world, many people stuck at enlightened master here would already have stepped into true lord. Chunheng can only watch the future turning grim, knowing spirit chi will keep fading until even enlightened masters become little more than legends. Even so, his network of guests keeps working, and with many sharp minds helping, the Holy Land rune formation is dragged back to roughly 70% restored. That result is impressive, but Chunheng can already feel the ceiling ahead, because even he is being stopped by sections designed by vanished Holy Lands. 50 years pass, old acquaintances begin dying off, and Chiyu visibly ages into middle age while Chunheng still looks almost untouched by time. When Chiyu arrives with tea and a heavy look on his face, Chunheng understands immediately and asks the question first: "Have you decided?" Chiyu answers with silent resolve, making it clear he has come to challenge the final barrier and try for true lord at last. Chunheng doesn't try to chain him down, because he knows Chiyu fought too hard to reach this point, and would never let himself walk away without trying. After Chiyu leaves, Chunheng can only sigh, because he privately believes the odds are terrible now that Chiyu's fate is exhausted and his foundation still has flaws. A few months later, beside a lake, Spirit Chi whips into a huge vortex around Chiyu as he begins his dangerous ascension attempt. The gathered energy even starts forming a runic seal, but the breakthrough already looks wrong to Chinhung, because the Spirit Chi is too violent and unstable. Chiyu roars through the pain as runes burst across his body, but instead of mastering the power, he is clearly fighting a losing battle against it. Then the whole attempt breaks apart in a violent blast, and Chiyu is hurled away with his body already being shredded by Berserk Spirit Chi. Chinhung finally moves, spreading divine power across the area and crushing the disaster before it can consume Chiyu completely. He catches Chiyu and pours spirit energy into him, saving his life, but the ascent to True Lord is over. The failed ascension ruins Chiyu's spirit root and starts his cultivation collapsing, so Chinhung has to spend pills and spirit energy just to stop him from dropping all the way to mortality. Chiyu survives as a diminished enlightened master, but after that broken gamble, his strength, future, and lifespan are all cut down. 100 years later, Chinhung loses his only disciple anyway, watching Chiyu die while he himself is still far from old. Chiyu is not the only one to fall short, because over the next century every other genius who dares to force the same breakthrough either dies or cripples their own path forever. That grim pattern only makes Chinhung look even more extraordinary, and while no one else can advance, his own might and prestige continue to tower over the eastern continent. Since ordinary cultivation is blocked, Chinhung pours himself into refining and rune studies until he becomes the eastern continent's top grandmaster refiner. Even after all those years, the Holy Land formation only reaches 80% restored, and Chinhung finally accepts that this world has no more real gains left for him. As another 200 years pass, he sees the larger truth clearly. Spirit Chi is draining away from the world itself, and cultivators at the top are becoming rarer with every generation. With the decline now impossible to ignore, Chinhung decides the only sensible move is to leave this dying cultivation world and search elsewhere. Another 100 years later, after carefully choosing and training a successor for Great Chin, Chinhung finally stands ready to depart for real. This is the old passageway he once discovered with Song Chi, and after centuries of repairs, it is barely stable enough to gamble his life on. Chinhung knows more than half the missing sections are repaired, but with his old fortune long spent, this crossing will depend on raw luck. He activates the altar, and fiery light races across the giant structure until a 3-meter golden door opens in front of him. The door flickers with obvious instability, but Chinhung has already accepted that 80% complete is the best this broken formation will ever be, so he steps through without hesitation, feeding the passageway with prepared spirit stones as the door swallows him and vanishes. Inside the passageway, the teleportation drags on far too long, and the damaged route starts tearing at Chinhung's body from every direction. A lethal chaotic stream crashes toward him, and the magic tools he prepared in advance begin throwing themselves out to shield him. One priceless tool after another shatters under the pressure, forcing Chinhung to burn through his stockpile just to stay alive a little longer. When the treasures finally run out, Chinhung has no choice but to endure the remaining assault with his own true lord body, and the wounds start opening everywhere. Even at the edge of death, Chinhung stays steady, because he already decided this gamble was acceptable as long as the journey itself was worth the chance. Just before his body and soul finally break, a light appears ahead, and the ruined crossing spits him out at the last possible moment. Far away in a desolate land, a poor young man fishing by a creek suddenly hears a boom and turns to see a strange golden disturbance exploding across the sky. Then he spots a person falling from that impossible scene, and confusion instantly turns into desperate hope for an opportunity. He throws aside the net and runs, because in his hard life this may be the one chance to change his fate and find a path into cultivation. By the time he reaches another creek, the water has already been stained red with blood, and the danger of wild beasts hangs over the whole area. Even with that fear pressing on him, he keeps going, reminding himself that only a powerful cultivator could have caused signs this huge and that he cannot afford to miss this chance. As his resolve hardens, a dense golden fortune with a trace of violet quietly stirs above him, almost as if fate itself is guiding his steps. The wild beasts never appear, and guided straight to the source, the young man finally finds a blood-soaked man in white lying beside the creek. Realizing the fallen stranger is still breathing, he wastes no time and lifts Chinhung onto his back to get him out before anyone else can arrive. Other people in the exile lands soon reach the blood trail too late, and their frustrated reaction reveals this place is full of exiles and descendants of former cultivators who all understood an opportunity had fallen from the sky. Meanwhile, the young man slips home by hidden paths, guarding his prize carefully in case anyone tries to snatch it away. When he finally returns home, a frightened little girl runs out, only to freeze in alarm at the blood-covered stranger on her brother's back. He keeps his voice steady and tells Yi to heat water, and though she is scared, the girl obediently runs to help. After sending her out, he starts cleaning Chinhung's wounds and is horrified to discover injuries so deep they reach the organs even though the man somehow still lives. That impossible resilience only confirms the young man's guess that the stranger is no ordinary person but a powerful cultivator, and he clings to the hope that saving him might change everything. After cleaning the unconscious stranger and changing his clothes, Luli stares at the bed and wonders if this wounded senior is powerful enough to solve the one problem that has ruined his life. He knows ordinary cultivators cannot help his crippled body, and even a true expert would have no reason to lift a finger for someone as weak as him. Even the grace of saving a life feels shaky to him, because someone at this level probably would have survived without his help anyway. Still, after years of failed attempts and disappointment, Luli clings to this stranger as his last real hope. Before going out, Luli earnestly warns his little sister to let no one enter and tell no one about the man inside. Outside, the area is already buzzing because many people saw strange signs in the sky and watched a powerful figure crash into the nearby forest. Luli plays ignorant and asks around, only to hear that no one has found the senior yet. What the searchers did find was blood, and the rumors say that spirit blood alone is valuable enough to compare to medicine. When someone claims that even one drop can sell for 3 spirit stones, Luli is stunned and instantly realizes he threw away a small fortune while cleaning the scene. He keeps listening, hears only wild guesses and no solid lead, and finally relaxes when it becomes clear that nobody suspects him. Luli buys food and heads home, where Chin-hung is still lying pale and barely conscious but alive. Hoping to earn a little goodwill, Luli cooks simple porridge for the senior even though a cultivator at that level should not need it. But when he carries the bowl back inside, he freezes because Chin-hung is already awake and sitting up on the bed. Luli snaps out of it and immediately drops to his knees, bowing with extreme respect because he knows mortals die quickly if they offend the wrong expert. Chin-hung is startled too, because even in his broken state the fortune mark lets him see something shocking above the young man's head. What looks like an ordinary grey-robed youth is actually carrying staggeringly dense fortune, with even a trace of violet fate far above what Chin-hung once had himself. Then Chin-hung sees that fortune ripple outward and wrap around his own fate, and he suddenly understands that landing here and being found by Luli was never an accident. Once Chin-hung tells him to rise in a gentle voice, Luli finally loosens up because this terrifying senior at least seems willing to talk. Chin-hung asks where he is, and Luli explains that this place is the Desolate Region. As Luli explains that the Desolate Region is a barren exile land for fallen cultivator families, Chin-hung quietly realizes this remote place is the perfect cover while he recovers in secret. Since he will need to stay for a while, Chin-hung pays his rent in advance by handing Luli several bottles of ordinary spirit pills that are priceless to a mortal here. After leaving the room, Luli opens the bottles, feels the rich spirit chi inside, and realizes he has just been given treasures people here would kill for. That excitement turns bitter fast, because no matter how precious the pills are, his crippled body still cannot truly absorb spirit chi for himself. So he looks at little Louie eating quietly nearby and decides these pills would do far more for her future than for his. Back in the room, Chin-hung examines himself and finds the truth grim. The world-crossing passage shattered his body, damaged his foundation, and nearly tore his soul apart. He realizes he has almost been crippled beyond recovery, and may not even have many years left, which makes surviving the passage feel bitterly hollow. Even so, Chin-hung senses that this new world has lighter pressure and room to go beyond the true Lord limit, a path he can now only watch from the sidelines. He finally swallows that frustration, telling himself that simply reaching this world alive already counts as a victory. When Luli returns with food, Chin-hung starts asking real questions and learns that Luli is the descendant of a cultivator family exiled here after breaking a taboo. Chin-hung is intrigued when Luli admits he wants to cultivate but still cannot internalize spirit chi because his body is crippled. Looking again at the vast dormant fortune above Luli, Chin-hung starts to suspect this unlucky youth is the kind of late-blooming fate holder who could rise from weakness and shake the world. He judges that Luli's fortune has not truly erupted yet and figures that changing the future of someone like this might still earn him points through indirect influence. With that idea in mind, Chin-hung calls Luli closer and places a hand on his chest to examine and cleanse his body with magic energy. For the first time in his life, Luli feels spirit power move through him like a cleansing flood, and the shock of that pleasure almost makes him lose composure. Chin-hung tells him the cleansing should ease his future attempts, but when Luli desperately asks if he can finally cultivate, the answer is still not yet. After hearing what crude chi technique Luli has been using, Chin-hung immediately sees why the young man has suffered so much for so little progress. So Chin-hung directly imprints a much better basic chi internalizing technique into Luli's mind. Overjoyed, Luli immediately drops to his knees and calls Chin-hung teacher, treating this moment as the turning point of his life. Chin-hung brushes off the teacher title with a laugh, but he lets Luli keep his loyalty and sends him out so he can rest. The moment he gets outside, Luli clenches his fists in excitement because after 10 bitter years in this world, he finally sees a real chance. He rushes to cultivate at once, and the new method works so well that 1 hour now gives him more spirit chi than entire days used to. That success makes him believe he may truly repair his body and step onto the cultivation path at last. Then he looks at Lui and remembers that her talent is even better than his, enough that she may soon complete foundation building despite this barren place. He wants to pass Chin-hung's technique to her right away, but he reins himself in because stealing a teacher's method could get them both killed. So over the next few days, Luli waits carefully for the right mood and finally asks Chin-hung for permission to help his little sister too. Heng is interested that such a young child can already cultivate in the desolate region, and he tells Luli to bring her over for a look. Luli hurries back with shy little Louie, a 6 or 7-year-old girl in plain clothes who clings quietly to him as they enter. The moment Heng examines her, he is genuinely surprised, because Lu Yi's talent looks terrifyingly high, possibly even better than his own once was. Comparing the gifted little sister with the fate-heavy but crippled brother, Heng raises his gaze toward the top of Lu Yi's head, ready to see what kind of destiny this family is carrying. As Heng studies the girl, a faint golden glow above her head gives her away at once. He immediately realizes Louie also carries fortune, and her talent is so strong that her future should be wide open. Then Heng turns his gaze between Luli and Louie and sees something even worse than two lucky people standing together. With the fortune mark active, he sees their fates linked together, as if the two of them are sharing one connected current of destiny. That sight makes even Heng uneasy, because anyone facing one of them would really be facing both fortunes at once. He judges that with this much fortune, even a deadly crisis would probably twist into an opportunity for the pair. That leads Heng to a cold thought: what would happen if he tried to kill them himself right now? He knows he is already half crippled and his cultivation base is basically ruined, but he still has enough left to force out true Lord power for one last burst. Against that kind of strength, Luli and Louie are still only mortals, so by simple force he should be able to kill them outright. Ordinary people tied to fate would never even think of making that move, but Heng knows he is different. As a transmigrator, he counts himself as a variable outside fate's control, and the fortune mark lets him slip free of that net for a moment. So his curiosity sharpens into a real experiment. If he attacks these two children of fortune, will he actually succeed or fail against destiny itself? He even talks himself into it, thinking he may as well use this chance to study people like Luli before his own death catches up to him in a few years. And the temptation gets worse when he remembers the points, because killing two people with this much fortune could shake fate so hard that the reward might be huge. For a moment he is genuinely ready to strike, but just before he moves, the fortune mark suddenly flares as if warning him off. A wave of energy surges through Heng's body from the fortune mark, forcibly stopping his next step. A flood of future scenes opens in front of Heng, and in that vision he suddenly turns his true lord power on Luli and Louie. In the vision, Luli and Louie are caught completely off guard, too confused to understand why Heng is attacking them. Just as Heng seems about to finish them, a burst of evil chi erupts from Luli's body. A black gemstone flies out in front of Luli, and the image of an elder appears from it as his hidden protector. The elder's power rises to the same terrifying level as Heng's true lord's strength, turning the ambush into a deadly clash. Heng only drives that elder back by fighting recklessly, forcing the projection to finally fade. With the old monster gone, Heng coldly strikes again, sure that nothing should be able to stop him now. But this strike is stopped by a slim arm, and Heng turns in shock when the one blocking him is little Louie. Lu Yi's whole presence changes as a blue diagram appears on her forehead and her eyes turn pure blue, revealing power even beyond a true lord. In that icy state, Louie protects Luli with a flat warning: no one is allowed to hurt her big brother. The future vision shatters, and Heng comes back to the present sitting on the bed with both siblings still kneeling respectfully in front of him. After seeing what waits inside them, Heng instantly gives up any thought of attacking and privately admits these two are absurdly blessed by fortune. He coolly changes course and praises Lu Yi's talent instead, deciding to pull the dangerous little girl closer rather than make her an enemy. Heng offers to take Louie as his disciple too, turning a dangerous test into an open show of favor. Louie is overjoyed and immediately urges his little sister to thank their teacher before the chance can slip away. Still a little confused, Louie obediently follows her brother's lead and earnestly kowtows to Heng. Heng smiled, patted Louie on the head, and formally handed her the cultivation technique. He immediately thought ahead and took out spirit pills, warning them that the local spirit chi was too thin for normal training. Heng gave the pills to Louie and told her to take one a day so her cultivation would still progress well. Watching that gift, Louie felt the gap between himself and Heng all over again. He had practically begged to be accepted, while Louie was taken in by Heng himself and rewarded on the spot. But Louie swallowed that feeling quickly, because the lucky one was his little sister and he was genuinely happy for her. With the lesson finished, Heng simply told them they could go. Louie did not hesitate, and he left with Louie right away. Once they were gone, Heng sat alone on the bed and quietly closed his eyes. Time rolled on, and over the next year Heng stayed there teaching both Louie and Louie. Louie's body still had problems, but his comprehension was so sharp that he grasped things even true cultivators struggled with. Louie's talent was so absurd that Heng had to keep suppressing her pace, or she might already have finished foundation building. A full year later, Louie returned from outside wearing a beast-skin cloak with a wild boar slung over his back. The timid boy from before was gone, replaced by someone stronger, taller, and noticeably more confident. Thanks to Heng cleansing him again and again with magic energy, Louie's damaged body had finally improved enough to internalize chi by himself. His speed was still slow, but with Heng's spirit stones and spirit pills, he was no longer barely crawling forward. After dropping the wild boar, Luli headed toward the innermost room. Before he even entered, a fit of light coughing reached him from inside and made him frown. The sound told him the same grim truth as always: Chen-Heng still had not recovered. Over that same year, Luli had already stepped into chi refining, while Luli could only stand there worrying as Chen-Heng's condition kept getting worse. Half a year ago Chen-Heng had only looked a little pale, but now the coughing could shake his whole body. Luli could only ache and watch, because he was still a mortal who had not even reached foundation building. After a quiet sigh, Luli finally stepped inside. Inside, Chen-Heng sat on the bed coughing again and again, looking worse than ever. When Luli returns, he finds Chen-Heng sitting weakly on the bed, his face drained of color, while Luli anxiously supports him. Even in that condition, Chen-Heng greets Luli calmly and tells him to sit, acting like nothing is wrong. Chen-Heng asks about the trip, and Luli says he did fairly well and managed to catch some prey. Chen-Heng praises Luli's progress, saying his special body and the Feather Scripture's body forging technique already make ordinary beasts no threat to him. But the praise barely finishes before Chen-Heng doubles over coughing again, making the room tense all over. Luli tries to speak, but Chen-Heng cuts off their worry and tells both disciples to leave so he can rest. Luli wants to argue, but in the end he swallows it and leaves with Luli. Once he is alone, Chen-Heng admits the truth to himself. His condition is getting worse far too fast. He coughs into his palm and sees blood, a blunt sign that his body is already close to its limit. Chen-Heng had hoped to endure 3 or 4 more years, but now he judges that even 2 years may be the most he has left. At the same time, he has noticed Luli and Lui changing faster than expected, with both of their fortunes growing restless. To Chen-Heng, a fortune breaking out means they are about to escape their current lives and truly begin rising. Seeing that change coming, Chen-Heng quietly makes up his mind, though he regrets he may never live to see how far they go. Elsewhere by a small creek, Luli sits alone and stares into the water, weighed down by how badly Chen-Heng's illness has worsened. He knows Chen-Heng's brave front was fake, and the thought that his teacher may not hold on much longer hits him hard. Somewhere along the way, Luli stopped seeing Chen-Heng as someone to use and truly started treating him as his teacher. Remembering the past year, Luli knows Chen-Heng did more than teach them. He patiently guided both disciples and spent real resources on them. Then Luli remembers a rumor: golden dragon grass has appeared in the desolate forest, and a medicine that rare might be able to help Chen-Heng. He stands by the creek and fixes his eyes on the direction of the desolate forest, ready to chase the rumor himself. The rumor has already spread, and with many people now gathering in the desolate forest for the golden dragon grass, the race for that medicine is about to begin. As he thinks about Chen-Heng's condition, Luli clings to one hope: the legendary golden dragon grass might be powerful enough to heal him. The legends make it sound almost miraculous, and Luli dares to wonder if it could even bring Chen-Heng all the way back. That hope is cut off by a cold voice saying even golden dragon grass, or a full golden dragon pill, would still be useless. Luli freezes on the spot and demands to know who is there, suddenly convinced someone has been secretly listening nearby. The answer comes straight into his mind. The speaker mockingly tells him no one is nearby because it is inside his body. That single line makes Luli's mind jump straight to possession, one of the terrifying old monster tricks Chen-Heng once warned them about. Instinctively, Luli looks toward Chen-Heng's room, already thinking only his teacher might be strong enough to handle something like this. But before he can move, the voice scoffs at the idea and says no one would bother possessing him in the first place. The voice bluntly repeats Chen-Heng's own rule back at him: a possession target needs at least a complete spirit root, and Luli's talent is far too poor to qualify. Luli can only stare, because the insult actually makes sense. He remembers the full standard clearly now: possession needs a matching cultivation base, a complete spirit root, and real talent, or the attempt just fails. The realization leaves Luli in a miserable mood, stuck with the absurd comfort that he is too untalented even to be worth possessing. Even so, he does not lower his guard and asks the hidden speaker the real question: who exactly are you? His caution hardens because possession might be impossible on him, but not on the people around him, especially his little sister, or even Chen-Heng's side. The voice grows irritated and tells him to stop imagining enemies, insisting they had actually met a long time ago. Luli is completely thrown, because he cannot place the speaker from that claim alone. Then mist gathers before his eyes, and the speaker finally shows himself as the image of a familiar old man. The moment Luli sees that face, his memories click into place, and he blurts out his recognition in shock. The elder's appearance drags a buried family disaster back into the open. When Luli was a child, the weakened Lu family was nearly wiped out by enemies. At the worst moment in that memory, Luli remembers a black-robed elder stepping in alone to stop the attackers. Because he remembers his early life clearly as a transmigrator, Luli recognizes the elder at once and blurts out that this is the grandpa who saved them back then. The elder gives a faint, knowing smile and praises Luli's memory, his cold face softening with a trace of nostalgia as he admits how much the boy has grown. Still wary, Luli asks the elder who he really is and why he stepped in back then. With his hands behind his back, the elder finally gives the answer that changes everything. By mortal reckoning, he is Luli's grandfather, his mother's father. Luli freezes on the word grandfather, then studies the elder's face and starts noticing the family resemblance in their features. The resemblance makes it harder to doubt, and Luli can only mutter that this man is his mother's father. His thoughts jump to the one thing his mother left behind, and Luli suddenly grabs the pendant hanging on his chest. Realizing the link, Luli asks if Yushan had been inside the pendant all along. Yushan confirms it, and explains that he had been sealed inside the pendant since Luli's birth, quietly watching over him. He says the pendant was meant as both protection and a cultivation aid, a safeguard left behind for Luli's future. But when the Lu family was attacked years ago, Yushan was forced to intervene personally instead of staying hidden. That action cost him dearly, and Yushan reveals that his soul fell into a long slumber afterward and only woke up recently. Now the whole arrangement clicks for Luli. His mother and Yushan had prepared this pendant so he could inherit their legacy and step onto the path of cultivation. Yushan sees that Luli finally understands, and the creekside talk settles into a calmer explanation of the family truth. The elder gives his name at last, Yushan, formally anchoring himself not as a mystery but as Luli's blood relative. Luli says he more or less understands, but the hidden history still leaves him shaken because he had believed he came from an ordinary cultivator family. After a moment to steady himself, Luli remembers the warning from earlier and asks the question that matters to his cultivation. Is the golden dragon grass really useless? Yushan shuts that hope down immediately, and says not just the golden dragon grass, but even a golden dragon pill would do Luli no good. Yushan adds one last unsettling detail. He actually woke up half a year ago and has been silently watching Luli ever since. Yushan coldly tells Luli that Chenheng passed the point of saving long ago, and even golden dragon grass or an innate spirit pill would do nothing now. Luli can barely accept it, because from the outside his teacher only ever looked pale and coughed now and then. Yushan explains that what Luli saw was only the surface, and for someone at Chenheng's level, this hidden damage is already fatal. Then Yushan makes it worse. Chenheng's cultivation foundation is injured and collapsing, so there is no real way to save him. The words hit Luli hard, because Chenheng had taught them that once a cultivator loses their foundation, their life is basically over. Yushan says that was why he stayed quiet for half a year, because once he saw Chenheng's ruined foundation, he knew there was no scheme left to fear. Luli finally understands. Chenheng took him in as a disciple sincerely, with no hidden plan of possession or self-preservation. His mind rushes through the past year, remembering Chenheng's warmth, his equal kindness to both Luli and Lu Yi, and the steady encouragement he gave Luli whenever he felt broken. Luli remembers all the times Chenheng used his own magic energy to purify Luli's body, and now he realizes those acts were draining the life Chenheng had left. That truth leaves Luli choked with guilt and gratitude, unable to say anything for a moment. Even Yushan softens a little as he admits Chenheng truly treated Luli well and praises him as an honest, upright man. Yushan even says that if he were the one facing death, he would never have stayed as calm as Chenheng did. Fighting back his emotions, Luli finally asks the only thing that matters to him now, whether there is any way at all to save his teacher. Yushan says there might have been options back when the damage first happened, but after so much time, the hope left is extremely small. That tiny opening is enough for Luli, and his eyes light up the instant he hears there is still some chance. Seeing that reaction, Yushan reveals he possesses a technique called the heaven-devouring scripture, something he obtained by chance during his travels. Before Luli can even respond, Yushan waves his hand and directly pours the technique's information into Luli's mind. A flood of knowledge settles inside Luli's mind and forms a complete technique called the heaven-devouring scripture. The technique's core is horrifying. It grows stronger by devouring other people's constitutions and bloodlines to reshape the user's body. Yushan bluntly spells out the temptation. Even a useless person could become a genius if they devoured enough. Luli turns pale and breaks into a cold sweat, because he instantly understands just how evil this method is. Instead of backing off, Yushan says he prepared this technique specifically for Luli, whose constitution is too poor for normal cultivation. Yushan keeps pressing, saying the heaven-devouring scripture could quickly improve Luli's trash constitution and turn him into someone fit to cultivate. Yushan raises the stakes again, saying the technique can even repair problems in a cultivation foundation and may restore a shattered one. Hearing that, Luli falls silent and breathes harder, because this forbidden path touches the deepest wound he has carried since arriving in this world. He remembers years of being called trash for his weak constitution, unable to build a foundation no matter how hard he tried. Even after a full year of Chenheng using magic energy to purify his body, Luli still has not crossed the gap into real cultivation. Caught between disgust and desperation, Luli finally decides he will try the heaven-devouring scripture. But the moment he accepts it for himself, Luli worries that Chenheng would never agree to use such an evil method. In Luli's eyes, Chenheng is too upright for this, the kind of man who would rather die than cultivate a forbidden scripture. That thought pushes Luli to a more sober question. If this technique is so powerful, what exactly is the price? Yushan looks surprised but pleased, because Luli has matured enough to ask about the danger instead of only chasing the reward. He admits there are limits right away, warning that if devouring bloodlines had no cost, anyone could become an unmatched expert too easily. Then Yushan gives the real danger. Every stolen constitution leaves traces behind, slowly warping the user's mind and personality. Yushan drives it home with a chilling example. Everyone he once met who cultivated this scripture eventually went mad. That final warning leaves Luli grim and silent, because he now sees this path clearly for what it is: powerful, tempting, and incredibly dangerous. Luli asks if the heaven-devouring scripture's personality damage can be avoided, still hoping there is some cleaner way to use it. Yushan says there is a way, but his answer is chilling. The safest targets are people with similar bloodlines, especially direct family. That answer turns Luli's face ashen, and he snaps that this is not some treasure technique at all, but an evil art. Yushan doesn't deny it, and he keeps pushing practical cruelty, saying strong humans or even Luli's own teacher would make excellent material. Luli explodes, saying that if fear of consequences turns him against the people closest to him, he would be no better than a beast. Yushan simply leaves the choice to him and vanishes, while the pendant against Luli's chest gives off a faint heat that makes the whole exchange feel even heavier. After a long sigh, Luli steels himself and heads back toward the small building where his teacher is recovering. Inside, Louis is still busy decocting herbs, and Chen Heng's weak coughing drifts out from the inner room. Hearing those coughs, Luli's guilt deepens, and he stops at Chen Heng's door to call out softly for his teacher. Chen Heng lets him in, and Luli finds him pale and coughing on the bed, still smiling gently despite how sick he looks. Luli kneels and offers up the black gemstone, hiding Yushan's existence by claiming he found the strange object on the mountain. Chen Heng immediately recognizes it as a spirit stone that stores a cultivation technique, and calmly says he will break the seal and teach Luli what is inside. Once Luli leaves, Chen Heng's smile turns thoughtful, because he does not fully believe the story about finding the gem by chance. He suspects the old monster hidden with Luli may have awakened, and that this technique was likely delivered to him on purpose. Chen Heng channels power into the stone, wipes away its rune seal, and releases the hidden information inside. When the heaven-devouring scripture floods into his mind, even Chen Heng's expression shifts at how dangerous and useful the technique is. He quickly understands why it was sent to him. By devouring other constitutions and bloodlines, he could rebuild the cultivation foundation that was destroyed. At the same time, he realizes the method fits Luli almost perfectly too, because it could turn that hopeless body into one that rivals true geniuses. Chen Heng can only smile at the timing and call it Luli's fortune breaking out, because the technique arrived exactly when the boy needed it most. Elsewhere, Yushan is impressed that Chen Heng broke the stone's restriction so quickly, and he openly admits this teacher is no simple man. But Luli is too anxious to care about praise, and he asks the only thing on his mind, whether Chen Heng will actually use the heaven-devouring scripture. Yushan says the technique could heal Chen Heng, but because Chen Heng seems unusually upright, even he cannot predict whether the man will cross that line. Then Yushan drops the real danger. If Chen Heng does choose that path, Luli would be a far better target than Luli. That thought hits Luli hard, because Luli's talent, special constitution, and low cultivation make her the perfect victim for this technique. Emotionally, he wants to trust Chen Heng, but reason forces him to admit that life and death can twist even kind relationships into something cold. Yushan uses the moment to teach him a harsh rule: never trust anyone too easily, not family, not teachers, and not anyone facing enough temptation. Luli quietly asks if that warning includes Yushan himself, and the old monster answers yes without hesitation. That night, Chen Heng goes out into the wilderness and tests the heaven-devouring scripture on wolves instead of people. The wolves are left as dried corpses, proving the technique works, but it also pushes bloodthirsty and berserk impulses straight into Chen Heng's mind. His true lord's soul easily suppresses those urges for now, yet the test confirms the deeper problem. Enough devouring would eventually warp even him. He sees the ugly logic immediately too. The safest bloodlines to absorb are usually one's own family, which makes this technique an unmistakable evil path. The wolf's bloodline power does strengthen his body and slightly steady his broken foundation, but the gain is tiny compared to what he has lost. To truly repair himself now, he would need to devour a horrifying number of powerful constitutions and bloodlines. When he looks back toward the little building, Louis stands out immediately as the obvious answer, since devouring her alone would outweigh countless ordinary people. But Chen Heng also knows the hidden truth that makes that option suicidal. Ordinary-looking Louis could unleash power beyond a true lord if pushed. In the end, he can only sigh, because even if the scripture still has some use, he obtained it far too late to save himself cleanly. By now his body has decayed too far, so stopping the collapse would require unbelievable slaughter with no guarantee of success. He dismisses the idea completely, because hunting enough geniuses would mean making an enemy of the whole world for a result that might still fail. Looking back at the sleeping siblings, Chen Heng notices their golden fortunes burning brighter and understands that their rise is about to begin. With that, Chen Heng makes up his mind and quietly leaves the night behind. For the next few days he teaches Luli and Louis exactly as before, never mentioning the heaven-devouring scripture at all. Then one morning he calls both disciples into his room, sits them down, and gently tells them he is going away. Louis immediately asks where, and Chen Heng answers that he is returning to a homeland very far away. When Louis asks what that homeland is like, Chen Heng paints a peaceful place where people can eat, study, and practice without living in constant conflict. That vision makes Louis cling to him even more, and she asks if he can take them along because she does not want to be left behind. Chen Heng admits he does not want to leave them either, and as he pats Louis's head, a strange calm overtakes her. Louis leans against him and falls asleep almost immediately, turning the tender moment suddenly eerie. A wave of drowsiness crashes over Louis next, and he instantly realizes this is no accident. Barely keeping his eyes open, Louis stares at Chen Heng and bitterly remembers Yushan's warning, convinced the feared betrayal has finally come. Louis finally gives in and falls asleep beside Louis, and the black pendant on his chest suddenly lights up. Watching from inside the pendant, Yushan coldly assumes Chen Heng is about to act like every other selfish old cultivator and readies a killing blow. But after putting the siblings to sleep, Chen Heng does not attack them at all, and that hesitation catches Yushan off guard. After a long quiet sigh, Chen Heng places a hand on Louis's shoulder and makes his true decision. Instead of devouring them, Chen Heng begins drawing out his own precious essence blood and feeds it into both disciples through the heaven-devouring scripture. Yushan is left dumbfounded, because Chen Heng is using an evil scripture in reverse and sacrificing a true lord's own bloodline to save the younger generation. Chen Heng says plainly that the scripture can make them strong for a while, but in the end it only twists people into madness, so he would rather give them one last push himself. He tells the sleeping Louis that a true lord's essence blood can baptize him and rebuild his ruined constitution, so he never needs to cultivate the heaven-devouring scripture. For the first time, even Yushan feels ashamed, because a man he expected to betray his disciples is calmly giving up his life to protect them. As more essence blood leaves him, Chen Heng starts coughing harder, his black hair turns white, wrinkles spread across his face, and his power drains away. At the same time, spirit energy wraps around Louis, and under Chen Heng's sacrifice their cultivation rises sharply. Louis, who could never cultivate before, is pushed all the way through foundation building and finally steps onto the path of a real cultivator. When Chen Heng feels he has reached his limit, he forces himself to stand and leave the room instead of dying in front of them. He staggers outside into the warm sunlight, stopping every few steps as if each movement already hurts. With all his essence blood gone, he is nothing but an empty shell now, yet he accepts that ending with complete calm. Cracks begin spreading across his body like a shattered doll, showing that even the shell cannot hold together much longer. Then a slight wind passes, and Chen Heng breaks apart completely, leaving only his clothes behind on the path. Much later, Louis wakes from a warm, hazy sleep and immediately feels that his entire body has changed. He is shocked to discover real magic energy circulating inside him for the first time in his life, along with a strength that feels almost unbelievable. Looking over, he sees that Louis has changed too, and her aura has grown deeper and stronger than before. Confused and uneasy, Louis can only ask what happened after Chen Heng made them fall asleep. Instead of explaining with words, Yushan projects the memory directly into Louis's mind and shows him everything Chen Heng did. Louis watches his teacher refining his own bloodline and giving away his life for them, and the truth hits him all at once. Unable to bear it, Louis breaks down and cries out for his teacher as he watches that final sacrifice replay before him. Yushan can only sigh and admit the simple truth at the end. Louis truly had a good teacher. After hearing that people like Chen Heng are almost non-existent, Louis finally breaks and shakes with grief. Yushan wants to scold him for crying, but even he falls silent in front of Louis's raw sorrow. When Louis looks at Chen Heng's empty bed, he spots the black gemstone he once gave his teacher. The moment Louis picks up the gemstone, a fresh understanding of the heaven-devouring scripture pours into his mind. Then Chen Heng's familiar voice returns, and a prepared farewell projection appears in front of Louis. Chen Heng tells his disciple that the heaven-devouring scripture is powerful, but its core method is evil because it steals other people's bloodlines and constitutions. He admits he once wanted to seal that knowledge away, but in the end he chose to leave the decision to Louis himself. Chen Heng says he believes Louis will not fall that far, even without his teacher forcing the choice. At the end of the message, Chen Heng quietly says it is time for him to leave and regrets that he will never see what his disciples become. As Chen Heng's image vanishes completely, Louis collapses back into tears and can only whisper, "Teacher." Louis had always believed his will was hard enough to endure anything, but this loss proves he was wrong. Even Yushan, hidden in the pendant, is left with a complicated silence before finally telling Louis to stop crying. Yushan jolts him with a practical warning. Chen Heng has not been gone long, so if Louis hurries, he might still recover the body before beasts do. That snaps Louis back to himself, and he immediately sprints toward the place Yushan indicates. His speed is far beyond before, because Chen Heng's final baptism destroyed his old cultivation barriers and pushed him into foundation building. But when Louis reaches the place where Chen Heng fell, the body is already gone. All that remains are Chen Heng's clothes, and the sight leaves Louis stunned all over again. Yushan explains that a true lord's body can become part of the Tao, and Chen Heng's passing is already turning this place into a small spiritual land. Louis silently gathers Chen Heng's clothes and carries them back home instead. Back at the residence, Louis wakes from a sad dream and blurts out that she dreamed their teacher died. Seeing Chunheng gone in real life too, the little girl asks Luli what happened, on the edge of tears. Luli forces a calm face and lies that their teacher only went very far away and will return after a long time. Louis half believes him, but she still anxiously wonders if Chunheng left because she did something wrong. Luli keeps gently lying until the exhausted girl finally settles back to sleep. Afterward, Luli secretly buries Chunheng's clothes in a hidden spot because he has no body to bury. He dares not mark the grave, knowing that in the desolate region even a memorial stone could invite grave robbers. Kneeling before that hidden grave, Luli swears he will follow Chunheng's teachings and never walk the evil path. He also vows that once he is strong enough, he will investigate who ruined Chunheng's cultivation foundation and take revenge. With that promise made, Luli returns and finally sits down to cultivate. This time cultivation feels completely different, because spirit chi rushes into him as easily as breathing. The old struggle is gone, and Luli can feel refined magic energy surging through his body again and again. Even Yushan is startled enough to admit that Luli's talent now matches the top geniuses with complete spirit roots. Yushan realizes Chunheng's willing true lord essence blood has turned Luli from trash talent into a real genius without any baleful side effects. Then Yushan turns his attention to the sleeping Lui and realizes the same true lord essence blood has made her terrifyingly gifted too. For a cold moment, Yushan thinks Luli could devour Louis right now with the heaven-devouring scripture and sees all of that power for himself. But when he looks at Luli's grief and remembers Chunheng's sacrifice, Yushan swallows the idea and says nothing. He decides there is no need for that evil road anymore, because Luli no longer has to crawl forward with hopeless talent. Elsewhere, after the darkness of death lifts, Chunheng opens his eyes in his real-world bed. The feeling of dying still clings to him so clearly that he has to lie there for a moment and steady himself. Then the simulator settlement window appears and confirms the long Azure Heaven simulation has ended. The result is excellent, and Chunheng sees that all those centuries of struggle earned him 7,327 points. One detail catches his eye in particular: changing the fate of people with fortune also boosted his score. With his old leftovers added in, Chunheng realizes he now has roughly 9,000 points to spend. A new prompt offers to unlock another world for 2,000 points, and the higher price immediately makes him pause. After reading the explanation, he learns the cost depends on the world's strength, which means this one is stronger than Azure Heaven. Since he can finally afford it, Chunheng chooses to unlock the world anyway. The simulator announces that the Holy Domain world is now open, though the name tells him almost nothing yet. Next comes the reward wheel, loaded with everything he had obtained in the Azure Heaven realm. He spends 20 points on the first spin, only to land on the heaven-devouring scripture he already knows by heart. Expressionless, Chunheng spins again and this time wins a jade bottle filled with innate pills. The pills are useful enough to strengthen the body and improve talent a little, so this pull finally feels worthwhile. His third spin is a few spirit stones, which makes Chunheng feel he just paid far too much for common currency. The fourth spin brings chi refining pills, another basic but usable reward instead of anything exciting. With the next spin already getting expensive, he gambles once more. This time he finally hits the jackpot and draws his old martial cultivation from the simulation. Power floods through his real body at once, making him feel as if he could tear apart a tiger or butcher an army barehanded. He quickly realizes that because the worlds are different, he did not bring back the full realm itself, only a body strengthened to that terrifying level. Even so, his current body should now be able to crush ordinary martial body experts despite still being at body forging completion. When the cost rises again, Chunheng coolly stops, knowing the odds of drawing something worth 640 points are too low. Just as the wheel disappears, the simulator detects the fortune mark and offers to convert that origin mark too. Chunheng knows exactly how valuable that mark was in Azure Heaven, so he agrees without hesitation. The simulator starts draining his points fast, and Chunheng's confidence wobbles when there is still no warning about the final cost. At the same time, the old familiar feeling returns as fate lines sharpen before his eyes again. The drain finally slows, and when the conversion ends, he is relieved to find he still has a little over 1,000 points left. By his estimate, the fortune mark cost about 5,000 points, but it is now truly bound to him and should follow him into future simulations. With the simulator business done for now, Chunheng leaves his room and heads outside to test the mark in the real world. Standing on the busy street, he activates the fortune mark together with the Heavenly Star Seeker technique. At once the hidden world of fate opens up, and strands above every passerby's head weave into a vast invisible net. But what he sees next makes him freeze. Every passerby in sight is carrying dense gray deathly aura, a sign that fatal calamity is closing in on all of them. Chunheng suddenly notices something terrifying. Everyone on the street is carrying dense deathly aura, the kind of sign that appears before a fatal calamity. The sheer scale shocks him, because this much deathly aura gathered in one place can only mean a disaster big enough to kill huge numbers of people. When he catches his reflection in a glass building, Chunheng sees the same gray deathly aura twisting above his own head too. That is the moment it becomes personal, and Chunheng realizes he is trapped inside this coming disaster as well. He rides across the city to test the danger, and everywhere he looks through the bus window, every single person is marked the same way. At the train station he confirms the worst part so far, even people who are about to leave the city are still covered by the same deathly aura. Now Chin-hung starts thinking the calamity may not be local at all, but something large enough to reach across the whole earth. Using the fortune mark, he looks deeper and sees the sky net of fate itself shrouded by a massive calm-looking sea of deathly aura. He tries to predict the future through fate, but the deathly aura muddies everything, and the backlash leaves him pale almost immediately. Since prediction fails, Chin-hung goes back to the old alley in the city center, the same abnormal place that has been expanding and spawning more danger. With the fortune mark sharpening his sight, he sees deathly aura gathering into the alley and linking upward into the sky net. That connection confirms his suspicion that the coming calamity is tied to this alley somehow, even if he still cannot tell exactly how. As he weighs demons, strange visions, and the alley's growth, another figure appears and walks straight toward the anomaly. Chin-hung does not stop him, because to ordinary people this abnormal place looks like nothing more than an empty lot, so any warning would just sound bizarre. But when the black-robed young man steps into the alley, his appearance does not distort like other people do, and that instantly tells Chin-hung this man is different. The alley reacts to him at once, as twisted wall inscriptions stir and a massive ghostly arm lashes out from behind, while he keeps walking as if he notices nothing. Without even turning around, the young man casually swings a hand and wipes the entire lurking abnormality away. As he keeps walking, the alley itself starts shrinking and collapsing, like the whole twisted space is being erased around him. At the far end, a black hole tears open, and the black-robed young man steps inside without hesitation. After the black-robed young man vanishes, the old alley is simply gone, leaving Chin-hung facing an ordinary empty lot where the sinister coldness has faded away. Chin-hung is left staring at the place, wondering who that man was and what kind of power could erase an anomaly with one wave. He considers following through the black hole, but this is his real body, not a simulation, so one wrong move here would mean real death. He also thinks about waiting for the man to return, then finally decides not to rush contact with someone this unknown and leaves instead. Hours later at deep night, ripples spread over the empty lot again as something starts coming back out. The black-robed young man emerges from the shattered space in rough shape, with torn robes, a broken umbrella, and the look of someone who barely won a brutal fight. When he checks his reflection in a nearby building, black snake-like marks are already crawling across his neck, and an evil presence is still trying to gnaw its way through his seal. He coldly realizes the thing he defeated left pure demonic chi inside him, and now he is using his own body as the seal to keep it contained. He still believes he can suppress it, as long as nothing else interferes before he finishes dealing with this place. Then heavy heartbeat-like thuds roll down the street, and his confidence vanishes the moment he turns toward the sound. A tattooed young woman appears under the streetlights, and the black-robed young man instantly realizes she is a demon wearing a human disguise. She advances with a savage little smile after catching the scent from his body, and calls him delicious. In the next instant, the girl's disguise explodes away and she swells into a 5 or 6 meter black giant with blazing red eyes. The giant demon smashes him away with one punch, and he instantly knows this mature demon is far beyond what he can handle in his condition. His body starts losing control too, as black runes spread and a demonic arm pushes out from his chest under the pressure. The giant demon senses the pure demonic chi at once and instinctively reaches toward the black arm pushing out of his chest. He desperately tries to suppress the chi again, because if that pure demonic power fuses with the demon outside, this whole city could be slaughtered. But he is too weak to stop it, and all he can do is watch the two sources of demonic power draw closer together. Then a third hand suddenly catches the demon's arm and stops it cold before the contact can happen. Chin-hung steps into view in his school martial arts uniform, and the monster finally turns to see who interrupted it. The demon lashes down with a claw strong enough to tear through buildings, and Chin-hung answers by charging straight into it instead of dodging. His counterblow explodes with crimson chi blood and smashes the giant demon backward in one clean, overwhelming hit. Watching from the ground, the black-robed young man is stunned when he recognizes the sign of chi blood manifestation and realizes this quiet teenager is a grandmaster. He even recognizes Chin-hung as the bystander from daytime, and the ordinary-looking student suddenly becomes far more frightening than expected. Chin-hung is annoyed for a different reason, because he had planned to stay cautious around this stranger, but the man's weakness forced him to step in before he got killed. Even so, Chin-hung quickly judges that this demon is only around the level of a martial art fighter, which means it is dangerous but still manageable for him now. He raises a hand and slams the demon down again, locking it in place under sheer force. Then Chin-hung draws a silver sword and unleashes his modified heavy slash with chi blood behind it. The slash carves straight through the demon's head, and the giant finally goes still as black blood pours out. With the demon dead, Chin-hung turns back toward the black-robed young man, who is still wrestling with the thing sealed inside him. Black runes cover the young man's body and gather into a huge savage face. But the moment Chin-hung looks over, the spreading marks suddenly start shrinking back. After the demon dies, Chin-hung walks up to the wounded young man and notices the black runes on him fading fast. The young man guesses the demonic chi backed off because Chen Heng's chi and blood were so fierce that even the demon's last helper felt fear. Chen Heng cuts to the real question and asks the stranger exactly who he is. The young man introduces himself as a protector, and Chen Heng's blank reaction immediately tells him this is going to take some explaining. When Chen Heng says he is just an ordinary high schooler, the wounded man is so speechless, he can barely hide it. The wounded stranger decides Chen Heng must be a natural awakener, one of the rare people in the real world who suddenly develops special powers like in fiction. Chen Heng insists his strength came from cultivation, but the man refuses to believe someone his age could reach this level without an awakened gift hidden underneath it. Privately, Chen Heng realizes this awakener theory is the perfect cover story for powers he cannot honestly explain. When Chen Heng asks about him in return, the young man admits he is also an awakener, but his talent is a mental type ability suited to clearing abnormalities and affecting minds. He points Chen Heng back to the empty lot, where black mist still flickers and the outline of that old alleyway hangs in the air like a wound in reality. He explains that only awakeners can truly see abnormalities, and as they keep growing, their demonic chi can infect suitable people and turn them into demons. Then he finally gives the larger picture. Protectors are an organization of awakeners trying to hold back these abnormalities before they swallow the world in an apocalypse. That warning lines up with the deathly aura Chen Heng had sensed before, so he starts taking the protectors much more seriously. Sensing his interest, the young man invites Chen Heng to join the protectors and pitches the benefits: information, money, and loose rules instead of heavy control. Chen Heng asks how to sign up, and the answer is oddly simple. If he agrees, the right people will come find him later. Lu Qi cheerfully admits he also wants the referral fee, and even offers Chen Heng half because he definitely does not want to get beaten up over it. Chen Heng dryly says he would never kill a person, and Lu Qi points at the demon corpse because that excuse clearly has limits tonight. They exchange contact info, and Chen Heng finally learns the wounded stranger is Lu Qi, a mid-ranking B-class protector. After Lu Qi heads off, Chen Heng quietly tests that meeting with his mental sensing and the fortune mark, and neither one shows lies or fresh danger. That leaves Chen Heng with one uneasy conclusion: the world is getting more complicated, not less. The next day, the response comes even faster than expected when government officers arrive at the martial arts school to see Chen Heng. Bai politely explains that they are here to invite Chen Heng into the demon resistance department. The title catches both master and disciple off guard, because Chen Heng expected the protectors, not a government department, and Lu Ruhai thinks his student is still too early in training for this. Bai reassures Lu Ruhai that this is a protective arrangement for a new genius, with benefits and exams but no dangerous field assignments yet. Once Lu Ruhai leaves the choice to him, Chen Heng asks the key question and confirms the section he would enter is the protectors. With that answer, Chen Heng agrees to join. Bai lays out the paperwork, and Chen Heng reads everything carefully before signing. He also writes Lu Qi down as his refer, quietly confirming that Knight's connection was real and useful. Bai tells him a test will happen in 3 days and warns him not to hold back, because the results will decide how well he is treated. After the officials leave, Lu Ruhai still worries enough to promise he will ask old friends in the department to look after Chen Heng. 3 days later, Bai returns in person and takes Chen Heng to the test site. On the ride, Bai hints that someone Chen Heng already knows will be waiting there, and he quickly guesses she means Lu Qi. She confirms it, explaining that under protector rules the recommender has to be present for the candidate's evaluation. The test facility itself is hidden in fog and wrapped in a powerful rune formation that even Chen Heng can tell is sealing the place off from the outside world. Chen Heng senses the place is heavily guarded but not dangerous to him, because the fortune mark stays quiet. Inside, a stern middle-aged examiner meets them and openly doubts that someone as young as Chen Heng could already be an awakener. Bai Yu backs Chen Heng without hesitation, telling the examiner his strength is far beyond what his age suggests. When they enter the test area, Lu Qi is already there in fresh clothes and greets Chen Heng with obvious curiosity about how strong he really is. Bai Yu makes it clear they know Chen Heng has been hiding his strength, and instead of blaming him, they praise him for keeping that power under control and not hurting people. The examiner cuts off the speeches and explains the test has 2 parts, mind and body, and Chen Heng immediately chooses to test his mind first. Colored lights lock onto Chen Heng, and the first wave of the test hits his mind with exhaustion, pain, and other negative pressure instead of any physical force. Even after Bai Yu warns him he can stop if it becomes too much, Chen Heng calmly tells them to keep going. The level keeps climbing again and again, yet Chen Heng still refuses to break, which starts shocking everyone watching. By the 8th level the lights turn white. Chen Heng is pale and soaked in sweat, but he is still standing where most people would have failed long ago. The examiner compares the result to Lu Qi's old score and bluntly reveals just how absurd Chen Heng's mental strength already looks. Instead of taking the hint, Chen Heng asks them to raise it 1 more level. The 9th level slams down like a mental tsunami, and this time Chen Heng finally drops to the floor clutching his head. Bai Yi panics and wants the test stopped, but the others hold their ground and keep watching him closely. Then Chen Heng shifts unexpectedly into a cross-legged meditation posture, choosing technique over brute endurance at the very edge of his limit. Using the basic meditation technique, He pulls his scattered consciousness into focus and steadies himself against the 9th level instead of being overwhelmed. The room goes from shock to open excitement as they realize only a handful of people have ever passed the 9th level, and Chen Heng has just joined them. Before the physical test even starts, they are already talking about secret techniques, abnormality clearing teams, and even assigning guards to protect this rare talent. Once the mental test ends, Chen Heng steps into the next chamber for the body assessment, which turns out to be real combat. A hazy human-shaped image forms in front of him, and Chen Heng immediately realizes this opponent feels uncannily familiar. Lu Qi confirms the truth. The formation has created a temporary combat double of Chen Heng using secret techniques, energy, and his own blood sample. The image attacks first with a punch, but Chen Heng does not even bother to dodge. The blow lands and still fails to move him even an inch, leaving Chen Heng almost disappointed by how weak the copy feels. Then Chen Heng casually swats out a counter and sends the clone flying, leaving the people watching completely stunned by how effortless it was. Lu Qi and the others stare in shock when Chen Heng destroys the test image almost instantly with one simple sweat. The result rattles them because this formation is supposed to copy an examinee's level long enough to judge their strength, not collapse in one hit. Lu Qi finally says it out loud. Chen Heng has already surpassed what this test can measure, so the whole trial means nothing to him now. That explanation lands hard, because in their eyes only someone near Grandmaster level should be able to break the formation's limits like this. Bai Yi grows even more wary when she realizes Chen Heng hid this kind of power among ordinary people without showing a trace, and she starts wondering what terrifying ability he awakened. They remember that awakened powers can be bizarre, and even this test image itself only exists because an awakener once left that ability behind in the rune formation. When the test concludes, the middle-aged evaluator writes Chen Heng's result as Grandmaster level strength, S-class mental power, unknown ability, and an S-class recommendation. Lu Qi can barely hide his grin, because the stronger Chen Heng's rating is, the more credit he gets for bringing him in. More than that, Lu Qi is genuinely thrilled to have Chen Heng joining the Protectors, because someone who can crush a demon like that feels like a life-saving new teammate. The evaluator introduces himself as Gu Luo and formally congratulates Chen Heng with a handshake. Bai welcomes Chen Heng as a new comrade, but she also warns him not to rush into missions yet and to learn abnormality work from Lu Qi first. Chen Heng accepts the advice with an easy, humble smile, which makes both seniors like him even more. After that, Bai Yi drops Chen Heng back at the Solid Rock martial arts establishment. Chen Heng is summoned straight to Lu Ruhai, who asks less about the Protectors themselves and more about whether his disciple is actually comfortable there. Lu Ruhai bluntly tells him that if he dislikes the Demon Resistance Department, he does not need to stay, because real talent like his can enter later without trouble once his cultivation rises. Chen Heng only nods and agrees on the surface, keeping to himself that martial body experts are already nowhere near his level. Late that night, while everyone else sleeps, Chen Heng stays awake alone in his room after officially becoming one of the Protectors. Using his new access, he studies a paper book from the Protectors that records the world's terrifying changes over the past 50 years. The first records hit hard, whole cities swallowed, demon disasters erupting, and staggering death tolls hidden behind dry lines of text. The book explains that 50 years ago the world changed, the population dropped by more than half, and most ordinary people never even realized it happened. An experiment in the book makes the truth worse, because even people warned that a village had vanished panicked for a few days, and then simply forgot everything. Chen Heng frowns when the book names the real horror. Some mysterious force is twisting minds across the world and making people forget abnormalities. Even with the perspective of a former true lord, he feels a chill, because affecting the consciousness of an entire world is beyond anything he has seen. Then the book pushes further, saying the world itself may be shrinking and that even awakeners are only more resistant to the forgetting, not immune. It also confirms the key rule he needs. Only awakeners can truly see abnormalities and remember them clearly. That finally explains why Lu Qi and Bai Yu were so sure about him, because his ability to see those places already marked him as an awakener. The last warning in the book is almost chillingly casual. Ordinary readers will forget this knowledge soon, and anyone who does not may have the potential to become one of the strongest awakeners. Chen Heng finally understands why the Protectors could hand out such dangerous information so freely, because the world itself erases it from most minds. After setting the book aside, he sits in silence and grasps just how much more dangerous this world is than he first believed. What unsettles him most is that in this world, when ordinary people die to abnormalities, even their existence can be wiped away until not even their parents remember them. A breeze from the window pulls him to his feet, and he looks out at the peaceful night with new unease. The quiet street below, with only a few drunkards wandering through it, makes the hidden terror of this world feel even more unsettling. For a moment he even thinks back to his old life, when he would probably still be grinding through work at this hour if he had never died. By the next morning, he heads out early with a clearer purpose and goes straight back to the old alleyway. According to the Protector's records, that alley was an abnormality site that would have kept spreading if Lu Qi had not dealt with it. Now the alley is gone, and all Chen Heng can see is an empty lot where scaffolding and construction have already started to take over. He realizes this is actually good news, because busy, prosperous places are less likely to become abnormalities again. After leaving that site, he spends the rest of the day walking through the city and quietly observing everything around him. The city looks normal enough on the surface, with laughing couples and girls stealing glances at him, but Chin-hung is seeing something far darker underneath it. When he activates his fortune mark, deathly aura rises above every person's head, including his own. That confirms the worst part for him, because Lu Qi clearing one abnormality changed nothing about the world-scale doom hanging over everyone. Chin-hung starts to suspect the deathly aura comes from the same strange force covering the whole world, and that it will not fade unless that force itself is removed. He keeps walking until dusk, storing every detail in his mind while his body shows none of the fatigue an ordinary person would feel. By the next day, he has made up his mind and goes to Lu Ruhai to ask for leave. Lu Ruhai is caught off guard, because Chin-hung has always been the most diligent disciple in the establishment, and almost never asks for time away. Chin-hung smoothly says the Demon Resistance Department still needs him for newcomer procedures, hiding the fact that he actually arranged this excuse in advance. Lu Ruhai believes him immediately and grumbles that the Demon Resistance Department promised not to interfere with Chin-hung's cultivation, only to drag him away anyway. Once he gets permission, Chin-hung leaves the hall and prepares to go. Word spreads through the martial arts establishment so fast that by the same afternoon, a crowd of disciples who get along with him gathers to see him off. Before leaving the Solid Rock martial arts establishment, Chin-hung treats Lu Ruhai and all the disciples with the same steady respect, so half the school comes to see him off. After days of farewells, Chin-hung pauses under the establishment's signboard and admits to himself that this place can no longer take him where he needs to go. He had once planned to use the Solid Rock School to reach the center of this world, but after joining the Protectors, he realizes that path is both smaller and less meaningful now. The Protectors have better records, rarer techniques, and a higher platform than the school, so staying under Lu Ruhai would only waste time he no longer has. His strength has already surpassed Lu Ruhai, so instead of reporting for work as promised, Chin-hung quietly changes course and heads straight back to Lin City. Lin City is small and unremarkable compared to the outside world, but to Chin-hung it is still home, packed with the memories that matter most. At the neighborhood gate, he finds a huge banner celebrating his admission to the Solid Rock martial arts establishment, and the sight makes him cringe a little. He remembers how wildly people reacted when he left for martial training, and that absurd hometown pride follows him all the way to his front gate. The neighbors spot him almost immediately, and what should have been a quiet return turns into a noisy street welcome. Chin-hung smiles through the questions and tells everyone he only came home to visit his family, even as more people crowd in to talk to their local star. Wang Li hears the commotion, fights her way through the crowd, and drags her son back inside before the whole neighborhood can keep him. Inside the house, almost nothing has changed, and that familiar stillness hits Chin-hung with a wave of nostalgia. When Chin-hung notices his mother never spent the money he sent home, Wang Li casually reveals she has been saving it for his future house and marriage. Her answer leaves Chin-hung speechless, because parents really do worry about the same things in every world. He privately thinks she miscalculated badly, because if this world follows the same pattern as before, property prices are about to explode and the city may not even survive that long. When Wang Li asks why he came back so soon, Chin-hung keeps it simple and says he is just on holiday and wanted to visit home. Wang Li is openly happy to have him back, admitting the house feels too empty with his stepfather always away and Qingjing rarely around. Chin-hung says he plans to stay for a while and asks about Qingjing, but he does not press when he hears she only came back briefly. Before leaving the room, Chin-hung looks at his mother carefully, and sees the same dense deathly aura above her that hangs over everyone else. That sight confirms why he rushed home at all. Whatever this world is hiding, ordinary people like his family will be the first to suffer from it. For all his ambition and power, Chin-hung knows the reason he keeps fighting is simple. He wants himself and his family to live safely. Back in his old room, he finds everything neat and regularly cleaned, then immediately sends Qingjing a message to meet up. He gets a reply fast, leaves the house, and heads to the street where Qingjing is already waiting under the lights with a group of curious girls. Qingjing's friends buzz around her about the famous little brother who joined the Solid Rock School, and some are clearly sizing him up before they have even seen him. Then Chin-hung appears in the distance in a short-sleeved shirt, and even from far away he stands out enough to make the whole group stare. Once they start walking together, Qingjing asks if he really joined the Demon Resistance Department, and Chin-hung quietly confirms he holds a high rank there. That answer instantly raises his status in everyone's eyes, because to ordinary people, the Demon Resistance Department means real security and real authority. Seeing how aimless Qingjing has been, Chin-hung casually offers to help her get a job in the Demon Resistance Department too. Qingjing is shocked that he can even do that, and Chin-hung assures her it should not be a problem at all. He already knows he has the authority to recommend people, and an office role would keep Qingjing safer and finally give her life some direction. When Qingjing asks him to really try, Chin-hung agrees on the spot and turns the promise into something solid. A little later, Chin-hung glances aside and unexpectedly spots Fang Jingxian walking toward them with a few other girls. Fang Jingxian had simply gone back to ordinary school life after everything before, while Chen Heng moved on into martial training under Lu Ruhai. Qin Jing immediately suspects he came back for Fang Jingxian and throws the accusation at him with obvious annoyance. Chen Heng only smiles, gives Fang Jingxian a calm greeting, and lets the moment pass without trying to turn it into more than that. They part quietly, and later Chen Heng brings Chen Jing back to the family home and stops her from slipping away before dinner. After dinner, Chen Jing heads out again, and Chen Heng stays behind in the quiet house instead of leaving with her. Not long after, he calls Bai Yi and uses his authority to secure Chen Jing a simple document auditing job in the Demon Resistance Department. The position is ordinary and the pay is not spectacular, but in a small city like Lin City it is more than enough to settle Chen Jing down. A few peaceful days pass, and one early morning Chen Heng sits cross-legged on the balcony, trying to cultivate under the warm sunrise. He can feel energy entering his body, but the growth is painfully slow, and the result leaves him more frustrated than encouraged. Even with the memories of a true lord, Chen Heng finds that Azure Heaven cultivation just does not fit the real world well enough to advance smoothly here. The technique is awkward to use in this world, and his real body's talent is nowhere near the gifted body he once had in the simulation. He briefly considers the heaven-devouring scripture, but that path would require devouring rare bloodlines and would drag him toward chaos and madness. So after days of trying, the truth is blunt. Without outside resources, his ordinary cultivation speed is almost hopelessly slow. In the past, true Lord Qin could burn through spirit stones and pills without care, but now Chen Heng only has a small bottle of innate pills that would vanish in days. What works far better here is the Sorcerer World's meditation method, because mental energy seems much more compatible with the real world than immortal cultivation does. That makes the next step obvious, so Chen Heng looks at his remaining points and starts thinking about entering another simulation. He had wanted to wait longer, but the Protector's secrets about the abnormal force swallowing this world still weigh on him too heavily to sit still. Even the Protector's S-class members are stronger than he is now, and if they cannot fully resist that abnormality, Chen Heng knows he definitely cannot. With that, he stops hesitating and opens the simulation interface again to choose his next world. 3 worlds appear before him, but after weighing the risks, he rejects the unknown Holy Domain world and picks the familiar Sorcerer world instead. The interface offers 3 entry methods, and a new choice called Comprehensive Option catches his eye because it was never there before. Curious, Chen Heng selects the new mode and finds himself staring at another spinning wheel, like a random draw with extra control attached. The wheel slows and lands on red, which is not amazing but still good enough to make him breathe easier. Then 500 points vanish, and instead of ending there, the simulator opens a second layer of choices that lets him add conditions on top of the random identity. The options include Sorcerer Talent and Knight Talent, and the simulator even explains that buying a talent his random body already has will stack and make it stronger. Sorcerer Talent is far too expensive for his current budget, so Chen Heng drops that idea and turns to the much cheaper Knight Talent instead. Because he understands the Knight system far better, he spends 100 points to unlock Knight Talent, and pushes the build towards something he can use efficiently. After that, he adds a few basic physical talents like Body Talent and Great Strength to round out the identity. The next option lets him set his starting age, and for the first time he can afford to care about that advantage. He pays another 100 points to lower the age from 20 to 15, betting that starting younger will give him a much better foundation no matter the system. By the time he is done, only around 800 points remain, but that is still enough for another attempt, so he decides to move forward. Once he confirms, a formless light wraps around him and his consciousness drops into darkness as the simulation begins. After an unknown stretch of blackness, Chen Heng feels light again, opens his eyes, and finds himself in a completely different place. Chen Heng opens his eyes in a dark room and immediately sorts through this new body's memories. Those memories reveal the big surprise fast. He is now Ed Doyle, last heir of a fallen sorcerer family. After missing sorcerers in 2 whole simulations, Chen Heng is thrilled that this expensive new identity drops him right into their world. A maid in a black dress interrupts him and respectfully says Mr. Griffin is calling for the young master. Not wanting to expose himself too soon, Chen Heng answers in Ed's usual chilly way and follows her out. The castle itself unsettles him, because every corridor is gloomy enough to feel haunted. When he enters the windowless hall, an invisible cold force reaches for him like a trap. He casually releases mental force and tears that little attack apart in an instant. A woman's terrified scream echoes through the hall, and someone in the dark praises him with a flat "not bad." Candles flare brighter and reveal Griffin Doyle, Ed's grandfather and the only sorcerer left in the family. Just sensing Griffin makes Chen Heng uneasy, because the old man's aura feels packed with death, pain, and twisted minds. Griffin is pleased that Ed's mental strength has risen enough to brush off those tricks so easily. Chen Heng keeps the act going and answers with Ed's usual calm, saying maybe they just have not seen each other in a while. Griffin explains that a new round of academy tests is coming, and stronger mental energy means better treatment from sorcerers. He goes further and says Ed's family talent is already strong, so with enough mental power he might even reach official sorcerer rank one day. Griffin says recruiters from the Hunter's House will come soon, and he has already arranged contacts, fees, and a path for Ed to enter. His last lesson is as cold as the castle: stay rational, and never let emotion rule your mind. Chin-heng leaves the hall, only to hear weak crying nearby and stop at the sound. What he finds is horrific: a bleeding newborn left on the floor, barely alive after being cut from its mother for one of Griffin's experiments. The servant even offers to send him more fresh test subjects, and Chin-heng refuses on the spot. With his mental senses spread wide, Chin-heng feels the whole castle stained by countless tortured deaths. He realizes Griffin studies negative emotions by pushing people through fear, pain, and despair until even a quick death becomes a luxury. Back in his room, Chin-heng decides not to disturb Griffin's academy plan, because a sorcerer organization can give him the legacy and resources he needs. He checks his new body next and finds the bad news: all the great strength from past lives is gone. Since he is weak for now, he decides to rebuild some protection before the academy by training both body forging and night methods. That plan works only because this identity also came with night talent, a backup Chin-heng bought with points. When he turns his senses inward, a violet fortune mark flashes and confirms it followed him into this world too. The fortune mark opens his sight to the world's web of fate, and when he checks above his own head, Ed has no fortune at all. He is not too disappointed, because just being born into a sorcerer family was already a strong enough start for this run. Over the next months, he quietly lives as Ed while secretly splitting his time between meditation, body forging, and night breathing. That training shows him another problem fast. This body's night talent is painfully weak, almost too thin to count. He judges that with this body, becoming an ordinary knight might be possible, but reaching great knight is basically hopeless. Even so, he keeps training as a practical backup, while reminding himself that his real goal here is the path of a sorcerer. Because Griffin is unstable and dangerous, Chin-heng hides all of this training and only practices after the fortune mark confirms no one is watching. A little less than half a year later, Chin-heng is summoned back to Griffin's hall. The hall's usual illusions rush at him again, and this time he wipes them out with much stronger mental force. Griffin praises the progress and says Ed's mental power is now enough for real apprentice-level attacks. Then Chin-heng notices Griffin is not alone, because another sorcerer has been standing in the darkness the whole time. The masked man, Michael Dreyer, sizes him up and says that mental strength alone already proves he has apprentice potential. Griffin gets exactly what he wanted from that judgment, and formally entrusts his grandson to Michael's care. When Griffin introduces Michael as his old classmate from the hunter's house, Chin-heng immediately gives the proper respect of a lower sorcerer. Michael accepts him with a laugh, while he and Griffin quietly confirm some private exchange between them. Chin-heng can feel that Michael is just as stained by blood and suffering as Griffin, but by now he is too used to monsters in human skin to show it. The very next day, Chin-heng leaves the Doyle Castle with Michael and learns they are not just traveling far, but leaving the entire continent. Michael explains that this land is too far from real sorcerer society, then needles him by asking if that scares him. Chin-heng only shakes his head, and his total lack of drama leaves Michael weirdly annoyed. For Chin-heng, the real shock is the outside world itself, because after that castle, even ordinary grass and sunlight feel like relief. Once the road settles, Chin-heng closes his eyes and slips into meditation right there in the moving carriage. That effortless focus stuns Michael, because even many promising apprentices cannot meditate so cleanly under disturbance. Michael's attitude starts to change on the spot, while Chin-heng quietly admits to himself that this was exactly the point. In an unfamiliar world, Chin-heng chooses the safest strategy he knows: look like a genius early, and let that buy him resources later. After more than half a month on the road, Chin-heng finally reaches the academy port with Michael. What catches Chin-heng first is the port workers, black-robed, masked figures moving quickly without a word. Using a sorcerer's habit of probing with mental energy, Chin-heng realizes these workers have minds that are far too weak and dull for normal people. Michael casually explains the truth: the silent workers are puppets made for sorcerers' convenience. Chin-heng immediately understands the ugly part Michael leaves unsaid: those puppets were almost certainly made from living people. Instead of recoiling, Chin-heng asks practical questions about how smart the puppets are, how long they last, and how they are maintained. Michael says the puppets are deliberately kept obedient, can follow basic orders, and can last a long time if they are not overused. He adds that their bodies still function like ordinary humans, which means they need food and care just like anyone else. To Michael, that is exactly why puppets are useful. Unlike normal people, they do not complain, resist, or become hard to control. Michael even points out that with the right command, a puppet can be killed instantly, and he jokes that making more is easy because ordinary people are everywhere. Chin-heng says nothing to that, quietly filing away what this world's sorcerers consider normal. Their conversation is cut off when a gaunt black-robed man walks over from another large ship. The gaunt sorcerer ignores Michael's greeting and fixes a cold stare on Chin-heng, asking if he is Griffin's grandson. Chin-heng calmly introduces himself as Ed Doyle, and the gaunt sorcerer notes that his mental energy is unusually strong. Michael proudly hints that Chin-heng will shock everyone later, and even the gaunt sorcerer sounds interested now. While they talk, Chin-heng studies the massive wooden ship with its gray symbol and realizes this must be the hunter's house transport for new students. More youths keep arriving, and Chen Heng sizes them up as the other incoming students who will compete with him in the academy examination. He also notices something else. While the other candidates are grouped together, Griffin's connections have placed him right beside Michael and the Gaunt Sorcerer. Once the arrivals stop, the Gaunt Sorcerer decides there is no need to wait any longer and has the examination begin. As the announcement spreads, elders give their last bits of pressure and encouragement to the younger candidates. Chen Heng counts the field and finds only 28 examinees in total, a small group for such an important test. Michael quietly tells Chen Heng to go last and watch first, giving him another small sign of special treatment. Then Michael starts setting up the test itself, drawing runes and assembling a sorcerer formation on the dock while Chen Heng watches closely. Watching the lines take shape, Chen Heng realizes these runes are different from the Azure Heaven realms, but close enough that his old knowledge still helps him read them. That comparison gives him a major advantage, because what looks overwhelming to everyone else already makes rough sense to him. As the formation nears completion, Michael starts feeding it more than 50 black magic stones and grumbles about how expensive every exam is. Listening to Michael complain over the magic stones, Chen Heng realizes why sorcerer academies cannot afford to recruit students very often. At last the formation activates, and hazy light spills over the testing slab set into the dockside ground. Michael announces that the testing can begin, and the first young man steps onto the slab without hesitation. The first golden pointer moves only to the first mark, giving the boy the lowest sorcerer talent rating, level 1. Chen Heng remembers Griffin's explanation and knows a level 1 talent usually means the path ends at apprentice level, if it even gets that far. But the exam has a second step, and the attention shifts from raw talent to the candidate's mental energy strength. The second pointer stops at level 2, and the first examinee looks crushed because that still is not enough to save his future. Then the cold examiner calls for the next person without a flicker of sympathy, showing how routine this disappointment is to him. A young girl follows, and like most of the candidates so far, she only reaches level 2 in both talent and mental energy. The same pattern repeats until one candidate finally breaks it and earns a rare level 3 sorcerer talent. When the light fades, the level 3 candidate turns out to be a young girl in red robes with a scar on her forehead. Michael's tone softens at once, and he tells the talented girl to stand behind him after the exam, openly marking her for special attention. Her second result is even better, with level 4 mental energy, making the examiners take her even more seriously. After the test, the red-robed girl moves behind Michael and immediately notices that the quiet boy already standing there must have unusual status. She nervously introduces herself and her family, and Chen Heng answers simply with the Doyle name. When Chen Heng gives his family name, the girl beside him suddenly grows more respectful and starts praising Griffin Doyle as a famous sorcerer of the region. Chen Heng can only take that awkwardly, because he knows Griffin is impressive here but nowhere near the level Zana imagines. The remaining candidates keep testing, but none of them reach Zana's level, which leaves Chen Heng quietly disappointed. When every other examinee is finished, Michael finally turns to Chen Heng and calls him up. A cold academy elder tells Chen Heng to go ahead and says he wants to see what talent Griffin's favored grandson really has. As people hear that Chen Heng is Griffin Doyle's grandson, whispers spread through the crowd and attention locks onto him. Under all those stares, Chen Heng stays completely steady, not even letting his mental ripples betray any pressure. He steps onto the slab, and the formation lights up around him just as it did for the others. The first pointer moves past Zana's mark and stops at level 4 sorcerer talent, stunning the entire dock into silence. That result instantly sets Chen Heng apart, because level 4 talent means he has a real chance to become a true sorcerer one day. Chen Heng takes the score calmly and only notes to himself that his red grade identity turned out better than he expected. What he really wants to know next is how high his mental energy has risen after half a year of meditation on top of his already strong base. Then the second pointer starts moving, sweeps past level 4, and keeps going so far that Michael can barely believe what he is seeing. It finally stops at level 7 mental energy, a terrifying result that leaves everyone around him stunned. That number means Chen Heng already has the mental foundation of a second-rank apprentice, making most of the others' future limit look like his starting point. Michael breaks into open laughter and warmly claims Chen Heng for his side, promising to help him with anything once they enter the academy. The other academy elder follows up with his own offer to help, a noticeable change from the cold distance he showed earlier. Chen Heng politely accepts the help offered to him and returns to stand behind Michael without showing any arrogance. The red-robed girl beside him can barely contain herself now, blurting out that Chen Heng is the most outstanding person she has ever seen. Chen Heng brushes it off as mere talent, treating the whole thing with the same cool restraint as before. With the testing over, Michael and the corpse-thin sorcerer beside him pack away the examination slab while silent black-robed puppets start carrying supplies onto the ship. Michael's expression turns cold again as he orders every new student to board within half an hour or lose their place at the academy. After the order, Michael personally leads Chen Heng toward the ship, and the red-robed girl with the forehead scar quickly follows behind. Once aboard, Chen Heng is caught off guard by how vast and layered the ship's interior is compared to its plain wooden exterior. As he notices runes and sorceress modifications built into the vessel, Chin-hung realizes this is no mortal ship at all and follows Michael deeper toward the central area. Michael stops at 2 side rooms on the ship and tells Chin-hung and Zana these quarters are theirs, right beside where he and Ordo stay. The arrangement is obviously special treatment, giving the 2 of them more safety, convenience, and a chance to stay close to the men in charge. After Chin-hung and Zana agree, Michael and Ordo head off again because the ship is about to depart, and they still have too much work to handle. Left alone, Chin-hung asks Zana which room she wants, and she calmly picks the one on the left. Chin-hung turns to his own room, but Zana stops him in a small voice and invites him inside to chat. Chin-hung understands exactly what she means, but he gently puts her off and says he will come by later because he has things to ask her too. Zana hides her disappointment, says she will wait for him, and Chin-hung closes his cabin door with a hard clack. Inside his room, Chin-hung dryly notes how precocious sorcerer family children seem to be, especially a girl only around his current age. He still does not take Zana too seriously, because with his older mind he has little interest in flirting and knows her family background is weaker than his current value. Instead, Chin-hung thinks about the aptitude he showed and expects the academy might nurture him heavily or even attract a true sorcerer as a master. With that in mind, he sits down and starts meditating, sticking to cultivation no matter where he is. He keeps that routine for the whole voyage, barely leaving his room except to eat, until a month slips by. 1 month later, Michael stands at the front of the ship and announces that they have reached Yahello City, a resting point before the Black Forest. The students immediately brighten, because after so long at sea the endless water has gone from exciting to miserable. Ordo cuts through the excitement with a cold warning to pack fast, threatening to throw late students overboard to feed the fish. No one doubts him, because everyone remembers the unlucky student Ordo had skinned alive and hung off the ship until he became a skeleton. Shaken, the other students rush to pack, while Chin-hung and Zana stay calm because they already prepared earlier. Half an hour later, the ship closes in on land, and soon Michael and Ordo lead the students off into Yahello City. Yahello City feels unlike anywhere Chin-hung has seen, with ordinary people, sorcerers, and outlanders all sharing the same prosperous streets. What catches Chin-hung most are the black fur people in the street, because he recognizes them from an earlier life, and there are many more here than expected. Some of those black fur people are even wearing sorcerer robes and giving off strong mental pressure, so Michael explains they are black fur sorcerer apprentices here to buy goods. When Chin-hung asks what they are buying, Michael reveals that Yahello City is the biggest slave market in the region. Michael adds that the city even sells unusual slaves like elves, and that finally makes Chin-hung visibly surprised. Chin-hung knows elves were once a powerful long-lived race with great sorcerer talent, so hearing they are sold here is unsettling even if he accepts that hidden races can still be caught. Michael speaks about it even more bluntly, telling the students they will need slaves for future experiments, and Yahello City is a cheap place to buy subjects. After that, the group reaches a hunter's house branch in Yahello City and rests there for the night. The next day they leave Yahello City again, and after several more days on the road they finally arrive at Hunter's house itself. What rises ahead is a huge forest of black buildings, gloomy enough that Chin-hung immediately starts looking around in wary silence. With his sharp mental energy, Chin-hung can actually sense the academy's hidden mental impurities, like countless miserable voices crying out through the place. The oppressive atmosphere reminds him of Griffin Doyle's castle, and he realizes a place like this could easily shape the kind of person Griffin became. Michael keeps everyone moving carefully, because Hunter's house is packed with formations and traps that could kill an outsider almost immediately. At last they stop before a large gate watched by black crows with crimson eyes that stare at everyone like the dead. When the gate opens, a pale black-robed elder named Langer appears and immediately remarks that Michael and Ordo did not bring back many students this time. Michael explains that academy competition made recruitment harder, but he quickly adds that they found 2 students with unusually strong aptitude. When Ordo says one of them has level 4 talent, Langer finally perks up, because that one promising recruit matters more to him than a crowd of useless trash. Asked who it is, Ordo motions Chin-hung forward, making him the only student singled out at the gate. Langer studies Chin-hung, introduces himself as the apprentice in charge of the gate, and tells him to come through him if he ever wants to leave. Chin-hung thanks him politely, and after that Langer goes back to talking with Michael and Ordo as if the rest of the students barely exist. That blunt difference in treatment confirms what Chin-hung already expected. In this place, talent decides how visible you are. He is not upset by that at all, because spending points to improve his aptitude was exactly how he planned to avoid being ignored. Once inside, the new arrivals are assigned to classes, and Chin-hung and Zana end up in a group of around 20 from their route inside a larger class of 50 to 60. The academy makes it clear this is only the beginning, because later everyone will be reshuffled again based on how well they progress. The next morning, Chin-hung arrives early to the classroom and finds it bright, sparse, and almost empty. He had planned to learn a little from his classmates, but the few students already inside barely glance at him before returning to their own work. That cold silence surprises him, because sorcerer students here are far less social than anyone he met in other places. With no one to talk to, Chin-hung opens the academy books he just received and starts studying instead. The pile is heavy with basic meditation, elemental particle gathering, and other foundation texts, and Chin-hung already knows memorizing all of it will take real effort. He also knows there is a shortcut of paying someone to force knowledge directly into the mind, but that is expensive and dangerous enough to leave people mentally crippled. Fortunately, his powerful mental energy gives him an excellent memory, so material that would crush other beginners is much easier for him to absorb. As more students file in and silently revise for class, Chin-hung keeps moving through the basics faster than the others with the help of his old experience and stronger mind. When Zana arrives and spots him, her face immediately brightens and she hurries over to sit beside him. The student beside Chin-hung gives up the seat at once, a quiet reminder that Zana's family, talent, and status still put her above most people here. Chin-hung realizes that Zana is only soft around him, because among the students the academy's rank-based etiquette is already shaping every interaction. Whispers start behind them, and the attention on Chin-hung changes as more students realize someone like Zana treats him with obvious respect. Soon the students nearest him are subtly pulling back and looking at Chin-hung more carefully, and he can feel that small shift in power settle around him. Chin-hung accepts the change without fuss, because even unfamiliar respect is still a useful kind of power in a place like this. Then their teacher arrives, a skinny gray-robed man named Durley who looks half asleep even before the lesson begins. Durley gives a bare introduction, says he will handle their classes for the month, and starts the very first lesson with the origin of runes. But Chin-hung quickly frowns, because Durley is not really teaching so much as lifelessly reading the textbook aloud. As the dull lecture drags on, Chin-hung realizes why apprentice-run sorcerer academies would produce teachers with weak skills and even worse classroom sense. That makes the rules of this place brutally clear. With complicated knowledge and weak instruction, only students who are smart and disciplined enough to self-study will keep up. When the bell rings, Durley simply cuts the lesson off, tells them to self-study the rest, and walks out without a trace of concern. The class breaks into pained complaints the moment he leaves, because he spoke too fast and barely anyone feels they actually followed the material. Zana leans toward Chin-hung and asks in a low voice whether he really understood all of that. Chin-hung calmly says he understood most of it, and the rest is not a problem, which leaves Zana staring at him with open admiration. Seeing her pages crammed with notes, Chin-hung realizes just how much harder the same lesson was for everyone else. So Chin-hung offers to tutor her, but says it will not be free because his time has value. Zana agrees at once and asks for the price, and Chin-hung sets it at 1 magic stone for 3 sessions because he is testing whether this idea can work. A nearby student named Mahler jumps in immediately, asking to join the tutoring too. Chin-hung instantly turns it into a small deal of his own, promising Mahler a free spot if he brings 5 more paying students. Mahler gladly takes the bargain and rushes off at once to recruit people. Zana does not bother with discounts or favors at all and simply takes out a magic stone on the spot. Chin-hung accepts it just as directly, because among sorcerers this kind of clear exchange is perfectly normal. Since the academy only offers a few classes each day, Chin-hung wastes no time and starts tutoring that very afternoon. The first session draws only around 10 students, but Mahler really did bring 5 people to earn his free place. What surprises Chin-hung even more is that some students from the previous batch also show up, proof that plenty of people are already falling behind in the basics. After borrowing the classroom through Michael, Chin-hung steps up to the lectern and begins explaining the material in his own way. The students feel the difference almost immediately, because Chin-hung makes the same dry basics easier to follow, more detailed, and actually worth listening to. Standing at the lectern, Chin-hung teaches so clearly and patiently that the whole classroom finally settles into a focused, lively mood. What wins them over is not just his knowledge but the way he teaches from a student's perspective, unlike Durley's distant rough explanations. When the lesson ends, Chin-hung even promises to repeat the material tomorrow so anyone still confused can come again. The students feel the gap between them all over again, because someone who enrolled beside them is already teaching better than their actual instructor. Seeing that hit them hard, Chin-hung gently explains that he grew up beside a third-rank apprentice grandfather, so his starting point was never the same as theirs. After that, Chin-hung throws himself into more tutoring, earning extra magic stones while quietly building goodwill all across the academy. 3 months later, Chin-hung sits alone on his bed in deep meditation, sensing the hidden elemental particles drifting through the room. Using his unusually strong mental energy, he guides those particles into his body as part of the final preparation to refine magic power. A sudden wave of searing heat spreads through him, and Chin-hung opens his eyes with a small satisfied smile because he knows he has broken through. After 3 months of work, he has finally condensed his first strand of magic power and stepped into the rank of first-rank apprentice. Even if it is only about half a coup, Chin-hung knows that having magic power at all changes everything, from his strength to the treatment the academy gives him. He leaves his room at once, because this new status will also make his side job as a tutor much more valuable. At the examination hall, a black-robed student points him toward the first-rank apprentice test. Before Chin-hung can go, the student stops him and realizes he is Ed Doyle. The young tutor people have already started praising around the academy. He admits a friend recommended Chin-hung's lessons and eagerly asks whether Chin-hung can also teach material classes. Chin-hung smoothly turns the encounter into business, offering a trial lesson before the student decides whether to pay. After eagerly asking for the time, place, and lesson contents, the student finally lets Chin-hung go take the exam. The actual test is simple, and because Chin-hung already has magic power, he passes without any trouble. Soon he walks out with a first-rank apprentice robe and a black insignia, pleased because status itself is a kind of power here. Back in his room, Chin-hung counts his funds and decides that even after months of spending on potions and classes, 73 magic stones should be enough for what he wants next. By now he has raced through rune and sorcerer formation classes so fast that the academy already treats him like a rising genius. With enough understanding finally in place, Chin-hung heads to the academy square to start gathering the materials he needs. Using the contacts he made through teaching, he is guided to a stall run by a rough-looking middle-aged apprentice named Jarman. Jarman turns out to be a rare mix of knight and apprentice, the kind of man who raids dangerous places for materials and sells them back at the academy. When Chin-hung asks what he has left, Jarman starts listing off practical crafting materials like magic iron metal and solar wolf fangs. Chin-hung buys a bit of everything for 3 magic stones, grabbing a cheap but useful batch for experimentation. Back in his room, Chin-hung inspects the magic iron metal and confirms it really can be altered once magic power starts flowing through it. That makes him think bigger. If he could build a formation that stores magic power, he could make the nurturing process far more efficient. He realizes the hunter's house has no answer for that yet, but a similar rune formation existed in the Azure Heaven realm, which means this gap could become his future advantage. Still, he knows better than to reveal too much too soon, so for now he settles on a safer shortcut and decides to hire other apprentices to do the slow infusing step. Using the network he built through tutoring, Chin-hung pays several apprentices 1 magic stone each and has witnessed contracts signed so they will infuse the metal for him. Zana cannot understand why he is wasting money on something he could do himself, but Chin-hung simply smiles because he is buying time, not saving stones. Later in a rune class, Chin-hung answers so brilliantly that even the teacher openly calls him the most gifted rune student he has ever seen. The teacher even invites him to work together on future experiments, a sign that Chin-hung is no longer being treated like an ordinary student. The other students can only watch with mixed awe and frustration, because in just 2 months he has jumped from beginner to someone who can discuss hard problems with true sorcerers. Some of them start whispering about going to Chin-hung's private lessons too, which is exactly the kind of influence he has been building. Once class ends, Chin-hung heads straight to a laboratory he got access to through Michael's permission. Inside the lab, he lays out the magic iron metal that other apprentices have spent 2 months infusing, and now each piece has become a true magic item base. For his first attempt, Chin-hung decides to engrave the mental intimidation spell into one item because it is stable enough to be safer to work with. He has not focused on learning combat spells since entering the academy, but this old skill is already familiar enough for him to use as a test case. Then the real work begins as Chin-hung carefully engraves symbols and diagrams onto the metal with a thin needle and special materials. He spends half a day stabilizing the spell framework with both magic power and mental energy before finally lifting his head in relief. What emerges is a circular insignia with a beautiful pattern on it, his first completed item carrying the framework of mental intimidation. Chin-hung immediately sees its limits. It is not a true magic tool, it wears down with use, and only sorcerers with enough magic power and mental energy can activate it. Even so, he knows this crude insignia is still impressive, because it lets apprentices use a spell they normally would never be able to cast. He estimates it should sell for at least 20 magic stones, enough to prove the returns on his half-day of work are excellent. But instead of rushing to mass-produce them, Chin-hung decides the real goal is to cut the production time even further. So for the next few days he barely leaves the lab, running test after test with the academy's equipment. When he finally comes out, he takes the results straight to the student market and sets up a small stall of his own. At first people hesitate, but once they realize what those items can do, Chin-hung's stock sells out fast. Chin-hung's handmade insignias turn into a frenzy at the market, and the young apprentice quietly proves his work is valuable enough to become a small family's heirloom. He raises the price from 20 to 30 magic stones, but the demand still crushes the supply, and in half a day he walks away about 200 magic stones richer. The money matters, but Chin-hung is even more satisfied that his name has spread across the academy as a real genius in magic tool creation. The next morning, that fame reaches the top when Chin-hung is summoned into a dark laboratory packed with rare equipment for a live demonstration. 2 true sorcerers watch from the side, and even they are stunned by how naturally he handles the process. Ariel bluntly compares him to Charlie at the same age, and Charlie can only admit he was nowhere near this level back then. When Chin-hung finishes the insignia and presents it, Charlie and Ariel are no longer just impressed by the result, but by the method he used to make it. Chin-hung keeps his face steady, but inside he is startled that a simple plan to earn money and build his name has drawn the attention of true sorcerers this fast. He stays composed because he knows the technique he showed still belongs to this world's logic, so watching him should not expose anything dangerous. Charlie starts pressing him with serious questions about his rune engraving method, especially the unusual way he builds the magic skill framework. Chin-hung answers every key question smoothly, and Charlie becomes more convinced that this is not memorized theory but real understanding. Delighted by that talent, Charlie suddenly asks the question that changes everything. Will Chunhung become his student? The offer catches Chunhung off guard, but he accepts at once, knowing there is no better teacher for magic tools in the academy. After Chunhung leaves, Ariel tells Charlie this pairing is perfect, and even Charlie's modest reply cannot hide how excited he is. Outside, Chunhung finally lets himself think about what just happened and remembers how careful he had to be around true sorcerers who can read mental ripples and even damage minds for memories. That caution makes the result even better, because Charlie looks like a rare teacher who is powerful, useful, and not likely to turn his students into lab materials. He knows the sorcerer world is ruthless, where lower ranks have little protection, so finding a direct teacher who is not monstrous is a real advantage. Even with his steady growth, Chunhung realizes his meditation is still lagging behind his ambitions, and he decides it is time to focus harder on building magic power. With his reputation secure and Charlie backing him, Chunhung settles into a steady routine of classes, teaching rune lessons, and refining magic items over the next 2 years. Charlie's choice of disciple keeps stirring the academy, and the students who entered with Chunhung can only watch in disbelief at how far ahead he has pulled. Chunhung does not slow down after that. He keeps attending class, teaching rune lessons, and selling magic items, and his lectures become so good that even some third-rank apprentices sneak in to listen. 2 years pass, and in Charlie's tower laboratory Chunhung is no longer a promising newcomer but a skilled assistant building a refined new item by hand. Charlie watches with open pride as Chunhung shows he has improved minor barrier itself, making the spell stable enough to engrave onto the material. When Chunhung stays modest, Charlie laughs and tells him sorcerers do not need that kind of excessive humility. Then Charlie turns serious and asks about Chunhung's preparations for the trip he is about to make outside the academy. Chunhung says he is nearly ready to leave tomorrow, and Charlie agrees that getting out of the academy for a while will do him good. Before Chunhung goes, Charlie pulls out a beautiful violet ring and warns him to be careful, because the sorcerer world is never as calm as it looks. Charlie explains it is a ring of protection, a demi-magic tool with a real barrier spell inside, strong enough to save Chunhung's life in a crisis. Chunhung is genuinely moved because he knows Charlie is understating the gift, and a demi-magic tool like this is far from trivial. Charlie insists on it anyway, saying Chunhung's future is too bright to lose to some random accident, and Chunhung accepts the ring with deep respect. After Charlie leaves for his own work, Chunhung looks at the ring and realizes his effort over the last 2 years has truly earned his teacher's trust. That trust makes sense, because in 2 years Chunhung has absorbed roughly half of Charlie's knowledge and become useful enough to contribute real solutions in experiments. By now, everyone in the Hunter's house knows Chunhung as its most outstanding student and a future master of magic tool creation. The next day he finally leaves the academy, but he does not travel alone and brings a hired escort with him for safety. Even after 2 years of training and awakening his life seed into a knight, Chunhung knows that is still nowhere near enough against real sorcerers. So he spends magic stones to hire people he actually trusts, including third-rank apprentices Michael and Ormando, giving the group real combat weight. At the gate, the old guard Langer spots Chunhung and greets him warmly, already curious about a trip with this many people. Chunhung tells Langer he is heading to the Lost Forest, where an elven historical remnant has appeared, hoping it may hold useful clues about ancient magic tools. Langer wishes him luck, and the easy goodwill between them shows how thoroughly Chunhung has won over the academy through his lessons, reputation, and useful magic items. Once they are on the road, Chunhung admits to himself that the official reason for this trip is only half true. If he only wanted ancient elf techniques or tools, he could have paid others to fetch them, so the real reason has to be something more personal. That hidden reason is the fortune mark, because when Chunhung used it on this trip, it told him that leaving the academy for this remnant would bring him a benefit. Through that fate vision, the threads around Michael and the others twist into a vortex, confirming that this path should avoid danger and lead to some unknown opportunity instead. He still cannot tell what the opportunity actually is, only that the feeling grows clearer the closer they get, which is enough to keep him moving forward. Half a month later, after passing Hello City, the group reaches the edge of the Lost Forest, and Ordo estimates they are only a few days away now. Michael and Chunhung talk through the sparse intelligence they have, and the remnant still sounds like a relatively low-risk abandoned elven stronghold. Even so, Chunhung quietly suspects the place is hiding more than the reports say, because otherwise the fortune mark would not be pushing him this hard. The group presses on into a ravine, and just as the terrain tightens, Chunhung suddenly feels that something is wrong. He snaps toward the threat just as a golden arrow of condensed magic shoots straight at him from the distance. Ordo reacts instantly and throws up minor barrier around the group, barely intercepting the incoming strike. The barrier stops the arrow, but the hit still forces Ordo back a step and shatters the spell, proving the attacker is anything but ordinary. Seeing minor barrier broken in one strike, Chunhung frowns and realizes the ambush has already exceeded what they expected from this trip. Chunhung immediately realizes the glowing golden arrow is a sorcery he has never seen in the Hunter's house, which means this attacker comes from some unknown lineage or personal inheritance. Seeing the threat, The escort sorcerer steps in front and layers minor protection over his defenses because minor barrier alone will not stop that arrow. Another golden arrow tears in from deep in the forest, and the battlefield ripples from the force before it even lands. Chunheng grips his sword and quietly prepares to fight, confident that as a peak second-rank apprentice with knight strength, he can stand with a third-rank apprentice if he has to. As the attack drags on, Chunheng notices something unsettling. The golden arrows keep hammering the two escorts while everyone else is being deliberately spared. That strange targeting makes no sense to him, and Chunheng starts wondering if this is not a killing strike at all but some plan with a very specific target. Michael blocks another arrow head-on, but the violent clash throws him backward and leaves him grimly aware that defending like this will drain them dry. Before the escorts can recover, agile attackers burst from the thickets and a storm of ordinary arrows pours out, turning the ambush into a layered trap. At the critical moment, Chunheng activates the insignia in his hand and throws up his own minor barrier to stop the arrow rain. The escorts barely get a breath of relief before a new blur rockets out of the forest and smashes straight through their line. Only then does Chunheng understand the truth. The attacker was always coming for him. The assailant uses a draining magic skill in a single instant, and Chunheng's body goes limp before he can react. By the time the blur vanishes, the battlefield falls quiet and Chunheng is simply gone. Shaken by how easily the kidnapper overpowered them, the escorts first assume a true sorcerer must have taken Chunheng. With no better option, the two escorts decide to return to the hunter's house and report the disaster before the academy hears it another way. Elsewhere, the kidnapper finally stops by a lonely lakeside, and her appearance reveals she is a young half-elf. At the lakeside, the half-elf woman hears her unseen teacher tell her she can put Chunheng down now. When the half-elf asks if this captive can really help, the unseen voice explains they need someone skilled in magic tools and runes to open sealed mausoleum doors. The unseen voice reveals their real targets had been true sorcerers like Charlie, but since those people could not be controlled, they settled on Charlie's gifted student instead. To lure Chunheng here, they had even fed the hunter's house the remnant's location and rumors of magic tools, and the trap worked exactly as planned. After a long while, Chunheng wakes up on the ground and finds himself staring at the young woman who captured him. Even before she answers, Chunheng spots her gray silver hair and pointed ears and realizes she is not an elf but the much rarer thing, a half-elf. Yana is mildly surprised that he woke so quickly and remarks that his body is much stronger than she expected. As the lingering spell leaves him heavy and weak, Chunheng tries to identify what kind of fatigue magic she used and why she went to such trouble to capture him. He quickly rules out the easiest answer too, because a half-elf using strange magic does not fit any normal academy enemy he knows. Yana tells him not to struggle, says the spell will keep him down for another half hour, and asks him to rest instead. Chunheng ignores the soft tone and presses for the truth, demanding to know why she abducted him. Yana finally gives him a promise. She does not intend to hurt him, she only needs his help with something, and if he cooperates she will let him go with compensation. When Chunheng guesses that she wants help opening a historical remnant, Yana's brief smile tells him he guessed right. Instead of explaining more, Yana fetches supplies, lights a fire, and starts cooking as if this were an ordinary travel stop. Left to think while Yana cooks nearby, Chunheng checks the fortune mark and realizes the reason he walked into this trap is simple. This situation does not count as real danger for him. When he opens his eyes with the mark active, he sees golden fortune gathered around Yana and understands that she is one of fate's favored people. That sight lets Chunheng piece it together, and he realizes Yana's awakening fortune is why everything has been tilting in her favor, including this clean kidnapping. Soon the draining spell fades, but the moment Chunheng tries to use magic again, he finds a second restraint still lodged inside him and blocking his power. Yana casually reveals that she carved runes into his body while he was unconscious, and tells him to try breaking them if he can. Chunheng immediately understands this is a test, and once the fortune mark shows no lethal risk, he decides the smartest move is to solve the runes fast and prove exactly how useful he is. Yana settles in as if this will take a while, expecting Chunheng to need at least half a day, because the talented apprentices they caught before all took that long to break free. Instead, before Yana even finishes eating, Chunheng rises on his own and casually announces that he is done. His speed stuns Yana on the spot, because Chunheng has just shown runes skill far beyond what any ordinary apprentice should have. Chunheng presses the point with a calm little smile, asking how he did now that he has proved his worth. After seeing how quickly Chunheng broke the seal, the half-elf tells him to come help with the real task and promises proper compensation if he performs this well again. When Chunheng asks what compensation she means, the half-elf answers by conjuring a golden sword made of magic power, the same kind of technique used in the ambush. She says the golden sword is part of an ancient summoning legacy, and Chunheng immediately admits he wants to learn it. The half-elf offers to teach Chunheng part of the technique on the road and promises the full legacy if he really helps, so he agrees on the spot. After eating together, Chunheng leaves the lakeside with the half-elf as her uneasy helper, no longer a helpless captive but far from trusting her. Back at the hunter's house, Charlie hears the report that his prized student Ed has been kidnapped, and his fury turns the whole hall cold. Michael barely starts explaining before Charlie shuts down every excuse and demands to know who dared kidnap his student. A woman in red robes steps in to cool Charlie down, reminding him they need to reconstruct the attack before they can strike back. Because Ed is a rare genius expected to become a true sorcerer, and even surpass Charlie in magic tool creation, the whole room treats his kidnapping as an insult to Hunter's house itself. The red-robed sorcerer activates a crystal and has the two escorts feed in mental energy so the ambush can be reconstructed for Charlie. As the reconstructed ambush plays inside the crystal, Charlie concludes the kidnapper was not a true sorcerer, but an unusually strong third-rank apprentice close to that level. The red-robed sorcerer says the kidnapper's techniques look more like summoning magic than anything from the nearby academies, which makes Ed's abduction even harder to explain. Then a new report arrives with a bigger warning. Ed's kidnapping was not an isolated strike, because similar abductions have happened in other academy territories too. At the academy, Ariel learns the kidnapper has been targeting students gifted in magic tool crafting and runes. A sorcerer projects the suspect's image, revealing a cold-faced half-elf young woman. Charlie explodes in rage and vows to capture the half-elf for daring to touch his student Ed. Ariel stays calm and points out the stranger herself is suspicious, because a third-rank half-elf sorcerer should not have appeared in this region out of nowhere. As Ariel thinks it through, the deeper problem becomes clear. This region barely has any elves at all, and a powerful half-elf like this should be almost impossible. She reassures Charlie that the previous kidnapped geniuses were all returned alive, so Ed is likely still safe for now. Charlie refuses to trust the kidnapper's mercy and warns that hesitation could cost them their chance to save Ed. Ariel agrees they must strike back, but she insists they move carefully so the kidnapper does not panic and harm Ed. Her plan is to issue a public bounty like the other academies did, while secretly keeping the real rescue small and hidden. She decides the true rescue team will be just her and Charlie, backed by sorceress tracking and information from other academies. With the plan settled, the two of them leave at once to begin the search. Elsewhere, Yana brings Chinhung to an ordinary-looking cliff and tells him the hidden entrance is somewhere inside it. Chinhung tests the cliff by hand and immediately realizes the surface feels wrong, more like bark than stone. Once he studies it carefully, hidden runes start revealing themselves through old traces in the wall. Yana produces a full set of rune tools, and Chinhung realizes she came prepared because earlier captives had already tried this before him. Before he starts, Chinhung quietly reminds Yana to keep her promise. He gets to work at high speed, moving through the rune problem while Yana watches from the side. Watching Chinhung work, Yana is visibly impressed, and the elder voice in her mind agrees he is far beyond the other apprentices they captured. Yana even notes that Chinhung learns magic skills absurdly fast, held back only by raw magic power. As the day fades, Yana looks on with a trace of regret while the elder voice laments that this isolated region will trap a talent like Chinhung below his true potential. Yana silently agrees, remembering that she came from a far more advanced place where local sorcerers here seem crude and weak by comparison. By the time night falls, Chinhung stops and confidently says he can finish opening the entrance within 5 days. Yana keeps her word that night and begins teaching him the advanced magical knowledge she promised in exchange. As he absorbs the lesson, Chinhung realizes Yana's system of knowledge is far deeper than anything he has seen at the hunter's house. That only makes Yana's identity stranger to him, so he decides to stop guessing and learn everything he can from her instead. 5 days later, Chinhung activates the final rune and a pair of formless doors appears in the cliff. Yana is genuinely stunned that he succeeded, because without him they would have been forced to risk abducting a true sorcerer next. Satisfied, Yana steps through the light and disappears into the ancient remnant without waiting for him. Left alone outside, Chinhung hesitates because their deal says he can leave now, but something feels unfinished. The fortune mark inside him starts reacting strangely, and that push finally makes Chinhung choose to go in. He steps through the door and is pulled into a new space in a blink of light. On the other side, he arrives in a cold, damp underground chamber where Yana is already studying another room-covered wall. Yana turns in surprise when she sees him, but instead of rejecting him, she admits his help is still useful in here. She reveals this place is an ancient elf king's tomb that only allows in those tied to elves or friendly toward them. That means Chinhung's successful entry marks him as special, even in Yana's eyes. Chinhung cannot fully explain it himself, but he suspects his ordinary lack of hatred for elves may have been enough to pass the tomb's test. Yana's attitude eases further, and she tells him he can examine the treasure here for himself if he has the ability to understand it. When Chinhung looks closely, he sees the wall is not ordinary stone at all but a huge sacred material radiating moon-like light that soothes the soul. Yana names it Moon God Stone, a precious material once reserved for pure-blooded moon elves and thought extinct where she came from. She then confirms the owner of this tomb was a dead moon elf king, one of the highest figures in the old sorcerer world. That revelation makes Chinhung even more certain Yana's background is far from ordinary. Putting his questions aside, Chinhung turns to the ancient elven text and starts reading what is carved into the wall. He quickly realizes the wall records a high-level meditation technique called moon god worship. Yana explains that high-level techniques have mostly vanished from this region, but this one is meant only for elves. Chinhung is disappointed for a moment, but he does not let it shake him for long. Seeing him allowed inside the tomb, Yana takes it as proof that he truly bears no ill will toward elves. On that basis, she offers him a new deal, advanced skills and knowledge in exchange for a favor. Chen-hung stays cautious and asks what exactly she wants from him. Yana finally reveals the favor. After she leaves this region, she wants Chen-hung to look after the few elves still struggling here. To her, the local elves are weak, cornered, and now in even more danger because her own kidnappings have likely drawn powerful human academies toward them. Inside the tomb, Chen-hung realizes why Yana wants a deal. After offending so many academies, she plans to leave, and the local elves will be the ones left to face human revenge. Yana is betting on Chen-hung's future talent and asks him to protect the elves if he can, and Chen-hung quietly agrees without overpromising anything. With the agreement made, Yana takes out a golden legacy stone and hands it over, saying everything he needs is recorded inside. After that, the two stop talking and focus on the rune-covered wall as the tomb begins to react around them. The Moon God Stone's knowledge slams straight into Chen-hung's mind, and the force of that high-level meditation technique nearly makes his head burst. When the pressure finally eases, Chen-hung understands he has just gained something priceless, and the thought leaves him deeply satisfied. Looking over, Chen-hung finds Yana standing before the altar, already preparing to leave this region behind. Yana confirms she is not from this area at all but from another sorcerer gathering place, and she came here specifically for the Moon Elf King's tomb. That answer sparks Chen-hung's curiosity, because the fog regions between sorcerer territories are supposed to be deadly even to stronger people than her. Yana explains she only made it here by chance through an ancient sorcerer formation, not by crossing the fog on her own strength. She adds that ancient sorcerers could even travel between worlds, so crossing regions was never the real miracle, but sadly this formation can only be used twice. Yana even says she would have liked to bring Chen-hung back to her homeland, believing his talent could let him surpass true sorcerers there too. When Chen-hung asks if she is leaving now, Yana answers yes and raises her hand to activate the altar. Silver light blooms across the altar and condenses into a teleportation door, with another place visible through its surface. Yana tells Chen-hung this door will send him back outside and reminds him not to forget their promise. Chen-hung steps toward the portal, then pauses for one last look at Yana as moonlike light falls over her silver-robed figure. With that final glance, Chen-hung walks through the silver door and vanishes from the tomb. After a moment of darkness, Chen-hung reappears back in the forest and realizes he has returned to the cliff where he entered. He quickly takes stock of his gains and knows this dangerous trip paid off far beyond what he expected. But when he checks the cliff more carefully, the runes in sorcerer formation are completely gone. That kills his hope of sneaking back inside for more treasures, and he can only leave with a little disappointment. Still, he has already earned too much to complain, so he turns away and starts the long trip out of the forest. Once Yana's suppression is gone, Chen-hung's magic works again, making the journey much easier as he heads towards civilization. After reaching a city, the first thing he does is replace his filthy torn clothes and finally get proper rest. He then tracks down a map, finds Yahello City's location, and works out a route back to the hunter's house. Half a month later, Chen-hung finally arrives in Yahello City, but the place feels tense the moment he enters. Seeing people hurrying everywhere, Chen-hung immediately senses something serious has changed while he was gone. He slips into an alley to ask around, and a young apprentice tells him Mogao Academy struck first in the west, touching off a broader war. The apprentice explains that once the sorcerer academies started fighting, their mortal kingdoms followed, and the whole region was dragged into chaos. When he asks what else happened, Chen-hung learns Yana's kidnappings are now common news, and the hunter's house even offered a magic tool reward for rescuing Ed Doyle. Hearing that Charlie even put up a real magic tool, Chen-hung realizes just how seriously the hunter's house treated his disappearance. After asking a few more questions, Chen-hung pays the apprentice with a magic stone and lets him go. Left alone again, Chen-hung sorts through the news and decides the Northern War is dangerous but still far enough away that he can focus on getting back first. He stays in Yahello City a few days to gather more information, then catches a ride and heads for the hunter's house. At the hunter's house gate, Langer spots him and blurts out his relief that Chen-hung made it back alive. Langer tells him Ordo and Michael are still in the Black Forest searching for him, because Charlie nearly vented his fury on them after they returned without Chen-hung. Chen-hung understands exactly how cruel sorcerer rules can be, and he knows Ordo and Michael were lucky just to survive Charlie's anger. Even so, he puts on a sincere face and asks Langer to apologize to them for the trouble he caused. Langer ends up comforting him instead, saying Ordo and Michael will just be happy to hear he returned safely. Before they can say more, Charlie comes hurrying over in black robes, visibly shaken by worry and relief. The moment Charlie reaches him, he pulls Chen-hung into a fierce hug and makes it plain how desperately he had wanted his student back. Charlie cuts off any apology and says Chen-hung's safe return is all that matters to him. Then Charlie's fury flares again, and he demands to know where the half-elf who kidnapped Chen-hung has gone. Chen-hung tells him Yana has already left, which stops Charlie cold for a second. Ariel arrives right after that and presses Chen-hung to explain what he means. They move into a hall, and Chen-hung explains most of what happened, except the part about entering the Moon Elf King's tomb. Ariel confirms the big reveal. Yana was not a local wanderer at all, but an apprentice from another sorcerer gathering place. Instead of doubting him, Charlie and Ariel immediately understand how valuable Yana's origin was, and both regret that she escaped. To show his worth without exposing his biggest secret, Chen-hung offers them some of the foreign magic skill frameworks Yana taught him. The two true sorcerers quickly realize these frameworks are genuinely different and useful, and their disappointment turns into delight. Pleased by what he brought back, Ariel and Charlie tell Chen-hung to name his reward. Chen-hung does not waste the chance and asks for access to valuable restricted information inside the hunter's house. Ariel grants that request, and both sides leave the exchange satisfied. Before leaving, Chen-hung asks about Mogao Academy, and Ariel confirms the war is already far bloodier than many expected. She warns that kingdoms have already fallen in the northwest, but reassures him that the hunter's house should stay safe for now. With the report finished, Chen-hung leaves the hall and his life at the academy begins settling back into place. News of his return spreads through the hunter's house, and the tense mood around him finally starts to ease. Ordo and Michael are called back from the Black Forest, ending the dangerous search that started because of his disappearance. In the month that follows, Chen-hung returns to his usual training, but now he has far more to study after everything he gained in the tomb. Early that morning, Chen-hung finally shaped his magic into a solid golden sword and knew Yana's ancient weapon summoning method had worked. He understood this path was completely different from the hunter's house system, because the legacy stone had given him ancient frameworks for summoning weapons instead of creatures. To test it properly, Chen-hung sent the golden sword flying at a heavily protected dummy instead of trusting first impressions. His first barrier flared up in front of the dummy, but the sword punched through it without stopping. The attack kept going and even broke through the black magic iron armor covering the dummy. When the magic settled, Chen-hung checked the damage and confirmed the spell had real killing power, even if it only caused light wounds after crossing multiple defenses. He coolly judged the spell's strength and weakness at once, excellent piercing power, but still not reliable enough to hit vital points in a real fight. He had not neglected meditation either, and the moon god worship from the Moon Elf King's tomb was now his next major focus. The technique was badly matched to a human body, but even with that handicap it still worked better than his old meditation method. That small advantage was enough for Chen-hung to start trying something far harder, modifying part of the moon god worship into a version humans could actually use. When he stepped outside, the academy already felt uneasy, with students moving around in tense clusters and the war hanging over everything. Chen-hung knew why so many were leaving, because ordinary students had no powerful teacher, no protection, and no reason to wait around for danger. He made the opposite choice for now, trusting Charlie's information that the war had not reached this area and knowing the academy would protect a talent like him. At the marketplace, wartime panic had twisted prices so badly that Chen-hung could buy materials cheaply while combat supplies soared out of reach. He took full advantage, buying cheap materials and earning even more as his crafted magic items became suddenly more valuable. His teaching income dipped as students vanished, but the profits from his item making more than made up for it, so he barely cared. 2 more months passed, and the war only got uglier as rumors spread that even true sorcerers had died. That news sent even more students fleeing, but Chen-hung still stayed in the hunter's house and carried on with his experiments, as if the storm were still far away. Then a Doyle family messenger came to see him and delivered the first alarming news from home, enough to make Chen-hung stop his research at once. The man told him Griffin's body was failing so badly that the old family pillar was now bedridden. It was not an assassination at all, but the backlash of Griffin's old body modifications and lifespan-extending experiments finally catching up with him. Chen-hung immediately understood the danger. If Griffin fell, the Doyle family could lose the power holding everything together. He also knew why Griffin had sent for him, because returning as a true sorcerer's student might be exactly what the family needed to survive the shock. So Chen-hung gave his answer without dragging it out, and promised he would return soon. Even after deciding to leave, he still had to cut through a mess of responsibilities inside the academy before he could go. The most important notice went to Charlie, because Chen-hung had become an irreplaceable helper in the true sorcerer's experiments. Charlie surprised him by agreeing easily and even saying that leaving now was probably the smarter move. Then Charlie revealed the bigger change still hidden from most students. Ariel had already proposed closing the academy for a while. Because too many students had fled, the hunter's house no longer had enough apprentices to keep normal teaching and operations running. Chen-hung quickly saw the logic, because shutting down for a while was also a clean way to avoid being dragged deeper into the war. Charlie gave him one more warning: the official announcement would come in a month, so if Chen-hung needed anything, he had better prepare now. The moment he left Charlie's lab, Chen-hung headed straight for the marketplace to exploit the closing academy before everyone else did. The student market was already looking worn and thin, with fewer buyers, fewer voices, and everyone moving like time was running out. There he spotted Jarman again, still sitting behind his materials stall with the tired face of a man whose business had been gutted by the war. Jarman brightened the instant he saw Chen-hung, because a skilled buyer who could actually use these materials had become rare. Their exchange was easy by now, since Jarman already knew Chen-hung liked pre-prepared materials instead of wasting time enchanting them himself. When Chen-hung asked about business, Jarman admitted it was miserable, because almost no apprentices still wanted raw materials anymore. Chen-hung bought what he needed anyway, then asked what Jarman planned to do once the academy emptied out. Jarman said he would linger only until he sold the rest of his stock, then leave for somewhere safer and start over elsewhere. Before parting, the two exchanged contact methods, a small sign that Chen-hung saw Jarman as more than just another stall owner. With a pile of magic stones from selling his own items, Chen-hung stopped hoarding and began sweeping up anything the hunter's house had that might be hard to find later. He also raided the library for magic skill frameworks, not because he lacked techniques, but because losing academy access would close too many doors at once. After spending around half his fortune, he finally stopped and waited out the last few days in his room with everything important settled. When departure day came, Charlie personally walked him out of the academy, a gesture serious enough to make even the gate guards stare. After Charlie turned back, Langer could only marvel that the old true sorcerer cared this much about Chen-hung. Chen-hung asked about Langer's own future, and the answer was grimly practical. Someone still had to stay behind and guard the empty academy. Langer told him he would not be alone either, because Ordo and Michael were staying as well to watch over the formations and gates. Chen-hung wished him well and finally stepped beyond the gate, where a departure carriage was already waiting. Seeing other students leaving too, Chen-hung quietly felt how far the once lively hunter's house had already fallen into silence. He still reminded himself this was only temporary, because if peace returned, the academy could gather its students again. On the way out, a former student recognized him and warmly invited him to ride to the port together, and Chen-hung accepted. By the time they reached the port, the ship was already waiting and the crew confirmed it would sail the next day. Chen-hung settled into his room and spent the quiet time resting and meditating instead of worrying over the trip. Most of the passengers were fellow apprentices and their families, and among them Chen-hung unexpectedly ran into Zana. After 2 years, Zana had become a first-rank apprentice with solid magic power of her own, enough for Chen-hung to notice she was advancing quickly. Their reunion was cut short when loud shouting erupted outside and waves of magic power rolled over the ship from a nearby fight. Chen-hung immediately sensed that third-rank apprentices were clashing, which made the whole ship go grimly silent. When the fighting finally died down, a black-robed apprentice came aboard and explained that the Moke sect had suddenly attacked for no clear reason. That answer only made Chen-hung more thoughtful, because if even a small group like the Moke sect was moving, the war was spreading wider than before. None of that changed his course, and the next day the ship finally set sail with Chen-hung watching the port shrink behind him before he turned away. Chen-hung returns to the Doyle family castle, and the place still feels wrong, huge and imposing but soaked in negative energy screams, and the stain of Griffin's cruel research. Inside, the castle staff greet him with the same numb, gloomy manners the family lives under, and a black-robed steward quietly leads Chen-hung deeper in. The steward stops at Griffin's door, says the old lord is inside, and Chen-hung reaches for the room without hesitation. The moment Chen-hung enters, the room's reek of medicine and blood hits him hard enough to make him recoil. On the bed, Griffin looks pale as a corpse, and the twisted ripples around him make Chen-hung realize his mind has gone badly wrong. Looking closer, Chen-hung notices fresh dried blood and even bits of flesh around the room, and the ugly scene tells him Griffin has already torn people apart in these fits. Before he can think further, Griffin suddenly jolts upright with a bloodthirsty face and claws at Chen-hung like a mad beast. Chen-hung's prepared barrier flashes up, and Griffin's hand slams into the invisible shield instead of reaching him. When Griffin keeps struggling, Chen-hung simply grabs the old man's arm and forces it down, realizing even this much strength only proves how badly his mind has collapsed. Griffin can only snarl for Chen-hung to die, and the broken roar makes it obvious the family head has gone truly mad. Griffin lashes out again with his other hand, aiming straight for Chen-hung's chest as if he wants to rip his heart out. The second strike also crashes into the ring of protection's barrier, proving Chen-hung came prepared for a berserk sorcerer. Watching the failed attacks, Chen-hung judges the truth clearly. Griffin's mind is too unstable to properly remain a sorcerer anymore. With no quick answer in that room, Chen-hung steps back outside to question the steward instead. The steward anxiously asks if Chen-hung was hurt, and Chen-hung brushes it aside and asks when Griffin became like this. The steward explains that 4 months ago Griffin found valuable materials, started an experiment, collapsed, and ever since has attacked people whenever he wakes. Chen-hung orders guards posted at the room and says he will still try to pull Griffin back to normal, even if he does not sound very hopeful. He also asks about the outside situation, because if the other sorcerer families learn Griffin has fallen, the Doyle family will be in real danger. The steward says the news is still hidden for now, but that secrecy will not last forever, and both of them know enemies will move once Griffin's weakness is exposed. Chen-hung stays outwardly calm, because to him the family's mortal territory is expendable compared to the real problems sitting in Griffin's room. He pivots to the experiment itself, and asks to see the surviving test subjects Griffin had been using. When the test subjects are brought in, Chen-hung is surprised to find not monsters or rare specimens, but 2 terrified little girls. They look around 10 years old, scarred all over from Griffin's handling, and their fear alone says enough about what life in this castle has done to them. The steward quietly confirms they were Griffin's experiments, and the answer drags old ugly memories back for Chen-hung. Instead of frightening them further, Chen-hung gently asks their names. After trembling through the silence, the twins finally tell him they are Alier and Verador. Their story is simple and bleak. They came from elsewhere by ship, their farmer parents sold them, and Griffin bought them as slaves. With no special clue from them yet, Chen-Heng tells the butler to take the girls away and get them into proper clothes. Over the next several days, Chen-Heng throws himself into treating Griffin, testing medicine after medicine and using calming methods to force the old man's mind into some order. The treatment dulls Griffin's berserk fits a little, but he still will not wake up, and the chaos starts creeping back whenever Chen-Heng stops. Since he is not being pulled away by anything else, Chen-Heng decides to keep experimenting patiently instead of forcing a rushed answer. A few days later, his focus turns to a different project as he works over a stone slab engraved with a complex sorcerer formation. He places a red gem onto the formation, and the slab answers with a faint golden glow as stored magic power begins flowing through it. When the formation lights up, Chen-Heng finally smiles, because he has found a way to run a sorcerer talent test without using magic stones directly. His key insight is to store magic power inside a gem, then use that reserve as the formation's fuel instead of feeding it magic stones. That red crystal holds 2 years of saved magic power, including power gathered from others, enough to roughly match 50 magic stones. Since the formation is already running, Chen-Heng refuses to waste the chance and calls the Doyle family people in for testing. The family files in one by one, and Chen-Heng uses the slab to check them, turning his private experiment into a practical screening for sorcerer talent. Most of them show no talent at all, which is disappointing but not surprising in a sorcerer family stretched this thin. Only 2 family members show any sorcerer talent at all, and both are just level 1, far below what the Doyle family would need to replace Griffin. Even so, Chen-Heng counts that as worth something, because in this world even weak sorcerer talent can still change a person's fate, and the formation keeps glowing with time left to use. With the talent test formation still running and too expensive to waste, Chen-Heng decides to bring in more people and see if any hidden sorcerer talent turns up. He specifically asks for the twin girls now working in the castle, clearly suspecting they might be worth testing. The twins arrive in fresh servant robes with brooms in hand, looking far healthier than before but still nervous in front of Chen-Heng. Chen-Heng softens his voice and tells them not to be afraid, and that warmth is enough to get the twins moving. The twin girls step onto the slab together, and golden light blooms from the formation. The result shocks everyone. Both girls have level 2 sorcerer talent, proving Griffin did not choose them by accident. The room erupts in quiet disbelief because 2 slave girls showing sorcerer talent is rarer than anyone there expected. Chen-Heng calls the twins back to his side and calmly tells them this is good news, keeping them from panicking under all that attention. Watching the identical twins both awaken talent, Chen-Heng starts wondering if sorcerer aptitude is tied to bloodline after all. The rest of the people test as ordinary, which only reminds Chen-Heng how brutally rare sorcerer talent is outside bloodline families. When the formation finally goes dark and the red crystal is spent, Chen-Heng carefully packs away the valuable slab instead of wasting it. After the test, Chen-Heng takes in the twin girls and the 2 other talented people as his students, but his real goal is practical. He wants future apprentices who can feed magic power into his formations. A quiet stretch follows, and over 3 months Chen-Heng's 4 students finally begin meditation, while he keeps testing ways to steady Griffin's broken mind. In Griffin's bedroom, Chen-Heng realizes one thing finally works. The moon god energy from moon god worship can calm a twisted mind. He traces that effect back to moon god worship itself, a high-level meditation method that creates moon god energy instead of ordinary magic power. The more he studies it, the bigger the discovery becomes. Moon god energy can purify a sorcerer's mind, something every serious practitioner desperately needs. That immediately makes Chen-Heng think of the heaven-devouring scripture, because its biggest danger was always the mental corruption that came after devouring bloodlines. Once the idea clicks, Chen-Heng decides to test it for real and orders a death row prisoner brought to him from the castle cells. He confirms the prisoner is just an ordinary man with no special bloodline, making him a clean test subject. Then Chen-Heng activates his modified heaven-devouring scripture and starts drawing the prisoner's essence blood away, slower than the original technique but still lethal. By the time the process ends, the prisoner has collapsed into a dried corpse with all his essence devoured. Chen-Heng feels the heaven-devouring scripture work at once, because his body grows slightly stronger even from devouring an ordinary person. But the old danger is there too. His mind feels stained and disturbed, like new blemishes on something that used to stay clean. To test the second half of his theory, he immediately circulates moon god energy through himself, and tries to wash those impurities away. It works, and that quiet success gives Chen-Heng real excitement because moon god worship can reduce the heaven-devouring scripture's backlash. He also notices both powers reshape the body itself, with moon god energy helping purify and refine what the devouring technique leaves behind. Even so, Chen-Heng stays cautious and decides he still has to use the heaven-devouring scripture slowly, because moon god worship can cleanse the damage, but not endlessly. He keeps the corpse for later research, then leaves the room and steps back into the castle's cold, tainted atmosphere. To ordinary people the castle only feels creepy, but Chen-Heng can sense Griffin's lingering mental pollution everywhere, and starts thinking he should move out. Time passes quietly again, and Chin-heng stays on in the Doyle territory, teaching, experimenting, and keeping everything under control. 2 years later, Chin-heng tells his 4 students they have all finally produced magic power and reached first rank apprentice. Their delight only highlights how hard the process really was, and Chin-heng comes away with an even sharper respect for how much talent matters in sorcery. He ends the lesson and the students leave, while Chin-heng simply lets a few puppets come in to clean the messy classroom for him. Outside, the manor grounds are bright and peaceful, a clear contrast to the corrupted Doyle castle he deliberately left behind 2 years earlier. At the manor, the old butler meets Chin-heng with good news and says Griffin has been waking up from time to time. Chin-heng goes in to see for himself and, as usual, sends moon god energy into Griffin to steady his body and mind. This time the treatment stirs a direct response, and Griffin slowly opens his eyes instead of lying lost in madness. Griffin recognizes Chin-heng as Ed and bitterly admits his experiment failed, because forcing different mental energies into the body nearly shattered his own mind. When he learns Chin-heng spent resources to wake him, Griffin only feels guilty, and says those magic stones should have been used on Chin-heng instead of an old man near death. Chin-heng explains he sealed Griffin's magic power to prevent accidents, and Griffin stares at him as Chin-heng releases the formation and reveals he is already a third-rank apprentice. Chin-heng openly admits he sealed Griffin's power to prevent accidents, then casually releases the formation holding it down. That effortless display leaves Griffin shaken, and when he looks at Chin-heng in disbelief, Chin-heng finally confirms the truth. He is already a third-rank apprentice. Back in the Doyle family, Chin-heng quietly reaches third-rank apprentice, a step he could have taken even earlier if he had not been holding himself back. When Chin-heng tells Griffin the news, the old man is stunned before relief and pride finally hit him. Griffin beams with relief and says Ed may finally fulfill the Doyle family's long-held dream of producing a true sorcerer. Griffin estimates Chin-heng has at least a 70% chance to become a true sorcerer over the next decade, but Chin-heng privately finds that far from safe enough. As Griffin keeps talking excitedly, Chin-heng studies him and sees the truth beneath the good mood. His mind is steadier now, but his body is still near the end. Chin-heng knows Griffin only lasted this long by modifying his body, and in this state, another modification or a breakthrough attempt could both kill him. Still, Griffin waking up changes everything for Chin-heng, because now the Doyle family has another third-rank apprentice standing in public again. 2 months later, Griffin personally appears before another sorcerer family, and his sudden reappearance crushes all the rumors that the old patriarch had already died. But the Doyle family is no longer surviving on Griffin's name alone, because Chin-heng's magic items and his public status as a third-rank apprentice have already made the family hard to challenge. After 2 years of teaching, Chin-heng has also raised 4 apprentice students, giving the Doyle family 5 sorcerers even without counting Griffin. Later, as Chin-heng keeps meditating in his laboratory, Griffin admits his grandson's mental strength already feels close to a true sorcerer's level. Chin-heng stays cautious anyway, saying he still wants more certainty before taking the final step. Griffin lists all 3 breakthrough requirements, and Chin-heng already has every one of them: mental strength, rising magic power, and the huge life force of a knight with a life seed. Even so, Chin-heng answers that becoming a true sorcerer is only the beginning, not the finish line. Then Chin-heng shifts to his next project and asks how the preparations are going for a public talent test. Griffin grows uneasy when Chin-heng talks about testing outsiders, because from a family elder's view it sounds like wasting effort on people who are not truly Doyle. Chin-heng answers that the price is simple: anyone who tests positive must stay and join his side. He explains that family thinking is too narrow, and what he really needs is a larger organization that can gather sorcerers under one structure. Because his experiments have reached a bottleneck, and the Doyle family can provide too few gifted helpers, Chin-heng decides he needs many more sorcerers under his command. Griffin suddenly catches on and blurts out the bigger idea. Chin-heng is planning to found an academy of his own. The thought surprises Chin-heng too, but the more he considers it, the more building something like Hunter's House feels exactly right. He agrees on the spot that if possible, they should establish their own faction and turn it into an academy. That answer fires Griffin up completely, and he promises to handle the coming test without mistakes. Once the news spreads, families from all over the continent begin heading for Doyle territory, because a chance to test for sorcerer talent is far too rare to ignore. For this backward region, even a talent testing formation is precious knowledge, so Chin-heng's invitation pulls in everyone with hope to spare. Many days later, a stone slab stands in a large plaza as Chin-heng personally begins setting up the testing formation in full public view. The surrounding sorcerers watch in total silence, desperate to memorize every movement even though most of them could never reproduce a formation this complex. Chin-heng does not bother hiding anything, because he knows the gap in skill is so large that simply watching him is not enough to steal the method. Even Griffin keeps one eye on the guests, and one eye on Chin-heng's hands, trying not to miss a single detail himself. When the formation is finally complete, an old visiting sorcerer openly admits Chin-heng has already surpassed their whole generation in this field. Griffin admits it with a proud smile and a faint ache of defeat, because Chin-heng has already outgrown him in almost everything except raw magic power. Only families already friendly with the Doyles get in, and the real price is harsh. every visiting sorcerer must surrender half their magic power each day they stay. That draining fee is exactly what Chen Heng wants, because the old monster's magic power can refill his crystals and offset the huge cost of running the formation. Once the light spreads from the slab, Chen Heng announces the rule clearly: each family may test no more than 10 people. The families had already screened their best prospects in advance, sending those with unusually sharp minds and memories to maximize their odds. Then the actual testing begins, with candidate after candidate stepping up under the formation's glow. The results are still thin even among hand-picked family heirs, with only 3 talents found out of 50 tested. That low yield irritates Chen Heng, because if elite family candidates are this scarce, searching for future students the normal way will be far too slow. He realizes the real answer is not the sorcerer families at all, but the millions of ordinary mortals who have never had access to testing. From his view, mortal recruits would not only be more numerous, they would also be easier to keep loyal than established sorcerers with their own family backing. But one hard obstacle remains in the way of that dream: the current testing method is still too expensive to use on commoners at scale. So Chen Heng starts considering a second route as well, thinking he may be able to adapt the old night testing methods alongside sorcerer selection. As the plaza empties out, Chen Heng tells Griffin to take charge of the few who passed, because those new talents will stay behind and study under him as agreed. The families accept the deal, and by the end of the testing Chen Heng has 4 new students staying behind under him. Chen Heng is already looking further ahead, planning to turn future testing into a paid business once word of this successful session spreads. He also thinks about Hunter's house, but every report says the war there has only become more chaotic, so Chen Heng has no choice but to stay in his homeland. With no better option, he heads back to his laboratory to continue his own work. At the door, the old butler respectfully reports that the preparation Chen Heng asked for is finally ready. Chen Heng steps inside and finds a cage waiting for him in the laboratory. Inside the cage, Chen Heng finds a rare harpy variant with a human-like woman's head and feathered wings, and even he is caught off guard. In his private lab, Chen Heng studies a captured young harpy and immediately judges it as a strong specimen worth using. The harpy lashes out the instant Chen Heng reaches in, but he is faster and snaps its neck before it can touch him. With the creature dead, Chen Heng drags the body onto his experiment bench and starts a practice dissection that feels disturbingly routine. After stripping away the useful parts, Chen Heng finishes with a bottle of vivid red bloodline essence, the real prize he wanted from the harpy. He reflects that over the last 2 years he has been feeding the heaven-devouring scripture with bloodline creatures instead of humans, both because the effect is better and because he refuses to prey on his own kind unless forced. He also refines the essence first so he can avoid the filthiest part of direct devouring and still keep the rest of the creature's body as useful material. Even so, when Chen Heng checks the bottle, he can tell the harpy blood still carries too many impurities for him to refine any further. That sends his thoughts to the old records. Ancient harpies were once strong enough to rival true sorcerers, but their descendants have become weak. He concludes the problem is probably not simple degeneration but the shift from high magic environments to low magic ones, which can weaken bloodline species that once depended on richer elemental energy. Once he is done thinking, Chen Heng activates the heaven-devouring scripture and starts draining the refined harpy essence into himself. The power does not come alone, and Chen Heng is slammed by the harpy's life memories, from birth in the nest to capture and sale. He forces himself back to his senses, knowing this is exactly how the scripture drives weaker users mad by mixing other creatures' minds into their own. His strong mind and moon god energy let him purge the worst of those impurities, but only because he has been careful enough to devour just 8 bloodlines in 2 years. Even with that caution, the harpy's instincts still cling to him, leaving him sick with urges for raw meat and flashes of bloody predatory behavior. As he rests, Chen Heng feels the deeper change too. Every bloodline he devours strengthens his life force but also pushes his body farther away from normal human biology. That realization broadens into a cold truth for him. The stronger sorcerers and knights become, the more their bodies diverge from mortals, which may be why true sorcerers reproduce so poorly and stop seeing ordinary humans as their own kind. By the end of that line of thought, his only regret is that he has no cultivator corpses to compare against a sorcerer's body. A year passes, and at 20 years old Chen Heng stands in the same sparse lab taller, steadier, and at the peak of his physical condition. His meditation has pushed his magic power to the threshold of a true sorcerer, and he knows he is finally close to breaking through. Moon god worship has given him a real advantage, and with his talent and hard work Chen Heng now meets the core breakthrough requirements. But he still lacks the potions and support items that would make advancing safely far more certain. The real obstacle is gold potions, because without them his breakthrough chance drops hard and he refuses to gamble his future on that risk. He even judges that his constitution could handle 3 gold potions at once, which would make the breakthrough far safer if he could somehow obtain them. War has made that almost impossible, since precious potions and magic items are now locked inside factions fighting around Hunter's house. He briefly considers joining one side to trade danger for resources, then immediately rejects it because hunting safety through a battlefield makes no sense to him. Instead, Chen Heng chooses patience and plans a quieter move first: return to Hunter's house, find whoever is still there, and learn where Charlie went and whether the academy might reopen. Half a month later, after wrapping up his work, Chen boards a ship and heads back toward the war-torn region. The passengers are a strange mix of apprentices and rough rogue sorcerers, people desperate enough to run toward war because factions there might finally pay them with opportunities. Chen keeps his head down and mostly stays in his cabin, still convinced that living long starts with staying unnoticed. That quiet trip breaks apart when violent shockwaves rock the ship, forcing Chen out to see what hit them. Outside on the open sea, he finds the answer. A pack of massive merfolk has surrounded the vessel and is charging straight at it. The apprentices quickly realize the ship's magical aura lured the merfolk in, and someone grimly guesses the ongoing war has pushed these sea predators into new waters. Because merfolk nobles treat human sorcerers as prized food, everyone aboard knows this is a fight they cannot afford to lose. A commanding shout rallies the ship, and everyone starts gathering power for a desperate joint defense. Then the ship's guardian sorcerer fires first, dropping a blue orb of magic onto a merfolk and proving a third-rank apprentice is on board. That one display lifts morale at once, and the apprentices rush in with blades because most of them still fight more like enhanced knights than true spellcasters. Chen enters the melee without hesitation, and every clean strike from him drops another merfolk. Very quickly, corpses pile around him, and the other apprentices can only stare as his blood-soaked clothes make him look even more terrifying than the monsters they are fighting. Even while fighting, Chen can't help regretting that he has no chance to collect the bodies yet, because merfolk are still valuable bloodline creatures to him. Then strange magical ripples spread across the battlefield, and Chen senses the danger a heartbeat before it lands. He leaps away just as a magic attack crashes into the spot where he was standing, and the realization hits him at once. This merfolk assault includes a priest. Chen spots a real merfolk priest among the attackers and immediately realizes this fight is far worse than a random sea raid. Chen judges the danger in an instant. This bloodline priest is at least third-rank level, so someone on that tier has to stop him. The guardian sorcerer steps onto the deck, cuts in front of Chen, and openly claims the priest as his opponent. All across the deck, the apprentices crash into the merfolk, and the human side starts winning the close fight through raw physical strength. But even while the humans hit harder, Chen sees the real problem. There are only about 20 sorcerers here, and the merfolk outnumber them by the hundreds. As the battle drags on, he notices the apprentices slowing down from exhaustion, while the merfolk wave never seems to shrink. Knowing the ship will be overrun if nothing changes, Chen finally stops holding back and unleashes mental intimidation. Dozens of merfolk freeze in place at once, their bodies still alive but their minds suddenly locked up for a few precious seconds. The other apprentices instantly seize the opening and cut down the stunned merfolk in a brutal burst of bloodshed. Once the others realize a hidden caster just used a third-rank spell, morale surges through the human side. Chen keeps casting mental intimidation again and again, exploiting the merfolk's weak minds until the entire battle starts tilting hard toward the humans. Even with their losses mounting, the ordinary merfolk keep charging mindlessly, and that stubbornness makes Chen suspect a smarter commander is hiding somewhere. A scream from below reveals the real plan. While everyone fought on deck, other merfolk were destroying the bottom of the ship. The apprentices go pale as the merfolk above suddenly pull back, proving the whole attack on deck was just a distraction. As the ship begins to sink, Chen spots noble merfolk shapes farther out in the water and understands that this ambush was carefully commanded from the start. He quietly accepts that falling into the sea may mean death, but he still steels himself to fight to the very end. The black-robed guardian sorcerer walks over with the same dark realization and asks Chen directly if he has any way out. Chen admits there is no clever answer left, only the slim chance of reaching a nearby island before the merfolk catch them. The black-robed sorcerer says he knows a place nearby and proposes that the two of them run for it together, because alone neither of them is likely to make it. Chen agrees, and the two men leave without sharing their plan with the others. With the ship sinking lower by the minute, the apprentices force themselves to stay rational and prepare for a desperate break into the sea. The apprentice in charge announces the plan: release the ship's puppets as bait, then scatter toward the memorized nearby islands. To make the bait stronger, the puppets slash themselves open and let blood stream across the deck and into the sea. The blood and rising magic aura whip the merfolk into a frenzy, and savage heads begin bursting up from the water all around the ship. Only now, in the final calm before the plunge, does Chen get a clear look at the monsters hunting them and understand just how much the apprentices look like food to them. When the order comes, the boosted puppets leap into the sea first and instantly draw a feeding frenzy away from the survivors. The apprentices finally dive after them, turning the escape into a brutal life-or-death swim through blood and open water. The weakest swimmers are the first to die, dragged under and torn open before they can even fight back. Chen and the black-robed sorcerer push ahead together, ignoring the screams behind them because stopping now would only get them killed too. As he senses the pursuit behind him, Chen realizes the merfolk are deliberately hanging back so the two third-rank apprentices will exhaust themselves first. That cold strategy gives them a sliver of hope, and Chen steadies himself because endurance is the one thing he still trusts. He knows he still has magic tools and spare magic power crystals on him, so unlike most of the others, he can keep going even after ordinary stamina starts to fail. Ahead of him, the black-robed sorcerer also keeps up through sheer experience, good swimming, and the resources of a veteran third-rank apprentice. Hours seem to pass in the water until both men start to tire, while the merfolk behind them grow visibly more agitated at how long this pursuit is taking. When Chin-hung asks how much farther, the black-robed sorcerer gasps that they are close enough to reach land in about an hour. Soon a small green island finally appears on the horizon, and for the first time the escape feels almost real. That sight breaks the merfolk's patience, and the entire pack surges forward at once to stop them before they can touch land. Chin-hung fires off mental intimidation in the water and briefly stops the first wave cold, buying a few more precious moments. But the gap closes again immediately, and behind the swarm the merfolk priest appears too, ready to strike for real this time. Pressed to the edge, the black-robed sorcerer snarls at Chin-hung to hold them off for a little longer while he prepares one big spell. Chin-hung agrees without wasting breath and throws himself into a vicious underwater melee, even as the sea robs him of most of his strength. The merfolk tear wounds across him, and the scent of a bleeding third-rank apprentice only drives them into an even hungrier frenzy. Still buying time, Chin-hung unleashes another mental intimidation and yells for the black-robed sorcerer to answer whether the spell is ready. The answer comes in a cold voice, and the black-robed sorcerer's fully formed spell slams straight into Chin-hung instead of the enemy. The blast throws Chin-hung right into the middle of the pursuing merfolk, turning him into bait so the older sorcerer can slip away. Without a shred of guilt, the black-robed sorcerer tells himself Chin-hung was just too young and naive for a world this cold. Believing the trick worked, he surges toward the island in sudden relief as survival finally seems within reach. Then a violent warning crashes through his mind, and he realizes something has gone horribly wrong with his own senses. When his awareness clears, he sees the truth too late. He somehow changed direction and has been swimming straight toward the waiting merfolk instead of the island. The black-robed apprentice finally snaps out of Chin-hung's mental misdirection, and the realization chills him because no normal third-rank apprentice should have been able to fool him for that long. He tries to turn back toward the island, but the merfolk choose that moment to stop hiding and rush him from all sides. The hidden merfolk priest reveals himself behind the attackers, forcing the black-robed apprentice to fight for his life instead of escaping. Even drained, the black-robed apprentice is still a dangerous third-rank fighter, and his bloody counterattack keeps the entire merfolk pack tied down. Farther ahead, Chin-hung hears the fight behind him and calmly admits this is exactly the trap he expected when the man invited him along. He knows the sea still belongs to the merfolk, so while their attention is fixed on the other apprentice, he pushes himself to flee before they turn on him next. The island is almost within reach when a strange warning starts crawling through Chin-hung's body, and the violet fortune mark inside him begins to react. He has no time to figure out the omen, so he grits his teeth and keeps rushing forward while the warning only grows sharper. Then the real threat arrives. A monstrous storm races straight at him out of nowhere, swallowing sea and sky in wind, rain, and blinding light. Chin-hung barely gets out a curse before the storm engulfs him and knocks him unconscious. After the storm passes, the merfolk search the sea for Chin-hung's corpse because a third-rank apprentice's body would be a treasure to them, but he is simply gone. Days later they give up and leave, and the only thing left beneath the sea is the wreck of the ship from earlier. When Chin-hung slowly wakes, he realizes the fortune mark had been warning him about that storm, and now strange sobs and curses in an unfamiliar language drift through his half-conscious mind. The emotions in those voices are painfully clear, and through the mental ripples Chin-hung senses despair, terror, and a thin thread of someone begging for help. Still not fully steady, he follows that distress signal through a dense forest instead of stopping to think the situation through. What he finds is horrific. Scaled humanoid monsters are calmly eating human corpses in a clearing while one blood-soaked little girl sits frozen beside the remains. One monster finally turns toward the girl as if it is her turn next, and she can only tremble and close her eyes. The sound of approaching footsteps makes both the monsters and the girl look up, and a wounded, ragged Chin-hung steps into the clearing. The monsters charge at him eagerly, but Chin-hung draws his silver sword and hits them first with mental intimidation. Their bodies keep moving even as their minds lock up, and Chin-hung cuts them down one after another in a brutal half-minute sweep. The little girl can only stare at the bodies in shock, stunned by how easily this stranger saved her. Chin-hung gently tries to ask what happened, but the girl's blank stare makes him realize they do not speak the same language. So he drops the question, offers his hand instead, and after a nervous pause the girl accepts it. Seeing no other survivors and no way to question her, Chin-hung picks the girl up and leaves with her, deciding she will die here if he does not take her along. Following a creek to look for people, Chin-hung keeps running into bizarre monsters and mutated beasts that attack with reckless aggression no normal animal should have. After days of wandering, Chin-hung sets up a small camp by the creek and grills fish while the girl sits nearby, quieter now but still heavy with grief. Her despair has eased a little under his care, and Chin-hung quietly hands her a fish before turning his attention to approaching footsteps in the forest. The fire was bait all along, because Chin-hung has been using it on purpose to draw nearby locals and finally learn where this place is. The people who answer the fire are three terrified travelers sprinting through the forest with a huge black tiger-like demon beast right behind them. The captain had hoped the fire belonged to a strong mercenary group, so seeing only Chin-hung and a child almost crushes him with despair. Even so, the captain orders George and the young woman to take Chin-hung and the girl away while he turns back alone to hold off the beast. Chin-hung is briefly puzzled that this man would throw away his life in a hopeless fight. Then he understands that the captain is trying to protect strangers too. George and the young woman yell for Chin-hung to run, but when they reach the camp they find he has already vanished. A heartbeat later, the answer comes from behind them as Chin-hung's silver sword drops the giant tiger in a single clean strike. After the shock wears off, all four sit awkwardly around the campfire again with the dead beast beside them, and the locals realize their mysterious savior does not speak their language. The trio quietly marvel at his strength, note that he looks like an outsider, and feel lucky that someone this powerful has shown them no hostility. When they prepare to leave, the captain cautiously offers to guide Chin-hung out of the forest, and to their surprise Chin-hung nods along with the meaning. He still cannot speak with them, but by reading intent through mental energy, Chin-hung can already grasp the rough shape of simple questions. During the trip out, Chin-hung stays mostly silent and uses every word he hears as study material to learn the local language. 3 days later they finally leave the forest, and the first city they reach proves this land is populated and civilized after all. As they enter the city, the little girl finally shows a spark of life again, while Chin-hung sweeps the surroundings with mental energy and finds no trace of sorcerers or magic aura anywhere. They do not stay long, and after resting a little the group keeps traveling until they reach the trio's hometown. Back in town, the three mercenaries relax for the first time, and Chin-hung notices this place looks poor but stable, with people far less dead-eyed than the victims he found in the forest. They settled Chin-hung and the girl at an inn, and instead of leaving right away, the trio decide to stay and teach him the local language. Their kindness is repayment for being saved, but it is also practical because after watching Chin-hung carve through monsters, they badly want someone like him in their tiny mercenary group. Chin-hung can more or less guess what they are thinking, but he does not mind and quietly stays in town while focusing on learning. His progress is absurdly fast, and in just half a month the three locals are already staring at him in shock as he picks up the basics of their language. Another month later he is properly fluent, and that finally lets him ask the questions he has been holding back since the storm. The answers are unsettling. This is not some nearby island but a completely different continent filled with many kingdoms and vast territories. Alone with the pieces, Chin-hung thinks back to the tiny island he was swimming toward and can only conclude that the storm somehow flung him to an utterly unknown place. He even wonders for a moment if he somehow transmigrated again, but that answer feels wrong too, leaving him with nothing but a grim, unresolved mystery. After checking his situation, Chin-hung stops worrying about how he was dragged to this strange land and focuses on one reassuring fact. The simulator still links him to his main body, so he is not truly trapped. What troubles him more is the world itself, because everywhere he asks, there is no sign of sorcerers or knights, only vague rumors about another kind of power. Yahello gives Chin-hung the clearest answer yet. In this land, the strongest warriors are said to grow stronger through the soul. That answer unsettles Chin-hung, because as a sorcerer, a whole path built on soul strength feels strange but still possible in a world this unusual. After more than a month together, the middle-aged mercenary finally asks Chin-hung to join their mercenary group, while George and the young woman wait for his answer with obvious hope. Chin-hung sees the value in having local guides, but he quickly decides that joining a mercenary group would eat up too much time and restrict what he can do. He politely refuses, saying he is tired from long travels and wants to stay in this quiet town instead of going back to adventure. He softens the rejection by telling them they can still come to him if they need help, and that promise immediately cheers the three of them up. A few days later, Yahello's group leaves town to hunt demon beasts before they run out of money, while Chin-hung turns fully to building a life of his own here. Using methods a sorcerer can manage easily, Chin-hung gets the money he needs, buys a house in town, and brings the rescued little girl to live there with him. He spends his days investigating nearby villages, learning the region piece by piece, but nothing he finds points to sorcerers or any deeper secret. His search finally leads him into one of the kingdom's most secretive libraries, where he starts combing through old records instead of relying on rumors. There he finds a strange historical text about a demon king who brings slaughter and a hero who rises with the world's hope to defeat him. If that story had been in an ordinary book, Chin-hung would have dismissed it as a fairy tale, but finding it in a secret archive makes him take it seriously. A strong sense of fate presses on him, and Chin-hung becomes convinced the legend is real and will happen again. He even suspects that when the demon king and hero cycle begins, it may open the way for him to leave this region and return to where he came from. The thought is grim but simple for him. If the legend is true, this land may face disaster, yet for Chin-hung's temporary body that danger is still bearable. Before leaving the library, he finds something even more useful, a dusty stone slab recording this world's warrior cultivation method. He memorizes the stone slab's contents, and keeps digging for information, treating the whole library like a treasure trove of answers. 2 months after returning home, Chin-hung suddenly notices a subtle but undeniable change in his own strength inside his laboratory. His magic power and body have not grown, yet his attacks somehow hit harder, leaving him baffled by a boost in pure destructive force. That strange increase reminds him of old records claiming that love and trust can turn into faith energy and strengthen rare people who can receive it. To test that theory, he steps outside and immediately looks toward the one person most likely to be the source, the little girl he saved. Alice is sitting peacefully with a cat, still mostly expressionless but calm enough now to show a tiny smile when no one is pressuring her. When Chin-hung senses her emotions, he finds not panic but quiet happiness and yearning, which makes his suspicion about faith energy feel even more likely. So Chin-hung starts a much larger experiment, and begins taking in abandoned children from the town to see whether more trust and dependence will produce the same effect. Word spreads quickly, and soon more people keep leaving unwanted children at his door, while Chin-hung accepts every one of them without complaint. Most of the children are very young, some disabled, and in this harsh world they would barely have a chance without him, which makes Chin-hung their only real hope. Half a year passes, and Chin-hung's house turns into something much bigger than a refuge, with children studying in the morning and townspeople coming to his shop for cheap goods. By helping abandoned children, giving ordinary people work, and selling useful things cheaply, Chin-hung becomes famous in the region as Mr. Ed, a man the whole town genuinely loves and respects. Back in his enlarged laboratory, Chin-hung confirms the pattern and realizes his guess was right all along. The growth in his power really is tied to faith energy. The hard numbers leave him genuinely shocked, because faith turning into real power clashes with everything he expects from both modern logic and sorcerer knowledge. His mind races through impossible questions about where that power comes from and why only certain people can use it, but the whole subject quickly pushes beyond what he can actually research. Annoyed, he drops the deeper theory for now and turns his attention to another breakthrough from those same months. He may finally have a way to leave this place. Those busy months were not just spent on faith experiments, because Chin-hung also kept raising children, funding Herlo's group, and occasionally going on expeditions at the start out of curiosity. Once money starts flowing, Chin-hung stops going out himself and simply pays Herlo's people to bring back whatever useful discoveries they can find. That arrangement pays off when Herlo's group discovers a preserved sorcerer's book in a cave, proof that other sorcerers have been trapped in this world before Chin-hung. The book contains 3 fire-leaning spell frameworks and, more importantly, one senior sorcerer's theory that this place is not a normal world at all but an artificial little world. According to that theory, ancient sorcerer organizations may have built this world as an experimental space, and its repeating demon king and hero cycle is part of the trial. The old records go even further, claiming that everyone who enters this little world gets drawn into that script, and only when the demon king is defeated can the trial end and the exit open. He still cannot prove whether that missing senior escaped or died, but after his own research, Chin-hung now believes most of the theory is correct. Even so, he still needs more materials and resources to confirm the rest, leaving him frustrated by how close and how far he is at the same time. When he steps outside to clear his head, the courtyard shows how much his home has changed, with children planting saplings and turning the place into something warm and alive. That quiet moment ends when his elderly butler appears and grudgingly informs him that Herlo's mercenary group has come back again. Chin-hung immediately understands the look on the butler's face, because while he values Herlo's group, the butler sees them as shameless men who keep coming to drain their kind employer's purse. Still, Chin-hung treats them as welcome guests and heads to the guest hall to see what they have brought this time. Herlo, George, and Ayla are waiting inside, and the last half-year shows plainly on them: better clothes, better gear, and a much easier life. George's missing finger makes it clear that their success has not come cheaply, and Chin-hung can see at a glance that their adventures are still dangerous. The reunion is warm, but Chin-hung quickly turns to business and asks to see the box they brought behind them. Herlo and George open the box, revealing a blood-red crystal so strange and beautiful that Chin-hung's heartbeat jumps the moment he sees it. When Chin-hung touches it, the crystal feels warm and strangely alive, more like touching a beating heart than cold stone. Herlo admits they do not know what it is and simply brought it because it looked unusual. While the real reason for the visit hangs awkwardly in the air, they badly need money again. Chin-hung does not hesitate for a second, telling them he will take it and that any similar finds should be brought straight to him in the future. The moment Herlo awkwardly starts asking about payment, the old butler cuts in at once, determined to stop Chin-hung from overpaying these mercenaries again. Chin-hung lets the butler handle the haggling and has attendants take the crystal away to his laboratory, because whatever the price is, he has already decided he wants it. While the price fight continues elsewhere, Chin-hung strolls the courtyard with Herlo and asks about the outside world, using the visit for information as much as trade. Herlo's answer is grim. Demon beasts keep multiplying in the nearby forests, turning once normal land into a growing threat to whole kingdoms. Those monsters are choking ordinary people's lives, and while that disaster has helped mercenary groups like Herlo's grow, he still cannot hide how bad he feels for the commoners caught under it. When the others finally rejoin them, nobody looks especially happy, which tells Chin-hung the bargaining war between his butler and the mercenaries was rough on both sides. After the guests leave, Chin-hung casually learns that the butler cut the price in half, and he can only laugh at how miserable Herlo's side must be feeling. Still, Chin-hung barely cares about the money, because for him the real prize is waiting in the laboratory. Back in the silent lab, the blood-red crystal lies on the bench glowing through the room, and Chen Heng approaches it with open delight, ready to see what this strange treasure really is. In his laboratory, Chen Heng recognizes the red crystal at once and breaks into a grin because it is a crystallized Kodo beast heart. He quickly recalls why it matters. Pure Kodo beasts were bloodline creatures strong enough to rival sorcerers, and their hearts were one of the best materials for breaking into true sorcerer rank. Since Kodo beasts are almost extinct, Chen Heng knows this single heart is worth more than ordinary wealth and far better for him than piles of local assets. He also notices the heart was preserved with special treatment, which means its life force has not rotted away and the treasure is still fully useful. For Chen Heng, that changes everything, because he came back hoping to find gold potions, and this mature Kodo beast heart should work even better. He realizes the heart is large enough to carry him into true sorcerer rank with power to spare, making his entire trip to this little world feel worthwhile. He thinks back to everything he has gained here already, from faith energy clues to a senior's legacy, and decides this world still hides plenty of valuable inheritances. Then he writes a new third goal into his notes: become a true sorcerer. He deliberately pushes his other two goals down the list, because escaping this world and studying faith energy will both be easier once his strength rises. With that settled, Chen Heng leaves the room only to prepare, then shuts himself away and refuses all visitors so he can focus entirely on the breakthrough. After days of preparation, he checks the essentials one last time. His magic power, mental energy, and the framework he will engrave into himself are all ready. For his reinforced spell, Chen Heng chooses summon armor from Yana's legacy, because he wants instant defense against the strange and deadly magic sorcerers can throw at him. He reasons that once the spell is engraved into his body, its slow activation and complexity will vanish, turning it into instinctive bloodline magic. Once his plan is fixed, he starts the ritual and draws the Kodo beast heart's essence out as red liquid. Chen Heng lifts the cup and forces himself to drink every drop, even when the blood-sweet metallic taste almost makes him gag. The effect hits almost immediately as searing energy explodes through his body, and his skin flushes red like he is being cooked from the inside. Instead of panicking, he spreads his mental force and begins forcibly controlling the raging energy inside himself. His magic power and moon god energy both surge into motion, joining the transformation, while his body starts burning life force to push his mind to a higher level. This is the lethal step, because a sorcerer who cannot endure the life force drain will simply wither and die during the breakthrough. The Kodo beast heart now proves its worth, flooding him with enough life force to keep his body from collapsing. At the same time, the silver moon god energy quietly supports him too, nourishing his life force and helping him survive the climb. Outside, 3 or 4 days pass, and the old butler can only pace anxiously because Chen Heng ordered everyone not to disturb him. He wants to rush in, but duty wins out, and he reluctantly turns away to keep managing the whole household in Chen Heng's absence. Then the laboratory doors finally slam open, and the butler freezes when Chen Heng steps out looking gaunt, pale, and so changed he is almost hard to recognize. When the butler rushes over in alarm, Chen Heng only says he had an accident and asks for food immediately. After changing clothes, Chen Heng sits in the dining hall and tears through plate after plate with controlled but ravenous speed. Only after the hunger eases does he finally breathe out and confirm to himself that he has succeeded in becoming a true sorcerer. He knows he had too many advantages to fail, from strong talent and full preparation to the Kodo beast heart itself, even if the result still falls short of his ideal perfection. Back in the laboratory, he sees the once bright crystal has faded, proof that most of its life force was consumed during his breakthrough. Even so, he judges that the heart still holds life force equal to several gold potions, enough that an ordinary person might still use it to break through. So he stores the heart away like one of his greatest treasures before turning to inspect the changes in his own body. The breakthrough has already strengthened his body and mind, but Chen Heng realizes his growth spurt as a true sorcerer has only begun and will need about half a year to finish. For now he is stronger than a third-rank apprentice, but not yet at the full standard of a finished true sorcerer, and he accepts that he can afford to wait. He returns to his gold book, crosses out become a true sorcerer, and marks it complete. That leaves the harder work ahead, because escaping this world still depends on the Demon King rising and the hero appearing to defeat him. He adds a note to keep observing, frustrated that the answer now is simply patience, even if patience is part of being a good sorcerer. Far away in the north, a crowd of black-robed worshippers kneels before a massive altar and chants wildly for the Demon King to descend. As the chanting intensifies, cracks spread across the altar, and a hand reaches up from beneath it. The worshippers become even more frenzied as a towering dark figure climbs out piece by piece and reveals himself as the Demon King. One casual wave from the Demon King blankets the area in magic power and instantly silences the entire crowd. Instead of roaring like a monster, he sounds irritated and complains that these people are always the same and always annoying. Inwardly, he understands the real reason he woke up. Another outsider has entered this little world, which means the old hero versus Demon King cycle is starting again. He hopes the hero takes a while to appear, because every time the hero wins, he gets sent back into another long sleep. When he releases the crowd again and casually asks to see the outside scenery, the worshippers instantly twist that into a grand command to destroy the world. Used to their madness, the Demon King gives up on explaining himself and simply walks away from the cultists to visit a human town instead. As his awakening settles into the world, demon beasts everywhere begin spilling out of the forests, instead of staying hidden inside them. Back in his clean laboratory, Chin-heng tests his reinforced summon armor and finds its defensive power even better than he hoped. Because the spell is now part of his bloodline, he can shape the armor at will and even strengthen it with magic power, moon god energy, or night life energy without slowing his movements. That makes him far safer in close combat, which is exactly the kind of practical edge he wanted from becoming a true sorcerer. Outside the lab, ordinary noise from the residents drifts in, and Chin-heng steps back into daily life with new plans already forming. Since Herlo's group once surprised him with the Kodo Beast Heart, Chin-heng has already posted notices offering to buy antiques and ancient items in hopes of finding more hidden treasures. Right after leaving the lab, Chin-heng is told the town mayor has come to see him, which is unusual enough to make him curious. The mayor may rule this rough frontier town, but around Chin-heng he is careful, because Chin-heng warned the local powers long ago not to test him. Now the mayor comes with real urgency, reporting that demon beasts have gone berserk and are swarming out of the forests to attack nearby villages. Unable to handle that threat himself, the mayor openly asks Chin-heng to step in and protect the town. Chin-heng agrees after a short thought, because protecting the townspeople will win gratitude for his faith energy research and also bring him demon beasts useful for the heaven-devouring scripture. The mayor leaves happily to spread the news, while Chin-heng watches him go and silently turns the coming monster wave into his next opportunity. Chin-heng pieces together the pattern of this world and realizes the Demon King is likely waking up again, which means a hero should appear soon too. He decides not to fight in person and instead sends out the mercenaries he spent so long building up to guard the town against demon beasts. While others do the killing, Chin-heng shows up at key moments to hand out aid and encouragement so the townspeople's gratitude points directly at him. Half a year passes, and the town swells with refugees from forest villages destroyed by the roaming demon beasts. The mayor grows gaunt with worry because the town was barely feeding itself even before all these extra mouths arrived. Chin-heng watches the mayor panic without helping much, because he already expects the man will come begging soon enough. When the mayor finally asks for support, Chin-heng only gives him a token amount and sends him away, acting no more generous than anyone else. The mayor takes that limited help as backing from the big local powers, and that confidence turns ugly fast. Soon the guards start sealing the town, driving refugees back out, and even stealing what little those desperate people still have. As more refugees are cast out, bitterness and despair spread thickly enough for Chin-heng to feel the rise of negative faith energy. That chilling energy makes him suspect the Demon King and hero may simply be different vessels for negative and positive faith. He pushes the idea further and wonders if this whole world is an experiment, with outsiders like him dropped in as deliberate variables. Even so, Chin-heng has no intention of meeting the being behind a world this elaborate, and decides it is wiser to keep testing what he can from below. Around his residence, even the mood turns hard and tense, with children's laughter gone, guards gripping weapons, and the old butler wearing a grim face. Seeing the pressure peak, Chin-heng decides the timing is finally right. Then his mercenaries strike all at once and smash the mayor's forces under Chin-heng's orders. Right after the bloodshed, Chin-heng opens the storehouses and floods the refugees with food, turning panic into stunned relief. The town settles down again with a new ruler in place, and most people care far more about surviving than about who got buried. Chin-heng makes sure everyone hears the same name, spreading word that Ed Doyle was the man who saved them. When Chin-heng walks the streets, grateful refugees thank him openly, and he harvests the hope that rose out of their despair. That wave of purified positive faith becomes strong enough to noticeably boost even a true sorcerer like him. Still, he refuses to trust borrowed power, because faith can vanish the moment people die, turn against him, or stop believing. Elsewhere on an overgrown road, a pale young warrior and his middle-aged companion race toward the town, convinced it is still in grave danger. The older man worries about the young hero's body, but the young man insists they cannot slow down while innocent people may still be dying. When they finally arrive, both men are caught off guard by a town that looks guarded but unexpectedly stable instead of collapsing. A soldier asks if they are here to enlist in Mr. Doyle's campaign against the demon beasts, and the young man joins immediately without caring about pay. The soldiers are baffled by someone this sincere, but they can feel he means every word and quietly lead the pair inside. Inside the walls, the young man is struck by how peaceful the streets are compared with every other place they passed on the way here. Their guide tells them this calm was not luck but the result of someone strong enough to protect the town. As the soldier explains that Ed Doyle broke the mayor's power and opened his own food stores to starving refugees, both travelers start to look genuinely impressed. The young man grows openly awed when he hears that Doyle also took in abandoned orphans and protected the weak instead of exploiting them. The middle-aged companion notices something even rarer. Doyle did not just overthrow a tyrant, he replaced the old order with one that actually works. That difference hits both men hard, because in other towns their rescues often toppled monsters only to leave the people even worse off afterward. Curious and impressed, they follow the soldier to Doyle's residence to finally meet the man behind it all. The moment they step inside, The thick smell of medicine and rows of badly injured patients tell them this residence has become a packed field hospital. Then they spot Mr. Doyle himself, a pale young man in a black robe kneeling beside a child and treating her with calm, gentle care. When the child's parents lead her away, the grateful eyes around Chen-hung make it obvious how much the patients trust him. The visitors learn that Chen-hung has been treating the sick and wounded here for 2 straight days without proper rest. That sight leaves both men deeply moved, because Chen-hung looks powerful and capable, yet he is spending himself for strangers with no sign of pride. They wait without interrupting him, and only after a long stretch does Chen-hung finally finish and turn to greet them with an apologetic smile. The young man quickly says their waiting does not matter besides saving lives, and asks to join Chen-hung's force hunting demon beasts. Chen-hung welcomes them and says his butler will settle proper payment later, but the young man refuses to take money at all. That selfless answer catches Chen-hung off guard, because this pair sounds sincere in a way that feels almost absurdly pure. Instead of accepting the refusal, Chen-hung insists that payment is part of fairness and part of his duty to anyone risking effort for him. While talking, Chen-hung suddenly senses something startling from the young man, an enormous mass of faith energy far denser than his own hard-won supply. Realizing how unusual that is, Chen-hung quietly activates his fortune mark to examine the young man more closely. The result confirms it. Above the young man's head coils golden fortune, marking him as a true child of destiny. Now even more interested, Chen-hung keeps smiling and starts explaining his rule with a simple example about wages and fairness. He tells them that paying too little breeds resentment, paying too much creates dangerous expectations, and either way a group falls apart if people stop feeling treated fairly. Even refusing pay can poison a group, Chen-hung says, because it makes others look selfish and can plant hidden dissatisfaction later. The young man takes that seriously, then finally asks the question that has been haunting him all along. Why do so many rescue towns only become worse after the tyrant's fall? Chen-hung answers with a blunt image. They smashed a poisoned well, but never brought the people a new source of water. He explains that even a cruel old order is still an order, and if you destroy it without building a replacement, the desperate weak turn on each other and become worse than the nobles they hated. As they keep talking in town, James presses Chen-hung on a hard question. If replacing rulers can restore order, why do so many new regimes still turn ugly? Chen-hung says the collapse of order is only the surface problem, and the real trigger is simple and brutal. Too many hungry people fighting over too little food. He lays out the chain clearly. Demon beasts drove villagers from their homes, refugees flooded safer towns, and those towns were never stocked to feed everyone who arrived. Chen-hung explains that this town only stayed stable because he had enough food ready to keep desperate people from tearing the place apart. He even reframes the old mayor's cruelty as desperation, because without food reserves, taking in refugees was a choice many leaders simply could not afford. That answer finally clicks for both travelers, and they realize food scarcity is the real core of the disaster, even before anyone talks about who rules whom. Chen-hung also points out the other half of the problem. Until the demon beasts are cleared, farmland and normal production can never recover. As they continue walking, Ali keeps firing off questions, and Chen-hung answers what he can before brushing off the rest when he sees no point in wasting time. At a guest room, Chen-hung tells them to stay there for now and promises they will be notified when the demon beast expedition is ready to depart. Once they agree, Chen-hung leaves in a hurry, because between sorcerer research, training, treatment work, and military prep, he only spent this much time on them because Ali carries fortune. Watching him leave, Ali quietly admits he has met someone extraordinary, and the respect on his face is genuine. Ali decides to stay and observe this place instead of moving on, convinced he can learn something important here. James backs him without hesitation, choosing to stay at Ali's side. Elsewhere on the way back, townspeople greet Chen-hung warmly and try to hand him gifts, but he politely refuses every offering. The instant Chen-hung gets back to his room, the public mask drops, and his face turns cold and completely alert again. He writes one blunt note in his records. Ali has fortune, a mysterious background, strong power, and might be the hero. Chen-hung reasons that this small world should only have 2 people with real fortune, the hero and the demon king, so if Ali is not the demon king, he is almost certainly the chosen hero. Ali's looks and temperament fit the role too, because he is valiant, sincere, and exactly the kind of person ordinary people would want to believe in. That thought leads Chen-hung to the next problem. If the hero has appeared, the demon king should be close behind, and their clash may be tied to the passage out of this world. He judges that Ali has not reached his peak yet, which makes him even more curious about how strong the demon king currently is. Far away outside a border city, the so-called demon king suddenly sneezes while casually holding a stolen lollipop. His black-robed followers explode in fanatical outrage and immediately start talking about annihilating the world for him, which only leaves him feeling tired and speechless. He ignores them like he always does, because only the demon king can hear their nonsense in the first place. The city around him stays unusually peaceful, because his mere presence is enough to keep nearby demon beasts from attacking it. For all his title, he is not wrecking the city at all, and in his own odd way he is protecting it because he does not want the world ruined the moment he wakes up. He casually grabs a biscuit from a stall and pays 2 copper coins, only to get stopped when the seller says the old price no longer applies. When the stall owner explains that the demon beast crisis drove prices up, the demon king simply accepts it and pays the difference without making trouble. Then his attention shifts sharply, because he suddenly senses that a hero candidate has appeared somewhere in the distance. He finds it amusing instead of alarming, wondering what kind of story this new hero candidate will produce this time. As the demon king, he can sense the hero across this little world, and he realizes the new hero candidate is Ali in Shinheng's territory. What really catches his interest is the second presence beside Ali. He realizes a trial challenger is there too, and that challenger is Shinheng. Pleased by how lively things just became, the demon king decides to go there in person. A few days later, while Shinheng keeps clearing demon beasts around his domain, the field reports make one thing obvious: Ali and James are frighteningly useful in real combat. Their faith energy makes them monstrously strong, enough that even from an ordinary starting point they could already rival great knights. And because they were elite fighters to begin with, they quickly become the most impressive figures in every clash. The follow-up reports are even more revealing. Outside battle, the pair help anyone who asks, stay friendly with everyone, and build a spotless reputation almost overnight. In just a few days, Ali and James gather followers inside the mercenary force so quickly that any normal ruler would already feel threatened. Shinheng is not threatened at all, because to him this is exactly what a hero is supposed to do. He becomes even more certain that Ali is the hero, since someone meant to challenge the demon king should naturally be able to unite people this fast. After that, Shinheng turns back to the bigger mystery and digs through old records on past demon king awakenings, hoping they might reveal how to leave this world. The old research gives him only a broad rule: he can leave this world only after the story between hero and demon king reaches its conclusion. That is not enough for him, because he still does not know what he personally has to do, and the evidence suggests many challengers before him failed to escape at all. Most records are a mess of exaggeration and myth, but buried inside the nonsense, Shinheng finally notices a repeated clue about the hero. Those old stories all say the hero is not born chosen, but becomes the hero only after winning a trial against other candidates. The same records claim that after passing that trial, the winner receives the world's faith energy, and only then can challenge the demon king. Some histories make the pattern even stranger, because there were times the demon king killed the hero first and yet did not go on a rampage afterward. Shinheng does not buy the old excuse that the demon king simply exhausted himself, because a world drowning in despair should only make a creature of negative faith stronger. So he starts guessing at deeper rules. Maybe the trial itself ends the catastrophe. Maybe the world's creator set limits. Or maybe the demon king is not trying to destroy the world at all. With no hard answers left in the records, Shinheng gives up on the room for now and heads outside to think while moving through town. Everywhere he walks, townspeople make way and bow, and Shinheng returns every greeting with the smooth public warmth he has carefully built. He is not strolling for pleasure at all, but deliberately making himself visible so the people connect the town's recovery to him and feed him more faith energy. At the town's edge, Shinheng sees the results of his system working. Reclaimed land is safer, refugees have been resettled, and the whole place is cleaner and calmer than before. His rule is simple and practical: refugees are fed, but they must work, so idleness does not turn into unrest. When he passes a lively building full of laughter, clinking cups, and cheers, he looks inside and spots Ali and James already blending in with the crowd. They keep a clean line too, friendly with everyone but not drinking or gambling, which only makes their image look better. Taking a closer look, Shinheng finds that Ali's fortune is still growing fast, and his faith energy has become even denser while Shinheng was busy elsewhere. Shinheng can see exactly why, because Ali has the kind of effortless charisma that wins trust just by standing there. That comparison stings a little, because Shinheng built his own influence through planning and performance, while Ali gains the same kind of faith with ridiculous ease. So Shinheng starts wondering whether he can buy a similar talent through the simulator someday, and simply cheat his way around that weakness. As Shinheng walks off, Ali suddenly seems to sense something and turns toward the exit, while James notices the shift beside him. When James asks what is wrong, Ali brushes it off and says he has something to handle outside. James lets him go with a warning to be careful, and Ali heads out alone. Out at the edge of town, Shinheng reaches the old merchant road and is about to leave when his body suddenly locks up from a strange, prickling warning. Then a tall black-robed young man appears in the distance, walking the dangerous path as casually as if there were no demon beasts at all. As he gets closer, Shinheng notices the details more clearly. This stranger is absurdly handsome, unsettlingly composed, and definitely not an ordinary traveler. Shinheng then realizes the black-robed stranger is not alone, because several matching followers are trailing behind him like a bad omen. The soldiers react on instinct, drawing weapons and demanding to know who these suspicious newcomers are. The stranger laughs it off and claims he only came because he heard Shinheng's town was hiring mercenary fighters. Shinheng keeps his own face smooth and asks for a proper introduction first. The young man gives the flimsiest answer possible, introducing himself as Jackdo in a way that makes it obvious the name is probably fake. Even so, Shinheng welcomes him anyway, because whatever this man really is, strength is too valuable to reject outright in the middle of a demon beast crisis. From his own side of the conversation, the Demon King looks straight through Chen Heng's public mask and notes the amount of pure white faith energy gathered on him. That only makes the Demon King more interested, because this challenger seems far more entertaining than the ones from the past. So Chen Heng leads the black-robed stranger into town, and the two walk side by side while the man's silent followers trail behind and he chats as if this meeting were perfectly normal. The followers' silence has a hidden reason. The Demon King glances back in smug amusement, because he already sealed their mouths so they cannot expose who he really is. Walking with the young man calling himself Jackdo, Chen Heng quickly realizes this stranger is far too knowledgeable to be ordinary. The more they talk, the more Chen Heng gets a familiar and dangerous feeling from him, because Jackdo carries unusually dense negative faith energy. To confirm it, Chen Heng activates the fortune mark and sees bright layers of fate swirling around Jackdo. That sight makes Chen Heng inwardly stiffen, because only the Demon King should carry negative faith energy on this level. Chen Heng hates this discovery, because he never wanted anything to do with the Demon King, but now the Demon King has come straight to him. Jackdo notices the instant change in Chen Heng's emotions and immediately understands that his identity has been guessed. Instead of hiding it, Jackdo calmly praises Chen Heng's strength and says some outsiders before him also discovered that faith energy was the key to leaving this world. When Chen Heng looks around, he realizes Jackdo has already dulled the nearby guard's awareness so no one else can notice this conversation. Pressed by the reveal, Chen Heng asks what Jackdo means by the trial. Jackdo tells him the truth. Outsiders can only leave by becoming the hero, taking the hero's legacy, and defeating the Demon King. Chen Heng is startled because this matches his earlier guesses too well, and now the trial's real condition sounds brutally simple. Jackdo goes further and says faith energy is not something everyone can even endure, so carrying it is both a key and proof of qualification. He says most outsiders failed before they even began, because they never managed to gather enough faith energy to enter the hero trial at all. That shocks Chen Heng, because he had treated his own ability to sense and receive faith energy as something almost normal. Jackdo bluntly tells him he is the outsider with the most faith energy he has ever seen, which makes Chen Heng realize his own nature is more unusual than he thought. As Chen Heng turns this over, he starts suspecting that surviving faith energy so easily may have less to do with being an outsider and more to do with how special he already is. Meanwhile, Jackdo studies him with real interest, because this is the first outsider he has seen with enough talent to truly matter. Chen Heng asks what happened to the outsiders before him, pushing for the part Jackdo has not said yet. Jackdo answers coldly that the trial is still ongoing, which means no outsider has ever taken the legacy, and all of them died in this world. He even says some of them followed the hero to fight him, only to be easily killed by the Demon King anyway. That makes Chen Heng's expression twitch, because without this warning he might have walked straight into the same trap behind Ali. Even so, Chen Heng stays cautious, because everything Jackdo says sounds reasonable, but trusting the Demon King outright would be foolish. Jackdo claims he has no intention of harming Chen Heng and says his own goal is also to leave this world. When Chen Heng asks how the Demon King could possibly leave, Jackdo explains that once the trial ends and the legacy gets a new owner, this whole world will be released along with everyone in it. Chen Heng accepts that logic for now, though he still keeps part of his doubt to himself. Before Jackdo can say more, approaching footsteps break the private moment, and Ali comes hurrying over in leather armor. Ali greets Chen Heng warmly, and the moment he arrives the nearby guards quietly return to normal, showing Jackdo has already hidden his power. Chen Heng introduces Jackdo as an outside mercenary here to help fight demon beasts, covering the truth in one smooth lie. Ali answers politely, but Chen Heng can see at once that the hero candidate also senses something deeply wrong about Jackdo. Ali stiffens into a ready stance, because Jackdo's negative faith energy feels so overwhelming that he wants to stop him from getting too close to Chen Heng. From Ali's point of view, a man carrying that much negative faith energy must be tied to enormous bloodshed, even if he cannot yet identify him as the Demon King. Ali also notices the grim followers behind Jackdo, and every one of them feels like bad news. The feeling goes both ways, because Jackdo's apostles immediately react to Ali's heroic aura with the same urge to attack. Before that tension snaps, Chen Heng pats Ali back to his senses and keeps the situation from turning into a fight on the spot. Chen Heng dryly remarks that Jackdo's people do not look very friendly. Jackdo brushes it off with a smile, claiming they only like fighting and are not bad people at heart. Ali immediately pushes back, coldly suggesting those men probably fight innocent people just as easily. That jab nearly sets the apostles off, and only Jackdo's cold pressure forces them back into silence. Seeing enough, Chen Heng cuts the exchange short and formally welcomes Jackdo's group inside as guests. Jackdo accepts the invitation easily, and the hero and Demon King end up walking under the same roof without drawing blood. Along the way, Ali keeps staring at Jackdo like he wants to draw his sword at any second, while Jackdo seems almost entertained by it. For Jackdo, this is amusing precisely because hero and Demon King usually try to kill each other on sight, and Ali is only holding back because of Chen Heng. That makes Jackdo even more curious about Chen Heng, because this outsider might actually be strong enough to disrupt the usual hero trial. After Jackdo's group is settled into their rooms, only Chen Heng and Ali remain outside to speak plainly. Ali finally says what he was holding back, warning that Jackdo and his people are definitely not good men. Chin-hung surprises him by agreeing at once that those men are bad news. Ali cannot understand why Chin-hung let them stay if he knows that much. Chin-hung gives the public reason. They arrived as helpers against demon beasts, so driving them out without evidence would damage the town's reputation and scare off future support. He warns that if they cast out one group of outsiders as they please, everyone else will start wondering when they might be next. Ali thinks it over and slowly accepts that explanation, because from an ordinary person's view Jackdo still looks like just another mercenary. Privately, though, Chin-hung knows the real reason is much harsher. Ali simply is not strong enough yet to beat Jackdo. He compares their positions and understands that Ali is still only a hero candidate, while the Demon King has already awakened at full peak strength. With that in mind, Chin-hung tells Ali to rest while he still can, because more battles against demon beasts are coming soon. Ali earnestly agrees and asks Chin-hung to rest too before the two of them finally part. Before walking away, Chin-hung gives Jackdo's room one last heavy look, still fully aware of what kind of monster is sleeping under his roof. Inside that room, Jackdo senses it and smiles to himself, openly delighted that this outsider might make the stale old trial interesting for once. After that uneasy meeting, time passes without open conflict, and Chin-hung steadily strengthens the town under his rule. His territory gradually expands into nearby regions and even absorbs a few other towns, while he keeps launching more campaigns against the demon beasts. With Chin-hung, Ali, and the Demon King side all in town, the recent demon beast hunts go almost too smoothly. Chin-hung barely worries about the fighting anymore, because ordinary demon beasts are no real threat to a true sorcerer like him. Instead, he buries himself in records, trying to understand the hero's legacy and the trial behind it. After months of gathering materials through his contacts, he narrows his search to the one question that matters most: the hero's trial. What he finds matches Jackdo's claim: a hero is not born, but chosen only after passing a trial and inheriting the legacy of past heroes. That ruins Chin-hung's original plan, because simply following Ali to the final battle will not be enough to leave this world. He realizes the condition is much harsher. If he wants a way out, he has to enter the trial himself and seize the hero's power. But the moment he thinks of competing with Ali, Chin-hung feels the pressure, because Ali's fortune already looks like destiny made visible. He also keeps turning over the Demon King's warning, wondering whether he is being quietly led into a trap. The more he weighs it, the less reason he sees for Jackdo to lie, because a hero is only a vessel and replacing Ali with a stronger vessel could even make Jackdo's situation worse. That leaves only one real conclusion in Chin-hung's mind: he has to compete in the hero's trial. He pushes the idea further and decides the outsiders were never meant to be spectators, because this whole world only starts moving once someone like him enters it. So he accepts the risk completely. Only by taking part, gathering this world's faith energy, and becoming central to the story can he hope to leave. Time passes, and out in the forest Ali proves again why everyone treats him like the future hero. To ordinary mercenaries, the monster that terrified them looks almost trivial in Ali's hands. Nearby, the Demon King's side watches in black robes and cold silence, and everyone can feel something deeply wrong behind that calm front. The mercenaries crowd warmly around Ali, but they leave a cold empty gap toward the Demon King's side because those followers look exactly as dangerous as they are. The Demon King's side openly admires Ali's strength, because even by their standards he looks like one of the strongest hero candidates around. That thought only entertains the Demon King more, because he is already imagining how interesting it will be when Ali and Chin-hung finally clash over the legacy. Ali catches that smile and instantly grows more suspicious, convinced the Demon King's side is plotting something ugly. Ever since talking with Chin-hung, Ali has forced himself not to attack, and instead keeps watching Jackdo's group for one clean excuse. That only frustrates him more, because the Demon King's side has been acting almost perfectly obedient, fighting when asked and taking payment like normal mercenaries. Ali knows evil too well to trust that act, so the cleaner Jackdo's people behave, the less he believes them. Jackdo, meanwhile, finds Ali's restraint hilarious and enjoys every second of watching a natural enemy struggle not to draw his blade. The hostility runs both ways, because Jackdo's apostles can feel the mountain of positive faith energy around Ali and want him dead on sight. Positive and negative faith energy are such direct opposites that peace between these two sides is practically unnatural from the start. Even so, Jackdo keeps his followers under control, because if they really charged Ali, they would only be rushing toward a beating. For Jackdo, that ugly tension is part of the fun, and staying here before the trial feels more entertaining by the day. When a black demon bird swoops in nearby, Jackdo kills it almost casually just by releasing his aura. Then, under the Demon King's orders, the apostles do the absurd thing and charge forward to butcher demon beasts that should have been their own side. Back in town, Chin-hung sees that the outer areas have been cleaned up and the chaos is finally starting to loosen its grip. With Ali and Jackdo both attached to his hunting forces, smashing through demon beast hordes has become brutally efficient. Chin-hung uses that breathing room to do something even more important: settle refugees, rebuild villages, and restart food production. Since demon beasts ruin both livestock and crops, getting the fields alive again matters more than any single battle. As the town slowly starts functioning again, Chen Heng's own faith energy also swells far beyond what it used to be. 2 quiet months later, something finally changes, and Chen Heng suddenly feels a violent pull in his chest. In the distance, he sees a crimson pillar of light piercing the sky and drawing faith energy toward itself from all directions. The moment Chen Heng feels that pull, he understands exactly what has appeared. The hero's legacy has awakened. The demon disaster has pushed this world's faith energy to its peak, so now everyone qualified is being called to the trial. Ali feels that same summons too, and when he turns, his friend beside him has clearly realized it at the same moment. Their shared reaction tells Ali and his friend the same thing. The legacy has accepted them as people allowed to attempt the hero's trial. Elsewhere, Jacko looks up at the crimson pillar with old familiarity, as if he has watched this same sign return again and again. He sees in it the whole world's hope gathered together, the emotions a hero is meant to carry into battle against the Demon King. But this time Jacko smiles for another reason too, because Chen Heng's arrival has turned the familiar cycle into an unpredictable contest with Ali. He knows faith energy is also a poison, and only a body with enough potential can bear that kind of power without being twisted by it. That is why he wants to see the result so badly. Between Chen Heng the outsider and Ali the chosen candidate, someone extraordinary is about to win. Chen Heng soon confirms that most ordinary people cannot even see the pillar, which explains why the hero's trial is almost absent from normal records. Once that clicks into place, he stops hesitating and starts preparing to leave for the trial. He tells an attendant to inform the others that he will be away for some time, keeping his tone calm and controlled. Then he stays put instead of leaving, as if he already knows who is about to come knock on his door. A moment later, Ali and his friend arrive together, and Chen Heng lets them in with no surprise at all. The 2 young men greet him politely, and Chen Heng lightly asks why they are here instead of resting. Ali finally says it plainly: they came to say goodbye. Chen Heng acts surprised and asks if something is wrong, even though he already understands exactly why they have come. Ali apologetically explains that this has nothing to do with Chen Heng, only with a duty they cannot avoid. He promises they will come back someday, once the matter they must handle is finished. Chen Heng answers like a true friend, telling them he will not stop them and that they should ask if they need anything. That kindness hits Ali and his friend hard, because if not for the trial, either of them would have wanted to leave this place yet. They have been able to learn, help rebuild lives, and do real good here, which makes leaving feel heavier than a simple mission. And hanging over the farewell is one last worry. Once they leave, Jacko and his followers may finally stop pretending to behave. Ali and James know Jacko's group is dangerous from their heavy negative faith energy, but with the hero's trial appearing, they have no choice except to leave Chen Heng behind and go. Chen Heng calmly tells them to go, and Ali leaves only after giving one last earnest warning to stay careful of Jacko's group. After they leave, Chen Heng speaks into the room on purpose, revealing he already knows Jacko has been listening beside him the whole time. A hazy figure forms beside him, and Jacko appears with open surprise that Chen Heng noticed him at all. Jacko gets straight to the point and reminds Chen Heng that if he misses this hero's trial, he may never see another one in his lifetime. When Jacko asks if he will enter the trial and compete with Ali, Chen Heng answers like he has no real choice left. Jacko admits he is genuinely excited, because watching an outsider enter the hero's trial is something even he has never seen before. Then Chen Heng makes a wild offer and asks the Demon King himself to escort him as a bodyguard on the road to the trial. Even after Chen Heng openly names him as the world's eternal Demon King, Jacko laughs and accepts the job anyway because the idea amuses him. With the deal settled, Jacko fades away again, leaving Chen Heng alone to think over the path ahead. The next day, Ali prepares to leave, and a crowd of mercenaries surrounds him, reluctant to let their new hero go. Ali's natural charisma is so strong that some people even want to abandon their comfortable lives and follow him on the spot. Chen Heng first tells Ali that bringing followers could help, because the real danger may come before the trial even begins. He warns that rival hero candidates, or the factions behind them, may try to eliminate competitors on the road. To show why he knows this, Chen Heng reveals his own dense positive faith energy, and Ali realizes he is also qualified for the hero's trial. Ali still cannot understand why hero candidates would harm each other, because to him a hero should be righteous by definition. Chen Heng answers bluntly that righteousness and hero qualification are not the same thing, and even good people can be used by selfish factions. Ali reflects on Chen Heng himself and realizes that someone can carry positive faith energy without being a purely righteous man. In the end, Ali refuses to bring followers because he cannot accept dragging innocent people into a dangerous struggle that belongs to him alone. Chen Heng respects that choice, tells Ali to ask for anything he needs before leaving, and has attendants bring valuable travel gear for him. He equips Ali with custom leather armor, an exquisite long sword, and 2 excellent horses, turning a heartfelt farewell into real protection. Ali accepts the armor and sword, bows to Chen Heng, and leaves with James. Once the others are gone, Chen Heng watches Ali disappear and feels unexpectedly complicated about parting from him. Jacko appears beside Chen Heng again and dryly notes how much Chen Heng seems to like Ali. Chen Heng admits it plainly, saying Ali's sincere and friendly nature is easy to like even for someone as rational as him. Jacko says that explains Chen Heng's positive faith energy, because beautiful emotions matter more than simple outward logic. He explains the core rule clearly: positive faith gathers around a positive soul, and negative faith gathers around a negative one. When Chin-heng jokes that this still makes him a good person by Jackdo's standards, Jackdo says ordinary people and the hero's legacy judge goodness by very different measures. Jackdo warns that the hero's trial tests willpower and soul strength too, then vanishes before Chin-heng can press him further. Left alone again, Chin-heng sits with that warning and quietly turns the coming trial over in his mind. The next day Ali officially leaves, and while the town gathers below to send him off, Chin-heng chooses to watch alone from the top of a tall building. As Ali disappears into the distance, Chin-heng feels they will meet again soon and turns to his own departure. Unlike Ali, Chin-heng sets out with a guarded convoy, and even the Demon King is traveling with his escort. With Jackdo guarding the journey, Chin-heng is completely at ease, because right now no one in this world can really stop them. After several days on the move, Chin-heng leaves enough force behind for the town to hold steady and heads straight for the trial site he already senses. As expected, some people try to block roads and cut off competitors before they can arrive. Those schemes are useless against this escort, and Chin-heng's group reaches the trial site without real trouble. Their destination turns out to be a barren desert scattered with ancient ruins, and even before the trial starts the place feels unnaturally special. Ahead of them, massive faith energy condenses into a blinding white light so pure and overwhelming that even Jackdo is shaken by it. The dark-clothed escort openly admires the white faith light and says even after many visits, the sight still feels magnificent. When Chin-heng wonders how the Demon King can feel that way, Jackdo says positive and negative faith are not simple opposites inside a person. Jackdo explains that his soul is not some pure embodiment of evil at all, and that is why he still feels like a normal person despite being the Demon King. Chin-heng brings up his own experiments, and points out that faith energy should normally warp a person's mind and personality over time. Jackdo finally explains the hidden mechanism. The Demon King and hero are identities that hold the faith energy for them, so they do not carry the full burden personally. He says that is why he can still act like an ordinary man, even though the world heaps all its curses and hatred onto him as the Demon King. Then the real danger lands. If an outsider like Chin-heng passes the hero's trial, he will have to bear that overwhelming faith energy himself. Chin-heng understands at once that this could either kill him outright or twist his entire personality beyond recognition. For a moment he dryly says he wants to give up, and Jackdo immediately offers him a comfortable life here and even power within the Demon King's side. But Chin-heng refuses to walk away, because a chance to touch this world's faith energy secret is too valuable for him to abandon. Just then, both men sense other arrivals and decide to hide rather than start trouble before the trial even opens. A band of knights rides in, including another hero candidate burning with dense positive faith energy. Covered by Jackdo's concealment, Chin-heng and his group stay hidden at the edge of the trial grounds while the newly arrived knights openly set up camp nearby. While waiting, Chin-heng quietly meditates so he can face the trial in the best possible condition. As the last day approaches, more and more hero candidates gather until the once empty ruins are crowded with waiting figures. Then the faith pillar changes, and Chin-heng rises at once, knowing the hero's trial is finally about to begin. The hero's legacy sends the same message into every candidate's mind, and across the crowded ruins everyone reacts at once as the trial officially begins. At the hidden camp beside the ruins, Jackdo steps out and tells Chin-heng the wait is over. The hero's legacy fully stirs, and the pillar of faith turns into a vast pure white radiance that makes the whole sky feel gentle and holy. As the light deepens, a massive golden door slowly appears inside it, announcing that the hero's trial has truly opened. The faith light brushes Chin-heng's mind, and sudden flashes of his first love, old ambitions, and family memories crash over him. When he opens his eyes again, Chin-heng realizes tears have already dried on his face and quietly admits the trial light made him feel like he returned to the past. Jackdo softly agrees that the feeling is unique, while Yahello rushes in to report that the trial has begun for real. Yahello and the others can only watch from the sidelines, nervous and hopeful that Chin-heng might win the highest honor in the world and become the hero. Jackdo tells Chin-heng he can enter now, but Chin-heng holds his ground because two people still have not arrived. Jackdo warns that unlucky candidates might be trapped outside by the army and miss the trial, but Chin-heng stays certain the missing pair will still get through. Right on cue, the sound of battle erupts outside the encirclement, as soldiers start falling and the blocked path to the trial is torn open. Ali and James burst through the gap together, sprinting toward the golden door with soldiers chasing behind them. James throws himself into the fight and yells for Ali to go on without him, choosing to buy time with his own sword. After one pained glance at James, Ali hardens himself and charges straight for the trial entrance. Ali reaches the golden door and vanishes through it before the soldiers can drag him down. Seeing Ali make it safely, Chin-heng stays calm because this is exactly what he expected from someone favored by immense fortune. Now that everyone important has arrived, Chin-heng finally starts forward to enter the trial himself. Jackdo hides Chin-heng's aura so completely that everyone else fails to notice him as he walks toward the gate. Chin-heng passes through the golden door in silence, and Jackdo smiles from outside as if a long-awaited show is finally beginning. Inside the trial, Chunhung wakes in a warm haze and finds himself standing in the shabby home from his old life on Earth. In the kitchen, his mother warmly turns with a happy smile and greets him just like he has really come home. But before Chunhung can answer, a younger school uniform version of himself walks in through the door and breaks the illusion of this being his present reality. Chinjing comes home too, and the three of them sit down to a quiet family meal from the life Chunhung lost long ago. Chunhung quickly realizes this is a reconstructed memory from before his time travel life began, and the nostalgia only makes him more wary of the trial's trap. The trial rushes through Chunhung's old life, from school to university to love, heartbreak, and his first steps into adult life. Then the memory reaches the car accident, and Chunhung has to watch his old self bleed out all over again. His dying self shakes as he reaches for his phone and stares at the names of his mother, sister, and lover, still unwilling to die without leaving something behind. Chunhung endures the old pain without looking away, because that fear of dying with regrets became the force that drove everything he did after reincarnating. But the trial keeps digging, dragging up his simulated lives and every choice that left a stain on his path forward. He sees himself kneel to Sarando for power, only to end up killing the very lord he once served. Another set of memories follows. Chunhung sees how he approached Verna for status and arranged Ormando's death to take control of the family. At the end of all those memories, Chunhung reaches a boundless darkness and realizes the hero's trial is interrogating his soul itself. He understands the rule at once. Anyone who wants the hero's legacy must carry enough conviction to survive the crushing weight of pure faith energy. Since he has already come this far, Chunhung stops caring about anything except moving forward and steps into the darkness himself. The trial's true core opens, and an ocean of positive faith energy engulfs his soul while other candidates around him start collapsing under the pressure. Outside the trial, Jackdo senses the interrogation begin and watches with open anticipation to see how far Chunhung's soul can really go. A voice rises from the light, and the first accuser appears before Chunhung in the form of Sarando, blood still on his neck as he condemns his former subordinate as a traitor. Chunhung answers without guilt, showing that he truly served Sarando until Sarando himself betrayed him first with poisoned wine. With that answer, Sarando's accusation loses its force and his figure fades away. Krodo appears next and accuses Chunhung of approaching him only to use him. Chunhung admits the calculation but insists he never betrayed their friendship or harmed Krodo's interests, because that bond had become real to him. Krodo also disappears, and the next one to rise from the darkness is Ormando, soaked in blood and roaring over his own death. Chunhung accepts responsibility for Ormando's death, but he coldly says a tyrant who preyed on the innocent deserved to die, and that he would have killed him sooner or later anyway. Ormando can only roar helplessly before he too is erased by Chunhung's unshaken judgment. Then a younger Verna appears and asks whether all the promises he made while getting close to her were just another convenient lie. This time Chunhung falls silent for a moment, then answers that even if his approach had motives, he never broke his promise to care for her. Verna slowly fades as well, and Chunhung keeps walking through one accusation after another without letting any of them shake his heart. Outside, failed candidates begin getting thrown out of the trial in tears or complete exhaustion as the field quickly narrows. By the time the interrogation ends for most people, only 3 candidates are still left inside, and Chunhung is one of them. Chunhung finally walks out of the darkness into a bright region and sees 2 other light-covered figures waiting ahead. He cannot see through the glow, but Chunhung is already certain that one of the last 2 survivors is Ali. At the final stage of the hero trial, Chunhung stays strangely calm because he knows Ali should have been the destined hero if he had never interfered. A gentle voice rises from the crystal and asks the one question that will decide everything: what is righteousness? Ali answers first, saying righteousness means justice and punishing the unjust, the kind of answer everyone expects from him. Chunhung thinks harder, realizing the trial does not want polished lies but the answer he truly believes. He finally answers that righteousness is a value born from a person's character, something the world desperately lacks but cannot live without. Each answer makes the golden crystal flash, and Chunhung quickly understands the last test still ends in a direct clash. The 3 finalists step forward together and press their hands to the crystal to let the trial deliver its final result. Blinding golden light explodes from the crystal, and even the people waiting outside can feel that the trial is reaching its end. James can sense the violent tremor inside the light, and realizes the winner is about to be decided. The first person thrown out is the prince in golden armor, pale and shaken, and his people instantly know he has failed. The prince bitterly admits defeat, crushing the hopes that his side had pinned on him. His supporters turn grim because if everyone else is already out, that seems to leave only Ali as the next hero. But the prince stops them and reveals that 2 people are still inside, so the final victor has not appeared yet. A moment later Ali is thrown out too, and James rushes to him in shock. Ali painfully gets up and admits he lost as well, which means someone no one expected is still inside. The light grows even stronger, and at last Chunhung appears in the air wrapped in divine radiance. Most of the crowd is stunned because they never even realized this black-robed young man had entered the trial. Ali and James recognize him as Mr. Ed and are left speechless, because they thought he had stayed behind to protect the town. After the shock passes, Ali accepts the result, trusting that if Chunhung became the hero, he would bring the world real peace. Even Jackdo is surprised, because he believed Shinhung was special but never expected an outsider to truly absorb this world's faith and win. As the trial ends, Jackdo suddenly feels his own faith power draining away and realizes the Demon King's mission is over. Shinhung senses the change too as black negative faith energy gathers from afar and pours into his body. Inside him, the opposing forces fuse into a mysterious faith mark, revealing that hero and Demon King were always two sides of the same source. The mark floods Shinhung with the world's hidden truth. This whole world was born from that faith mark, split into positive hero power and negative Demon King power while searching for a worthy owner. He also understands why he won, not because he was the most righteous, but because his aptitude let him carry the faith energy better than Ali and the others. With the positive faith of countless years inside him, Shinhung's strength swells to a terrifying level that makes even true sorcerers seem insignificant. He tests that new power with a thought, and a vast storm of wind and sand erupts across the distance like the start of an apocalypse. Everyone below trembles under Shinhung's pressure, because they can feel that someone this strong could wipe out armies and countless lives with a single thought. Yet the same power also makes Shinhung look like pure hope, because the positive faith around him fills anyone who sees him with trust instead of despair. From above, Shinhung looks down and picks out every important person below, including Ali, James, Herlo, and Jackdo, with unnatural clarity. After the trial, the world changes fast as the new hero's appearance breaks the demon tide and gives the human kingdoms room to breathe again. Under Shinhung's lead, the kingdoms raise an allied army and spend half a year wiping out demon beasts across the world. When the beasts are gone, Shinhung keeps going and forcibly merges the kingdoms, crushing every resistance until peace is rebuilt under one rule. A year later, Shinhung and Jackdo walk through a peaceful town where road crews are already rebuilding the world they once fought over. Jackdo looks around in real surprise, because the place is almost unrecognizable compared to the chaos of a year ago. Shinhung says the heavy changes make sense because this was the first place he stabilized, even if the rest of the world will need much longer. Jackdo jokes around and tries to guess why Shinhung came to see him, first bringing up Ali's daily hunts and then the remaining Demon King apostles. Shinhung finally gets to the point and asks for the belongings left behind by the outsiders who entered this world in the past. He explains that many of those outsiders were sorcerers, and their hidden relics could be just as useful as the treasures that once helped him break through. Jackdo admits he knows where some of those outsiders died, which makes him exactly the guide Shinhung needs. In exchange, Shinhung offers Jackdo a complete sorcerer legacy, a tempting deal for someone who lost the Demon King's old power. Jackdo likes the offer immediately, because his current strength has fallen to around a true sorcerer's level and he finally has a reason to learn that path. Shinhung leaves that meeting knowing he can already return to the sorcerer world through the faith mark, but he chooses to stay until this world is truly under control. 5 more years pass, and Shinhung keeps reshaping the world by surveying the land, improving production, and spreading education based on what he remembers from the real world. By the end of those 5 years, the world is not perfect, but Shinhung has stabilized most regions and made ordinary life far less fragile than before. On a testing ground, Shinhung gently calms a line of nervous children and has them step onto engraved stone slabs one by one. As each child steps onto the slab, faint light spreads through the formation, and Shinhung watches the reactions with quiet satisfaction. When the testing round ends, Shinhung writes down the results and confirms that faith energy can reliably replace magic stones in talent exams. The breakthrough is huge, because his new setup only needs a tiny fraction of the energy the old sorcerer test consumed. The catch is that only Shinhung can currently produce the faith energy crystals, but that is still enough to mass-produce reusable testing devices. With talent tests already spreading across the world, Shinhung sees the first students entering his academies and imagines a future filled with sorcerers under his influence. After changing this world for years, Shinhung decides his work here is done and that it is finally time to leave. He knows the faith mark now works like a key, so even after leaving he should still be able to return to this world later. Even with all this borrowed power, Shinhung stays clear-headed and reminds himself that he still needs more sorcerer legacies for strength that truly belongs to him. He suspects the faith mark will follow him back just like the fortune mark, and that both marks are fragments of some deeper world-level power. Half a month later, Shinhung quietly vanishes from his residence as massive golden doors open for him one last time. He steps through the doors without hesitation and leaves the little world behind. When Shinhung opens his eyes again, he is back above the real sea with a small island behind him and the familiar scent of salt in the air. The coastline looks much the same, but one thing has clearly changed. The merfolk that once haunted these waters are gone. Relying on memory, Shinhung travels across the ocean for days until Hello City finally comes back into view. Outside Hunter's house, Hello City still looks chaotic, and the atmosphere tells Shinhung the war never really ended. As he gathers information, Shinhung learns the situation has actually grown worse, with Academy War spreading across the entire Heimu region. He learns Mogao Academy tried to win by breaking an old seal, but the monster they released quickly started devouring sorcerers and spiraled out of control. The creature now calls itself the Heart-Devouring Devil, and its soul corrupting power has dragged both sorcerers and ordinary people deeper into the war. The worst news is that Hunter's house has already fallen, with its principal devoured, Ariel and the others controlled, and the whole faction effectively erased. Even worse, the principal was devoured, and Ariel and the others were taken over instead of killed. With even Hunter's house crushed, fear spread so badly that most sorcerers fled the region and Hello City was left half empty. After a quiet sigh, Chin-hung activates the fortune mark and starts following the visible threads of fate. The trails lead him to an unremarkable cliffside, where he guesses Charlie has been hiding all along. A casual wave strips away the concealment, exposing a hidden passage packed with defensive formations. Chin-hung walks straight through the traps, and every attack fizzles harmlessly against his formless protection. At the core of the refuge, Charlie appears in red robes, tense and ready for trouble. Charlie first blurts out Ed's name in relief, then immediately turns wary and assumes the heart-devouring devil has already taken Chin-hung over too. Chin-hung gently insists he is still himself, and Charlie demands proof through his mental ripples. When Chin-hung releases his true mental signature, Charlie finally realizes Mordo has not corrupted him. Charlie asks how he survived, so Chin-hung gives the broad version of his years in the little world and his return from that impossible detour. The story leaves Charlie reeling, because to him Chin-hung's adventure sounds like a fairy tale that somehow came true. Then Charlie catches the most important detail and asks outright if Chin-hung has already become a true sorcerer. Chin-hung answers with a quiet nod and a wordless display of true sorcerer power forming naturally around him. Charlie is thrilled, because a student who vanished as a lower-ranked apprentice has returned just a few years later as a true sorcerer. When Charlie asks how strong he is now, Chin-hung answers bluntly that ordinary true sorcerers are no big deal to him anymore. With that hope in hand, the two head toward the old hunter's house through an overgrown path soaked in Mordo's lingering aura. Charlie warns him that the whole place is now Mordo's territory and full of sorcerers who were twisted into servants. Before they reach the center, Chin-hung realizes the defensive formations have already noticed them. Ariel appears to meet them, but her cold face and hostile aura make it clear she is no longer acting like herself. She calmly invites them to accept Mordo's power and start over as his followers. Charlie snaps back that her mind is already in chaos, and he wants no part of becoming a puppet. Once Ariel sees they will not submit, for corrupted true sorcerers gather behind her as the real standoff begins. Charlie knows he cannot handle even one of them, so all his hope settles on Chin-hung. Chin-hung gives a quiet apology to his old teachers before making his move. With one casual wave, he freezes the elemental particles in the area and strips the corrupted sorcerers of all control. The pressure is so absolute that Ariel and the others are blasted backward like helpless candles in a storm. Then pure white faith light pours into their bodies and starts burning away Mordo's control at the soul level. Charlie senses their mental ripples turning normal again, and realizes Chin-hung is actually purifying them. The cleansing light keeps spreading until it engulfs the entire hunter's house and purges every corrupted sorcerer inside. When the light settles, Ariel and the others are crying with relief because their own minds have finally come back. Ariel weakly calls Chin-hung's name, and the simple fact that she sounds like herself again says everything. After Charlie explains what happened, the restored sorcerers thank Chin-hung and stare at him with a mix of awe and hope. To them, his presence alone feels different now, as if the faith mark makes people trust him without effort. The recovered veterans quietly conclude that Chin-hung has already surpassed the heart-devouring devil himself. Charlie checks what remains of the academy, and comes back with grim numbers. Only about 30 sorcerers are left alive. The headcount makes the loss feel real, because Hunter's house has been beaten down to a few true sorcerers, 6 top apprentices, and scattered survivors. Someone proposes immediate revenge on Mordo, trusting that Chin-hung may finally be strong enough to kill him. But Ariel sees a more urgent problem first. The principal is dead, and the academy has no one to lead what is left. So Ariel formally proposes that Chin-hung become the new principal of Hunter's house. Charlie backs her immediately, and one by one the others agree because no one doubts who holds the real authority now. With unanimous consent, Ariel announces that from this day on, Chin-hung is the new principal of Hunter's house. With the old order shattered and everyone owing him their lives, Chin-hung is pushed into the principal's seat at Hunter's house. Chin-hung's new faith mark is obvious even without words, because his calm presence now makes the others instinctively trust him. Instead of rushing to kill the heart-devouring devil, Chin-hung shocks the room by saying they should leave the Heimu region for now. He explains that even if they win right now, they are too understaffed to hold territory or digest the resources they capture. Chin-hung's real strategy is colder and smarter. Let the heart-devouring devil spread chaos, so when they return later as saviors, people will follow them willingly. Ariel is visibly impressed that Chin-hung can think this clearly even when he already has the power to force the issue. Once the decision is made, the academy starts preparing to move, and the apprentices are told they can stay or leave by their own choice. A few apprentices walk away, but most choose the safety of an organization over becoming isolated rogue sorcerers in wartime. Ariel and the others quietly pull in more apprentices through old connections while the whole academy strips out anything worth taking. They can move this carefully because the heart-devouring devil trusts its control too much, and only expects delayed reports from far away. 2 months later, the evacuation is finally ready, and the last of them stand outside the familiar gates they are about to abandon. Ariel can't hide her reluctance, and Charlie quietly promises that one day they will come back to a different future. That promise steadies her, and Ariel answers with a firmer look that yes, everything will be different when they return. Shinheng gives everyone a moment to get themselves under control, then leads the group away from Hunter's house for good. They stop in Hello City to buy final supplies, then head to the port where an oversized ship waits to carry the whole Academy's future. Once the ship pulls away and the port disappears, the reality of exile finally lands on everyone aboard. Their destination is the Dolan region, where Shinheng plans to rebuild, gather new apprentices, and let the Academy grow strong again. They also plan to build a backup academy inside the Faith world, because Shinheng's faith mark gives them a hidden refuge if the outside world turns against them again. The idea of an unexplored world full of monsters and fresh resources excites the sorcerers almost as much as the safety it offers. While the others keep planning, Shinheng spends most of the voyage in meditation, quietly cultivating in his cabin. That calm breaks when Shinheng suddenly hears panicked shouts outside and feels a familiar wave of hostile intent from the sea. On deck, Shinheng looks down to find a pack of hostile merfolk surrounding the ship, and after years apart he is face to face with them again. The sight almost amuses Shinheng, because these are the same kind of creatures that once pushed him into the crisis that changed his whole life. This time the balance is completely different, because the ship is packed with true sorcerers and high-rank apprentices instead of helpless prey. Charlie even jokes with Ariel about whether these might be the same territorial merfolk tribe that attacked Shinheng back then. Ariel says it is very possible, since merfolk cling tightly to their territories and rarely let other tribes enter them. The sorcerers treat the whole attack like welcome entertainment, already eyeing the merfolk as materials and a chance to please their new principal. The battle is brutally one-sided, and in moments the sea around the ship is running red. Charlie even catches the merfolk priest alive, turning a rare bloodline awakening specimen into loot instead of letting it escape. After the massacre, the sorcerers leave in good spirits, carrying away fresh merfolk corpses like valuable harvest. Shinheng gives the captured merfolk priest to Charlie, while keeping most of the merfolk nobles' corpses for his own use. Back in a simple shipboard lab, Shinheng finally gets the chance he wanted years ago and starts extracting merfolk essence blood. He uses the improved heaven-devouring scripture to absorb the blood, and what once would have taken days now takes less than half a day. The price is the usual flood of filthy inherited memories, including bloodshed and raw merfolk instincts crashing into his mind. But Shinheng holds steady, because he has survived this kind of mental pollution before, and his will is far stronger now. As the blood settles, his body starts changing and his mind goes dizzy again from fresh impurities left by the devouring method. This time he answers it with moon god energy and pure faith light, and both powers begin washing the taint out of his mind. That result gives him a major breakthrough, because faith energy turns out to suppress mental corruption far better than his old methods. Now he knows he can use the heaven-devouring scripture much more often, as long as he does not gorge on too much at once. The voyage stays peaceful after that, and more than a month later the ship finally reaches the Dolan region. Shinheng leads the refugees to the Doyle family residence, the place his current body once called home. The estate still looks familiar, but the first thing waiting there is news that Griffin has already died. Shinheng falls silent, because even if Griffin was far from a good man, he was still one of the few people who had truly treated him well. He then sees the 4 students he left behind, and all of them have reached first-rank apprentice, with the strongest already nearing second rank. His return clearly steadies the Doyle family, because after Griffin's death they had only stayed safe while the other sorcerer families still feared Shinheng might come back. After calming the Doyle household and his students, Shinheng immediately starts moving again. Over the following months, the transplanted hunter's house strikes every surrounding sorcerer family and mortal kingdom until the whole region is forced into one new order. Out of that conquest, Shinheng establishes a new academy and names it Dawn Academy. As principal again, he absorbs defeated sorcerers, recruits fresh students, and turns the academy into a real replacement for what they lost. Using experience from the faith world, Shinheng even creates talent-testing magic tools so large numbers of recruits can be screened cheaply. He is already thinking beyond sorcerers too, because in Shinheng's eyes the Night Path is strong enough to deserve its own future Dawn Night Academy. 10 years pass, and while Heimu stays trapped in war, Dawn Academy keeps growing in the Dolan region by taking in refugees and escaped apprentices. The faith world grows with them too, as true sorcerers cultivate hardy magic-touched crops and begin training the first local children who may carry sorcerer blood into the future. By the 15th year, Dawn Academy is finally strong enough that Shinheng leads Ariel and the others back to the Heimu region. They are not coming back as refugees this time, because Dawn now has 8 true sorcerers and a whole generation of trained apprentices behind it. Shinheng starts the war he delayed years ago, now fully ready to swallow rival factions and their resources. 3 more years of fighting tour through Heimu until Dawn Academy takes huge stretches of land and frees countless sorcerers from the heart-devouring devil's control. In the decisive clash, Shinheng fights the heart-devouring devil himself, and wins so completely that the monster ends up nailed to a cliff as war spoils. With Mogao Academy and the heart-devouring devil gone, Dawn Academy finally unifies the Heimu region and ends the long age of war. Out of that victory, the Dawn Empire is born, the first power in Heimu's history to gather all human sorcerers under one banner. The empire grows even stronger after unification, because many of the sorcerers Chen rescued naturally stay and become part of his new state. Dawn Academy becomes the empire's official academy, and for now one institution is enough to absorb every sorcerer in the region. Another 30 years roll by, and the empire keeps expanding while pulling ordinary children into sorcerer training on a massive scale. Most of those new recruits only have low talent, but Chen does not mind, because once they become sorcerers their descendants will slowly raise the ceiling. The empire even starts rewarding sorcerers for having more children, turning bloodline growth into state policy. 50 years after the empire is founded, Chen turns outward and declares war on the merfolk race. By then the empire has doubled its number of true sorcerers, including both promoted veterans and talented new generation prodigies. The merfolk still make the campaign costly by fighting from the ocean itself, where their home ground gives them their best edge. After 10 hard years, the empire crushes the merfolk royal court and forces the surviving tribes to submit or flee far away. 65 years into the Dawn Empire, Chen leaves Dawn City and travels to one last unusual place in the Heimu region. Ahead of him lies the Moga Plains, where a silver forest glows with hazy light and the air feels ancient, beautiful, and strangely peaceful. This is the home of the last elf tribe in Heimu, and even Chen pauses to take in the place's rare calm. The local governor nervously offers to notify the elves for him, clearly tense in front of the emperor. Chen just says there is no need, because the elves are already coming. A moment later, several elves emerge from the silver forest, strikingly beautiful and black-eyed in simple leather armor as they come forward to meet Chen. In the silver forest of Moga Plains, a group of elves comes out to meet Emperor Chen, and even his guards tense up at the sight of the hidden race. The middle-aged elf host greets him respectfully and says they have prepared a banquet, making it clear the tribe already knows exactly why he came. As Chen follows them inward, he quietly studies the settlement and realizes the elves still live among advanced magic formations and a dense energy node. The elves stay reserved instead of warm, but they also do not dare oppose the ruler who now controls the whole Heimu region. Deeper inside, Chen finally meets the race's leader, an elderly elf sorcerer whose strength once kept this declining tribe from extinction. Chen explains that he is here both to repay Yana's old kindness and to fulfill the promise he made after receiving her legacy stone. Then he offers the elves two paths: join Dawn Academy with a permanent representative, or stay independent as Dukes of Mogao with protected territory. The guards and governor behind Chen are visibly shaken, because either choice is far more generous than anyone expected. The old elf sorcerer falls into a long silence, weighing survival, dignity, and the future of his race. In the end he chooses Dawn Academy, deciding the elves must rejoin society and grow stronger instead of fading away under comfortable protection. Chen agrees at once, because even a weakened elf race still carries ancient sorcerer legacies Dawn Academy desperately needs. He stays for several days as an honored guest, taking in the elves' beautiful homes and the artistic way they shape every part of their lives. But before leaving, Chen quietly collects a few samples of elf blood, still chasing research value even while acting like a gracious guest. He even thinks about taking elf corpses for deeper study, then stops himself because damaging this new relationship would cost more than the materials were worth. That hesitation unsettles him, because the old Chen would have acted far more ruthlessly without caring what the elves thought. He realizes the enormous positive faith energy from the hero's trial has been amplifying the kinder side of his nature little by little. For now he can still think clearly and act harshly when needed, but he does not want to slowly become a real saint under that influence. That uneasy thought plants a new idea in his mind: maybe it is finally time to leave this world. A few months later, in his luxurious laboratory, Chen stands over several elf corpses and finishes refining a bottle of essence blood from them. The blood is weaker than what he gets from living bodies, but under a microscope he spots silver traces that should not be there. He suspects some of these dead elves carried a higher royal bloodline, and he immediately decides to test it on himself with the heaven-devouring scripture. The moment he absorbs the essence blood, his body reacts violently, and the moon god energy inside him starts circulating on its own. For several days the strange fusion continues, until the moon god energy finally settles into his body in a much more natural way. Once the fusion finally ends, Chen leaves the lab, eats a large meal to recover, and then goes to a mirror to inspect the changes. In the mirror, Chen finds his ears slightly pointed, his skin smoother, and his whole face even younger and more beautiful than before. The outer change is acceptable, but the real gain is inside. Moon god energy now moves through him with startling ease. He understands the reason at once. Moon god worship was always an elf meditation technique, so with elf blood in him, the method finally fits. With that final experiment complete, Chen decides there is nothing important left keeping him here. Looking out over a city lit by electricity, he quietly imagines how far this world might advance after he is gone. He decides not to abandon this body, and instead calls on the simulator's newly discovered function to cut it off as an independent simulation body. The simulator warns that cutting the body means the simulation will not end and he will get no points or prize wheel rewards, but Chen Heng accepts anyway. He judges the trade worth it, because this body barely ages, the Dawn Empire is still growing, and keeping both will help when he returns to the sorcerer world later. He also knows he cannot stay much longer, because the faith energy is changing him too steadily, and leaving now is safer than waiting until that change spreads too far. So when the simulator asks whether he wants to leave the simulation, Chen Heng answers without another pause. A faint golden light spreads over him as he gives the final command to return. Nothing seems to happen to the body left behind, but something inside the soul quietly separates, all the same. When the body opens its eyes again, it is no longer carrying Chen Heng's original consciousness, and positive faith energy now fills it so completely that it moves with a holy calm. Calmly looking up at the sky, he understands that this body is no longer truly Chen Heng at all, and gives it a new name, Ed. Chen Heng opened his eyes in his own room, calm but a little heavy as he realized he had come back before dying in the simulation. He quickly accepted the trade-off. He lost the usual simulation rewards, but the real treasures like moon god worship and the sorcerer legacies had stayed in his mind. When the simulator showed clone, Ed, Chen Heng realized the severed simulation body had become a usable clone still linked to him. That link came with a huge advantage and a catch. Chen Heng could borrow the clone's strength in the real world, but every use would burn points. He checked his balance and saw only 817 points left, a sharp drop after this choice. Chen Heng understood the price of saving Ed as a clone. The points spent in that world stayed there, so he missed the massive payout he would have earned by ending the simulation normally. Then the real number hit him. Borrowing Ed's full power would cost 1,000 points per minute. He could only fall silent, because with his current points he could not even afford 1 full minute of that trump card. Even so, he admitted the cost made sense, because Ed's faith-fueled strength was so absurd that even Chen Heng's old True Lord peak could not compare. That gave him some comfort at least. If disaster struck, even 1 minute of Ed's power could wipe out his enemies. So he made a practical decision right away and planned another simulation sooner than usual to rebuild his points. Out of curiosity, he also checked the price of bringing over the faith mark itself, and the answer was brutal. Taking the faith mark away from Ed would cost 15,000 points, while copying its core and leaving the clone intact would cost 57,000. He considered the cheaper option for a moment, but he knew stripping Ed of the faith mark would cripple the clone's overwhelming strength. In the end, he chose to preserve Ed's power, even if the better path was far more expensive, because a strong clone mattered too much. That choice changed nothing immediately, since he could not afford either option anyway, and he could only sigh and step outside his room. Sunlight pouring through the opened windows steadied him, and the familiar world briefly felt comforting again. But when he looked outside and watched Wang Li working, Chen Heng felt the same deathly aura hanging over everything, even stronger than before. He still had no answer for that approaching calamity, which made saving enough points to call on Ed feel even more urgent. So after just 1 week back in reality, Chen Heng prepared to enter another simulation instead of waiting months. Right then, the Guardians sent something through the Demon Resistance Department, a strange image and a prophecy. The words 7 days God's fall made him frown at once. As he studied the image, he connected its 7 stone walls to the old legend that the world would also end in 7 days. He had once dismissed that story as just another ancient myth, but the image made it feel uncomfortably real. Then a strange warning sensation surged through him, so sudden that his hand trembled around the image. The fortune mark lit up inside his body, and Chen Heng immediately used it to chase whatever that feeling was showing him. A vision ripped open before him, showing a dead barren land where entire cities had collapsed into silent ruins. Everywhere he looked, uniformed bodies lay dried and twisted on the ground, as if the whole world had been drained to death. Then Chen Heng recognized one of the corpses and felt cold all over, because the dead body was his own. The vision slammed him hard enough that his face went pale and his breathing turned ragged. When the fortune mark's light faded, it left him drained, coughing, and shaken by the future he might have seen. He knew the fortune mark did reveal fragments of the future, which only made that ruined ending feel more dangerous. Then Wang Li called out nearby, and when Chen Heng looked up under the mark's lingering effect, her face appeared as a horrifying skeleton. She simply asked if he was sick, while Chen Heng forced a smile and hid how badly that sight had rattled him. Only after the fortune mark's influence fully receded did Wang Li look normal again, and Chen Heng finally exhaled and retreated to his room. Sitting on his bed, he bitterly accepted that he had no time to hesitate anymore. If the fortune mark's warning was real, then getting stronger fast was the only way to stop himself and his family from ending up like that. So he opened the simulator again and chose to enter another world immediately. This time he skipped the sorcerer world and aimed for the Azure Heaven realm, where he knew the cultivation system best and could farm points more safely. After that, he picked the random identity option without hesitation. The wheel stopped on a white-red result, barely above the low end, and Chen Heng could only accept his mediocre luck. Spending 500 points on that weak identity stung, especially with only a little over 300 left afterward, but he still went ahead. When the simulator asked one last time, Chen Heng confirmed and let the light swallow him. After the familiar plunge through darkness, his consciousness woke inside a new life. Memories rushed in and told him who he was now, Zhang Hao, a flowing cloud sect outer court disciple at spirit refining level 3 from the Zhang family of 9 peaks. He opened his eyes fully, sorted through the new identity, and steadied himself inside this sect life. A young disciple named Lu Wen noticed his pause and asked if something was wrong. Chen Heng smoothly played along as Zhang Hao, saying he was only tired from cultivation, and Lu Wen instantly looked impressed by his diligence. As they walked, Lu Wen excitedly brought up the coming entrance ceremony and wondered if pretty new junior sisters would be joining this year. Zhang Hao answered easily, while Chen Heng also learned that the sect was taking in an unusually large batch of disciples and that outer court members had been run ragged preparing for it. Then Lu Wen grinned and teased him with better gossip. Senior apprentice sister he would also be there, so Zhang Hao should not miss his chance. That name pulled up the body's old feelings, and Chen Heng quickly understood that Hero was the famous outer court beauty his new identity had been hopelessly infatuated with. Privately speechless at how love-struck this body had been, Chen Heng still copied Zhang Hao's usual eagerness and urged Lu Wen to hurry. With that, the two outer court disciples headed deeper into the sect toward the coming ceremony. Following Zhang Hao's memories, Chen Heng and Lu Wen arrive at the flowing cloud sect's assignment area to receive the new disciples allocated to the outer court. A middle-aged disciple hands over a selection token and bluntly reminds Chen Heng that the outer court only gets 10 leftovers, because the best children were already taken first. Chen Heng studies the crowd and quickly understands the pressure in their eyes, because anyone not chosen here will likely be dumped into filthy spirit mine labor. Before Chen Heng can choose, a girl named Zhang Ye runs up and reminds him that their families know each other, clearly hoping that old ties will save her from a bad posting. Once he remembers who she is, Chen Heng calmly tells Zhang Ye to stand behind him, since he was going to choose people at random anyway. Zhang Ye immediately pushes her luck and softly asks Chen Heng to take her friends too, even hinting that they can repay him with spirit stones later. Even though her scheming feels ridiculous for someone so young, Chen Heng agrees to take 5 of them and sends her off to gather the group. While Zhang Ye is gone, Chen Heng scans the remaining disciples and suddenly notices one plain girl whose hidden fortune burns an unusual crimson red with hints of gold. He calls the girl over, learns her name is Ho Wan, and casually offers her a place in the outer court if she wants it. Delighted and a little stunned, Ho Wan steps behind Chen Heng, immediately drawing jealous looks from everyone still waiting to be picked. When Zhang Ye returns with 3 friends, she quietly warns Chen Heng that Ho Wan is only a farmer's daughter and cannot offer much in return, making his choice look even stranger to her. Chen Heng does not explain himself and simply tosses the medallion to Lu Wen, telling him to choose the last 5 spots. Lu Wen is thrilled by the favor and immediately assumes Chen Heng is leaving him room for a proper return gift, so he eagerly promises to bring spirit wine later. Watching that exchange, Zhang Ye gets her first real taste of sect life and realizes just how openly the cultivation world runs on favors and profit. Chen Heng asks the chosen girls about their cultivation, and Zhang Ye proudly says she can already sense spirit chi and expects to reach spirit refining level 1 within 2 years. When Ho Wan's turn comes, she awkwardly admits that even after half a year of cultivation, she still cannot sense spirit chi at all. The others instantly look down on her terrible talent, but Chen Heng ignores their disdain and tells Ho Wan to come to him whenever she has questions about sensing spirit chi. As Zhang Ye praises his kindness, Chen Heng's attention drifts to another selector in the distance, the beautiful Hero, the woman Zhang Hao used to obsess over. Hero notices the stare, and her friends tease her about Zhang Hao still being smitten, but she dismisses him as just an outer court disciple beneath her attention. Chen Heng is equally indifferent, because he is not Zhang Hao and has no interest in chasing a woman who only values status. Lu Wen finally comes back from his own selections, and Chen Heng can only stare because Lu Wen has used every remaining slot on pretty girls. After the new disciples are settled in the outer court, Chen Heng returns alone to his room and starts sorting through this world's cultivation system. He confirms that this world's path starts with spirit refining and moves into foundation building, different in details but still close enough to the systems he already understands. That also helps him make sense of the Azure Heaven realm, because different worlds inside it can naturally develop different cultivation traditions. Once he understands the basics, Chen Heng decides not to waste time reinventing techniques and instead uses the feather scripture he created in a past life as his foundation here. Spirit chi gathers smoothly under the feather scripture, but when the session ends Chen Heng frowns because this body's talent is only average. He does not panic, because with the heaven-devouring scripture he can eventually patch weak talent by devouring enough essence blood and reshaping the body over time. For now he keeps things simple, arranging the new disciples' assignments, and then locking himself into a routine of quiet cultivation. Over the next 4 months, Chen Heng becomes almost unrecognizable to the others, spending every spare moment rushing off to the sect's spirit formations to train. Zhang Ye asks Lu Wen if Zhang Hao was always this hardworking, and even Lu Wen can only guess that the coming minor competition must have lit a fire under him. The training works, but the cost catches up fast, and Chen Heng walks out of another spirit formation session realizing his spirit stones are nearly gone. Zhang Hao's old savings were never much, and Chen Heng has now burned through the stash that had been meant for buying a magic item. So once again, Chin-heng reaches the same answer he always seems to reach in every world: if he wants to keep moving, he has to make money. Half a month later, he returns to an old specialty and opens a refining trade in the sect marketplace, selling magic items he makes himself. Because he was a grandmaster refiner in a previous world, the profits come quickly, and Chin-heng soon counts out 300 spirit stones with quiet satisfaction. Another half-year passes, and by then Chin-heng's reputation has spread through the Flowing Cloud sect as both a tireless cultivator and a reliable refiner. That growing name brings an unexpected visitor when inner court disciple Yang Xing personally comes to the outer court looking for him. The room goes tense at the sight of an inner court disciple, but Yang Xing is all smiles as he asks Chin-heng to refine a magic item and promises not to be stingy on price. Chin-heng agrees, takes the deposit, and sends Yang Xing away happy, which only makes Zhang Ye and the others look at him with even more awe. Chin-heng barely cares about the attention and simply returns to his residence, ready to continue his usual meditation. Before he can settle in, someone knocks, and this time it is Ho Wan visiting him after a long while. Ho Wan sits down stiffly over tea and finally tells him the small victory she came to share. After all this time, she can sense spirit chi now. Chin-heng smiles and explains that this means she can finally move to the next step, guiding spirit chi into her body and formally entering spirit refining level 1. But Ho Wan cannot celebrate much, because after more than half a year in the sect, she knows everyone else has already gone farther and her own talent is considered among the worst. Chin-heng quietly encourages her, saying talent is fixed at birth but matters less later on, and that once someone reaches foundation building, those early gaps are no longer everything. While comforting her, Chin-heng checks Ho Wan's fortune again and realizes the problem. Her hidden potential is real, but it will not fully erupt until she is middle-aged. To Chin-heng, that late-blooming fortune is bizarre but possible, because with talent as bad as hers, a life-changing rise decades later actually makes grim sense. Ho Wan, of course, knows none of that, and despite his gentle words she can only force a small smile, because with her current talent she still cannot see any path to foundation building at all. In Chin-heng's room, Ho Wan brings up the coming minor competition and carefully asks if he plans to join. Chin-heng answers casually that he will see, because the sex rewards and experience barely matter to him anymore. After Ho Wan leaves, Chin-heng heads to the spirit formation area to cultivate like usual. The disciples there treat Chin-heng with open respect, a sign of how famous he has become in the outer court. Before he can settle in, a white-robed young man keeps calling after him and finally steps in front of him to stop him. The stranger says he wants Chin-heng to refine a magic item, and he sweetens the offer by claiming he has a 9 heavens white jade. That rare jade is exactly what Chin-heng still lacks for a cultivation-related magic item, so he agrees on the spot. After setting the terms, Lu He leaves in a hurry, and Chin-heng watches him go with a thoughtful look. Later, Chin-heng goes to the busy marketplace outside the sect, where he and Lu He agreed to trade. Inside a room near the marketplace, Lu He quietly assures a sinister, unseen companion that Chin-heng will definitely come and is suitable for a demon seed. Lu He explains that Chin-heng is a rising outer court genius and a refining master, which makes him far more useful to control than an ordinary disciple. When Chin-heng arrives, Lu He switches back to a warm smile and greets him like nothing is wrong. Lu He leads Chin-heng into a private refining room filled with pill cauldrons and tools, and Chin-heng immediately notices the setup is unusually complete. As Lu He produces all the materials, Chin-heng realizes this man is far too prepared to be some ordinary customer. Even so, Chin-heng starts refining, and golden spirit fire flares up under his precise control. Watching those flawless movements, Lu He is inwardly stunned and realizes Chin-heng's refining skill is even better than expected. That only hardens Lu He's resolve, and a thin invisible strand of black aura slowly creeps toward Chin-heng from the corner of the room. Chin-heng's hands pause for the briefest instant when the demon seed enters him, then he deliberately acts as if he noticed nothing. Fooled by that performance, Lu He relaxes and smiles, convinced the trap worked perfectly. When the refining is done, Chin-heng turns stiff and cold on purpose and asks for his payment like someone already being affected. Lu He hands over an ornate wooden box, and inside it Chin-heng finally gets the 9 heavens white jade he wanted. Chin-heng leaves with the jade, and Lu He returns to the back room pleased with himself. In private, Lu He reports that the demon seed has been planted and claims Chin-heng will belong to the demon sect in a few months. He even boasts that their people are infiltrating other sects too, and says this small sect could be taken easily if they were not trying to stay hidden. Out in the crowd, Chin-heng calmly sheds the fake tainted look, and the evil aura around him vanishes as if it had never touched him. He thinks grimly that the whole thing is troublesome, because he had sensed the demon seed immediately, and only played along to see Lu He's purpose. As he examines it inside his body, Chin-heng realizes the demon seed quietly devours magic energy, and would be almost impossible for an ordinary spirit refining cultivator to detect. Worse, he judges that the evil aura can grow into a new soul, swallow the original one, and turn the victim into a different person entirely. That makes the real danger clear to him. The demon sect targeted him because he is talented enough to be useful but still weak enough, in theory, to control early. Back in his own thoughts, Chin-heng bitterly admits this one ambush has wrecked his slow plan to rise inside the Flowing Cloud sect and take it over from within someday. He weighs reporting the infiltration to the sect, but the idea feels dangerous because the demon sect may already have its hooks in elders or higher ranks. Even if he spoke up, Chin-heng knows the sect would never fully trust someone who had already been touched by demon methods. When he returns to his residence, several people are already waiting to ask for refining work, but something about them feels wrong. The moment he looks closer, Chin-heng senses the same evil aura in 3 of them and realizes the problem inside the sect is already much bigger than he thought. That settles it for him, and Chin-heng turns away on the spot with one clear decision: he is leaving. In the outer court hall, Janya is startled when Chin-heng tells her he is preparing to return home. Chin-heng keeps his explanation simple and says he has matters to handle back home, without exposing the danger spreading through the sect. Privately, his real calculation is blunt: staying in this infiltrated small sect is no longer worth the risk when he already lacks neither techniques nor spirit stones. He has already arranged an exit by taking a task to guard a spirit garden outside Nine Peaks City, giving himself a clean reason to leave. Before going, Chin-heng decides to try bringing Zhang Ye and Ho Wan with him instead of abandoning them here. Zhang Ye agrees almost immediately, because following a powerful rich clan brother is far better for her future than struggling unnoticed in the sect. Chin-heng tells her to prepare to leave in 3 days and mentions that Ho Wan may be coming too. When he asks Ho Wan, she agrees as well, because with her poor talent she has little future left in Flowing Cloud sect anyway. 3 days later, Chin-heng leaves the sect with Zhang Ye and Ho Wan, taking the road by carriage instead of flying. After half a month on the road, they finally reach Nine Peaks City, home of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan has already sent people to receive them, and a delighted middle-aged retainer welcomes Chin-heng and Zhang Ye back at the city gate, while Ho Wan quietly takes it all in. They are led straight into the main hall, where the elderly clan leader Zhang Chong is already waiting. Chin-heng and Zhang Ye bow respectfully, and Chin-heng quietly gauges Zhang Chong's cultivation at spirit refining level 6. Zhang Chong asks why Chin-heng suddenly came back, admitting the letter had worried him. Chin-heng answers that he returned because a spirit garden outside Nine Peaks City has fallen under his responsibility. Hearing that, Zhang Chong brightens at once, because managing a spirit garden is exactly the kind of mission that signals trust and opportunity. When Zhang Chong asks about Zhang Ye and Ho Wan, Chin-heng says he brought them along because the spirit garden will need extra hands. Zhang Chong takes the mission seriously enough to offer more help, even volunteering himself if needed, but Chin-heng politely refuses for now. After Chin-heng leaves, Zhang Chong quietly pulls Zhang Ye aside and asks the real question weighing on him: did Chin-heng offend someone in the sect? Zhang Ye reassures him that the opposite is true and starts describing how capable and successful Chin-heng has been in the Flowing Cloud sect. The more he hears, the more Zhang Chong is thrilled, and he says the Zhang clan's hopes for this generation now look brighter than ever. Then Zhang Chong's attention shifts to Ho Wan, whose dim spirit light makes him frown and wonder why Chin-heng brought back someone who seems almost mortal. Zhang Ye can only guess that Chin-heng may be bringing Ho Wan back as a future Dao companion, since he clearly cares about her despite her poor talent. Back in the Zhang clan, Zhang Chong fumes that Chin-heng handed the spirit garden post to an outsider with poor talent instead of keeping that rich opportunity inside the family. Zhang Ye guesses the only reason that makes sense is that Chin-heng wants Ho Wan as a Dao companion. Zhang Chong immediately pushes back and says that if Chin-heng wants a partner, Zhang Ye herself would have been the better match. That blunt suggestion leaves Zhang Ye red-cheeked, and she shyly admits she would be willing if Chin-heng wanted it. Hearing that, Zhang Chong smiles in satisfaction and promises he will arrange her future. Elsewhere at the same time, Chin-heng calmly brings Ho Wan to his residence and offers her a safe place to stay until they leave together later. Ho Wan accepts the arrangement with the same serious, straightforward attitude she always shows him. When Chin-heng returns inside, his branch family's status change is obvious, because his home has been thoroughly upgraded now that the clan knows he has real cultivation talent. His identity's parents and 2 younger siblings have already been waiting for him, and they light up the moment he appears. After sharing a family meal, Chin-heng slips back into his usual rhythm, treating clan life as a passing stop and cultivation as the only thing worth his time. When he has time, he also visits Ho Wan and teaches her, steadily helping her onto the cultivation path. After a few days, Chin-heng heads to the spirit garden mission he claimed earlier, since the place is useful for both duty and cultivation. The other cultivators there greet the newcomer with bland indifference, neither welcoming him nor trying to make trouble. That attitude does not last, because within 2 months Nine Peaks City starts talking about a new refining master from the Zhang clan with frightening talent. Half a year passes, and with Chin-heng's help, Zhang Ye reaches spirit refining level 2 while Ho Wan finally steps into the spirit refining realm herself. Chin-heng's return also strengthens the Zhang clan, and across Nine Peaks City people know him by his public name Zhang Hao as a sect-trained refining master. But on a dark moonlit night, the hidden danger inside him stirs again as the evil aura in his body starts roiling in response to something waking far away. Chin-heng realizes the suppressed power is resonating with a distant caller, and he starts to suspect the demon sect's long-hidden move is finally beginning. From the intelligence he has gathered, he pieces together that the evil aura is a demon seed, a rare technique tied to demon sovereign level figures who can secretly control others. That leads him to one grim conclusion: a major demon sect figure is laying plans across the U Kingdom, and the target has to be enormous. A few days later, a letter from Flowing Cloud Sect arrives ordering Chen back to become an inner court disciple, and even he is briefly surprised. Zhang Ye is delighted and immediately treats it as Chen next big step upward. Instead of celebrating, Chen quietly says he has no intention of leaving right now. Zhang Ye cannot understand the refusal, but Chen keeps his real suspicion to himself. The sect may already be a trap waiting for everyone with a demon seed inside them. Far away, the hidden mastermind finally steps into the open as demon sect disciples gather before a tall altar to welcome the demon sovereign. His followers report that demon nets are already planted inside all 5 major sects of U Kingdom, and they beg for the order to strike. One casual wave of the demon sovereign's hand crushes the noise and silences the entire altar at once. Then he gives the real command. In 3 days the demon seeds will activate, and within 1 month the 5 sects of U Kingdom are to be wiped out. At that same moment, Chen abruptly senses the demon sovereign's descent and looks toward the horizon as black fog seems to spread across the land. Over the next few days, the other 4 spirit garden managers all leave after receiving similar letters, leaving Chen as the only cultivator manager still in place. The garden does not shut down, because mortal workers, Zhang Ye and Ho Wan are still there, but the place now feels stretched and exposed. After walking the grounds, Chen finds Zhang Ye among the spirit grasses and quietly tells her to warn the clan not to leave Nine Peaks City for the time being. His warning leaves Zhang Ye unsettled, because she can tell something is coming even if he still refuses to explain it outright. Chen stays in the spirit garden on the surface, but in secret he starts pulling intelligence through the small network he has been building around Nine Peaks City. That hidden network exists because Chen has been using chances and influence for months to gather people under him, trading quiet help now for reach and information later. The reports soon confirm his fears, because demonic cultivators erupt across U Kingdom in a coordinated strike and smash the 5 major sects almost overnight. Flowing Cloud Sect is hit especially hard, with several elders and their disciples turning traitor, the sect master badly wounded, and the survivors barely preserving the sect at all. One of Chen own subordinates, the old solo cultivator Huang Nong, can hardly believe that even sect elders would betray their side. Chen tells him greed is only part of the story, because some of those betrayals may not have been voluntary at all. Privately, Chen links it back to the demon seeds in people's bodies and realizes that if even elders were controlled, a true demon sovereign really is behind all of this. And if a demon sovereign has truly entered the field, then the 5 sects of Little U Kingdom were never equipped to face something on that level. Before that thought can settle, another report comes in. Demon sect disciples have already appeared near Nine Peaks City. Outside the city, fighting and panic shouting break out as the reason for the invasion becomes brutally clear. The demonic cultivators want mortals themselves as blood, food, and soul resources. Wherever they pass, living people are stripped down to death, and even their souls are refined away, turning the demon sect advance into pure terror. Because Nine Peaks City is still a large population center, it quickly becomes one of the next targets in the demon sect sweep. An emergency council gathers in the city hall, where the city lord calls together clan leaders and local experts to decide how Nine Peaks City can possibly respond. The first voices in the room are bleak, because everyone understands that if they fail here, the demon sect will slaughter them all anyway. Someone insists they at least need the enemy's strength before making plans, so the city lord reveals the numbers they have managed to gather. The report lands like a hammer. The attacking force includes 2 spirit refining level 5 cultivators and 1 spirit refining level 9 expert. Zhang Chong immediately sees the real problem. The 2 mid-level enemies are manageable, but a spirit refining level 9 demonic cultivator is far beyond what their city can safely handle. With the city lord only at spirit refining level 8, the room is left facing the ugly possibility that the enemy's strongest demonic cultivator may even fight like a foundation building expert once fed on enough blood and souls. When news of the invasion reaches Nine Peaks City, the city lord asks who can hold off the 2 spirit refining level 5 demonic cultivators, and the room goes dead quiet. Nobody wants that fight, because in this remote city spirit refining level 5 is already dangerous, and demonic cultivators are known to hit harder than ordinary cultivators at the same level. At last, old Zhang Chong steps forward and says he can tie down one of them, even if age has already robbed him of his full strength. Another spirit refining level 6 clan leader agrees to handle the second demonic cultivator, finally giving the city lord enough pieces for a defense plan. The city lord declares that he and everyone else will use the city's great formation to resist the spirit refining level 9 enemy at the center of the attack. That plan calms everyone for a moment, because they convince themselves the demon sect just struck too many places at once to spare much force for a remote city like this one. A few days later, that hope collapses when fresh reports reveal there are actually 5 demonic cultivators in the area, and one of them is at Foundation Building. Now nobody talks about resisting anymore, and Nine Peaks City falls into panic as people scramble for a way out. But the city is already too late to escape, and one of the invading demonic cultivators quietly turns his attention to the spirit garden outside the main fight. The black-robed elder senses how rich the spirit chi is here and grins, convinced that once the garden's unnamed manager is killed, the whole place will be easy loot. Inside the garden, Ho-won senses the elder's thick demonic chi at once and realizes this is far beyond anything she can handle. She turns to run and warn Chin-hung, but the elder notices her movement and casually sends a black demonic blade straight at her. The killing strike vanishes right before it reaches Ho-won, and the elder finally realizes someone stronger is already here. Hwan Gnome walks out like an ordinary old farmer and calmly says the warning was right, because this place really cannot be left unguarded. The elder immediately grows cautious, because anyone who erased his attack that easily might be too strong for him to beat. When the elder asks if he is the garden's manager, Hwan Gnome smiles and says no, but he is more than enough to kill him. With one casual strike, Hwan Gnome crushes the spirit-refining level 6 demonic cultivator flat into the ground and kills him on the spot. At the same time in the city, Chin-hung walks through dark blood-streaked streets and realizes he arrived just in time. A foundation-building demonic cultivator has already crashed into the city battle, leaving clan leaders badly wounded and bodies scattered around the fighting ground. Zhang Chong is still alive only because a white jade Chin-hung gave him blocked one of the enemy's attacks at the critical moment. Even now, the Nine Peaks City Lord is still fighting, and Chin-hung sees that the man had hidden his real cultivation almost all along. But in the end, the City Lord is blasted down too, and the demonic cultivator coldly announces that taking all of them down cost him real effort. The wounded leaders can already see their grim fate in the demonic cultivator's hands, but they can do nothing except glare back at him. Just as he moves to capture them, every one of his subordinates freezes in place like living statues, and the whole battlefield suddenly feels wrong. The demonic cultivator looks up and finally notices a young man standing there without any trace of presence until this exact moment. He demands to know who Chin-hung is, but Chin-hung does not answer and only raises a hand. Before the man can react, a bloody hole opens in his chest, and the foundation-building demonic cultivator drops dead where he stands. The stunned survivors turn straight to Zhang Chong, because from their point of view the Zhang clan just produced someone strong enough to erase a foundation-building enemy with one move. Zhang Chong can only sit there with a bitter smile, because even he had no idea Chin-hung was hiding this kind of strength. Chin-hung, meanwhile, is only mildly surprised that the fight ended so fast, because he had expected a demonic foundation-building cultivator to be much harder to kill. Then the corpse suddenly shines with golden light, and the city lord's side recognizes the danger at once. The man left behind a soul tool. A blood-red saber of stored soul power crashes down on Chin-hung with far more force than the dead cultivator showed while alive. Zhang Yu cries out in shock, but Chin-hung simply lowers one white arm and shatters the apocalyptic strike in front of everyone. After watching Chin-hung crush the soul tool's strike, the Nine Peaks City Lord asks Zhang Chong what realm this clansman is really at, and the survivor's shock hardens into fear of the Zhang clan's hidden strength. Zhang Chong still cannot explain it, but beneath the confusion he is already thinking that with Chin-hung here, even the seat of City Lord may be ready to change hands. Standing over the corpse, Chin-hung realizes the soul tool's final attack actually carried power beyond normal foundation building, and only his special constitution let him take it so easily. Far away at a dark altar, a black-robed young man feels his Dao mark get destroyed and opens his eyes in surprise. When his attendant comes forward, the young man says an unexpected survivor in Yu Kingdom just erased the mark he had left behind. He immediately orders all disciples to stay away from Nine Peaks City, because anyone who can destroy that mark has to be at least foundation building. 2 months pass, and the biggest change in Nine Peaks City is obvious. Chin-hung has become the new city lord. In the aftermath of the demonic attack, the Zhang clan swallows up other families' resources, and Zhang Chong ruthlessly wipes out the clan's remaining enemies. By the end of it, the Zhang clan holds clear dominance inside Nine Peaks City. Just as importantly, the demonic cultivators stop pressing the city entirely, because whoever leads them has decided Nine Peaks City is no longer worth touching. Chin-hung simply has the city cleaned up and moves forward, while the wider situation outside keeps shifting. The demonic invasion of Yu Kingdom was never meant to last. The demon sect only came to loot resources and harvest blood food before pulling back. Once the 5 sects regrouped and the rival Daybreak sect put pressure on them, the remaining demonic cultivators were forced out for good. The disaster still left Yu Kingdom shattered, with dead millions, broken sects, empty cities, and a recovery that would take decades. But the wreckage also created opportunity, because fixed spirit gardens, mines, and other operations could not be carried away by the raiders. The Zhang clan moved fast after the chaos, swallowing nearby clans' holdings and expanding into a new power while everyone else was busy doing the same. As Yu Kingdom slowly stabilized, the surviving sects rebuilt and recruited again, while Chin-hung's own position rose with the new order. Back in Flowing Cloud sect, Chin-hung learned the old spirit garden managers were dead and the cultivator who planted the demon seed in him had vanished in the caves. Because the sect had lost so many people, Chin-hung's refining skill now carried even more weight, and he was promoted straight into the inner court. He accepted the promotion easily, but instead of staying at the sect, he spent most of his time back in Nine Peaks City. 30 years passed, and when morning light filled his courtyard, Chin-hung still looked almost unchanged by time. Zhang Ye came to report that Ho Wan had taken first place in the sect competition, entered the inner court, and was even being chosen as an elder's true legacy disciple. Qin Heng was not surprised at all, because after following him for 30 years, Ho Wan had finally reached the point where her rise should begin. Zhang Ye credited Qin Heng's guidance and resources, and even she felt a little jealous of how well he had always treated Ho Wan. But Qin Heng quietly knew the bigger reason. Ho Wan's dormant fortune had started moving, and once that kind of luck awakened, opportunities would come to her even without him. He did not bother explaining any of that, and after finishing his tea, he simply rose and walked out into the city. 30 years of development had transformed Nine Peaks City into a lively cultivation center where cultivators were now common sights. That change traced back to Qin Heng, who used the Zhang clan's post-war gains to build workshops and regular magic item trading until a real marketplace formed around them. With Nine Peaks City at the center, the Zhang clan kept expanding for 3 decades until it became the strongest force in Yu Kingdom outside the 3 surviving major sects. Even so, Qin Heng stayed unusually low-key, rarely leaving Nine Peaks City and still keeping his identity as a Flowing Cloud sect inner court disciple. His ties with Flowing Cloud sect also lifted Ho Wan, because inside the sect everyone already treated her as someone marked by Qin Heng's backing whether she wanted that role or not. Then, in the middle of his walk, Qin Heng suddenly looked up and felt that the weather was about to change. A little later, far inside Flowing Cloud sect's back mountain, Ho Wan walked into a secret area and found 3 black-clothed people waiting for her. They demanded she hand over an unnamed item and mocked her for leaving the safety of the sect, making it clear they had come prepared to kill her. Ho Wan answered with icy calm, and when the 3 rushed her together, she did not even bother to dodge. Instead, the attackers slipped past her and suddenly started hacking at each other, as if their minds had been twisted mid-charge. When Ho Wan finally turned around, blood-red light flashed in her eyes and her hidden power came into view. As a strange chant echoed through the mountain, the 3 men collapsed and Ho Wan absorbed their blood chi with unmistakably demonic methods. By the time the surging energy settled, the bodies had been drained into withered corpses, proving Ho Wan was truly cultivating demonic arts. She erased the evidence with a wave of her hand, turning the corpses into ash before anyone could trace what happened there. Left alone at last, Ho Wan admitted to herself that this path was getting harder to hide and harder to live with. She remembered how she once swore not to become like the demonic cultivators, only to realize she had already killed more and more people along the way. From the outside, she looked blessed by both the Zhang clan and Flowing Cloud sect, with status, resources, and a brilliant future that others could only envy. But Ho Wan knew that under normal methods, her poor talent would never have carried her to foundation building no matter how much support she received. So during the old invasion, she secretly turned to demonic manuals left behind by the invaders, choosing a cruel shortcut that needed blood chi and souls instead of talent. That gamble worked, and after years of secret cultivation, Ho Wan had already become a foundation-building cultivator. Even then, every step felt like walking on thin ice, because if her secret came out, the backlash would hit not just her but the Zhang clan and Qin Heng too. A few months later, that fear finally exploded when a spirit bird dropped a letter into Qin Heng's courtyard in Nine Peaks City. Qin Heng opened the message, and for the first time in a while, his expression tightened into a frown. When Zhang Ye asked what was wrong, Qin Heng simply handed her the letter instead of answering. The letter said Flowing Cloud sect had arrested Ho Wan after finding demonic chi in her, and confirming she had been cultivating demonic techniques. Zhang Ye was stunned, because the quiet junior sister she knew seemed like the last person who should have ended up as a demonic cultivator. She asked Qin Heng if it could really be true, still hoping there had been some mistake. Qin Heng answered with unsettling calm that if the sect had written this much, then it was probably true. To him, demonic cultivation itself was not the shocking part, but he knew the rest of Yu Kingdom would treat Ho Wan's exposure as a major scandal. As he sat there, Qin Heng connected the turmoil to Ho Wan's awakened fortune, which had finally begun dragging huge trouble into her life along with huge opportunities. Not long after, Zhang Ye stepped outside and met Zhang Chong, who had already heard the news and rushed over in alarm. After 30 years of watching the Zhang clan rise under Qin Heng, the retired elder pressed Zhang Ye for one thing above all: how Qin Heng was taking Ho Wan's scandal. Zhang Ye told him Qin Heng looked extremely calm, which only made him harder to read. Zhang Chong cursed the whole mess, bitter that Qin Heng had treated Ho Wan so well only for her to stain the Zhang clan with demonic cultivation. Even when Zhang Ye tried to say the case might not be fully settled yet, Zhang Chong cut her off and insisted the real danger was Qin Heng doing something reckless for Ho Wan. 30 years after Qin Heng built it up, the Zhang clan is strong enough that even the Flowing Cloud sect has to think twice before moving against them. Even with Ho Wan exposed as a demonic cultivator, the clan might have weathered it if Qin Heng stayed quiet and cut ties with her. Zhang Chong quietly asked Zhang Ye if Qin Heng might do something reckless for Ho Wan, and even she cannot answer with confidence. Both of them realize the same thing: if Qin Heng decides one person matters more than reason, nobody in the clan can stop him. So the clan can only wait, hoping they might still persuade Qin Heng not to clash with a major sect. News of Ho Wan spreads through the whole Zhang clan, causing a burst of panic before people slowly settle down again. 1 full month passes, and Chen Heng stays so calm that it almost looks like he has already chosen to let Ho Wan go. Watching him act exactly as usual, Zhang Chong and the others finally start to relax. But before Chen Heng makes any move, the Flowing Cloud sect arrives first. As they walk through Nine Peaks City, the sect envoys openly marvel at how prosperous the Zhang clan's base has become. The female cultivator bluntly wonders whether anyone would willingly hand over a city this rich. The ambassador answers coldly that it is not up to the Zhang clan, because Ho Wan's case gives the sects the excuse they wanted. Soon after, the Zhang clan receives the envoys and brings them into a formal meeting with Zhang Chong, Zhang Ye, and the core members. Zhang Chong tries to stay polite and asks why the Flowing Cloud sect has come, even though everyone in the room already knows. The ambassador refuses to play along and brings up Ho Wan's demonic technique and soul-devouring crimes directly. The Zhang clan members flinch, then immediately insist Ho Wan is only an outsider, and her crimes have nothing to do with them. The female cultivator quietly undermines that defense by pointing out how closely Ho Wan once moved with the Zhang clan. Then the ambassador tightens the noose by revealing that Ho Wan has already exposed many Zhang clan secrets under interrogation. Zhang Chong realizes how dangerous that is, because the clan never hid much from Ho Wan in the first place. Even so, he steadies himself and repeats that Ho Wan's crimes still do not implicate the Zhang clan. The ambassador immediately counters that nobody has to believe them, especially with rumors of more demonic cultivators hidden inside the clan. Zhang Chong firmly offers to let them search the residence, hoping proof will end the accusation there. But the ambassador waves that aside and finally states the real demand: Chen Heng must go to the Flowing Cloud sect in person to deal with Ho Wan. The room goes cold at once, because everyone knows asking Chen Heng to walk into the sect is the same as asking him to enter a cage. Behind the ambassador's smile is a simple plan. Once Chen Heng is trapped under the sect's guardian formation, the Zhang clan loses its only real shield. Trying to shield Chen Heng, Zhang Chong offers to go in his place and says his own status should be enough to represent the clan. The hall stays tense and silent, because no one dares make a choice that could ruin the entire clan. Seeing their fear, the ambassador pretends this is only a routine summons and even promises Chen Heng will return safely. A few Zhang clan members start wavering under the ambassador's smooth promise, but Zhang Chong still looks tense and unconvinced. Zhang Chong catches himself before falling for it, and the wariness returns to his face. Before he can answer, the ambassador cuts him off and demands a final reply for the Flowing Cloud sect. Then he releases his foundation-building aura, turning the conversation into naked intimidation. The Zhang clan side reels under the pressure, a harsh reminder that without Chen Heng they have very few foundation-building experts at all. Even Zhang Ye feels the gap and realizes this ambassador is stronger than she is. Just as the pressure peaks, heavy footsteps sound from outside the hall. The footsteps hit like heartbeats, and the whole room feels as if the world itself has gone silent around them. For the ambassador, each step feels like a mountain landing on his chest, and his composure finally breaks. Then Chen Heng appears, young-faced but ancient in the eyes, carrying a presence that turns the hall into his domain. The ambassador instantly understands he is facing a profound understanding expert whose pressure feels even greater than the sect's own elders. Even the escape item hidden on him no longer feels useful, because Chen Heng gives him no sense that resistance is possible at all. Still forcing himself to speak, the ambassador nervously asks whether Chen Heng intends to attack them. Chen Heng answers with chilling simplicity: they wanted to see him, so now he is here. As Chen Heng speaks, a formless pressure crashes over the Flowing Cloud sect group, draining their strength until the ambassador can only submit and promise to deliver his warning. Then Chen Heng gives his answer: he will return to the Flowing Cloud sect in 3 months. But he adds one hard condition with it: nothing must happen to Ho Wan before he arrives. Crushed into obedience, the ambassador addresses him as senior apprentice brother, and promises the message will be delivered. After that, the Flowing Cloud sect party flees the hall at once, not daring to stay in Chen Heng's presence a second longer. After the Flowing Cloud sect envoys leave, the Zhang clan immediately begs Chen Heng not to walk into what looks like an obvious trap. Chen Heng does not argue much. He just tells them he understands and already has his own plan. Once the others leave, only Zhang Ye and Zhang Chong remain, and Chen Heng directly asks what the two of them really think. Zhang Ye and Zhang Chong agree the sect's summons is bait, and Zhang Chong bluntly warns that if Chen Heng goes, the clan's strongest safeguard walks straight into enemy hands. Zhang Ye pushes the point further and says that if Chen Heng really appears at the sect for Ho Wan's sake, Ho Wan will probably be killed the moment he arrives. Chen Heng calmly agrees with all of it, and for one relieved beat, Zhang Ye and Zhang Chong think he has finally decided to stay. Then Chen Heng turns the whole conversation around and says that precisely because it is a trap, he wants to see for himself how strong the Flowing Cloud sect really is. Half a month later, the story shifts to the Flowing Cloud sect prison, where heavy runes and restrictions can suppress even foundation-building cultivators into near mortals. Among the captured rogue and demonic cultivators, Ho Wan sits alone in a cell in her red robes, still trying to cultivate even after being imprisoned for a long time. The prison door opens, light spills in, and a tall woman in white steps up to Ho Wan's cell. Ho Wan tenses immediately because her instincts scream that this beautiful stranger is far more dangerous than she looks. When Ho Wan asks if she is from the Flowing Cloud sect, The woman answers with a slippery yes and no, then greets her like an old acquaintance. The stranger says she has been secretly watching Ho-wan for a long time and hints that Ho-wan is much more important than anyone realizes. She goes further and claims there is tremendous power hidden inside Ho-wan, enough to make her a figure who could one day rise above ordinary cultivators. Ho-wan is not moved by grand words and cuts straight to the point, asking what the woman actually plans to do with the prisoner in chains. To Ho-wan's shock, the woman says she really intends to release her. Ho-wan can tell from the woman's presence that she is not lying, which only makes the situation stranger and more unsettling. The woman refuses to explain more and tells Ho-wan that instead of despairing, she should think about how to escape this place herself. Then she drops the real pressure point. The sect has already gone to Nine Peaks City, and Chin-hung will soon come to the Flowing Cloud sect because of Ho-wan. Ho-wan instantly understands that if Chin-hung enters the sect, the Flowing Cloud sect will spring the trap and crush him. Her fear spirals further because if Chin-hung falls, the rest of the Zhang clan could be dragged down with him. Desperate, Ho-wan reaches for the small dagger Chin-hung once gave her and silently decides that dying here might be the only way to stop this. The woman immediately sees through that thought and shuts it down, warning that even Ho-wan's death would be hidden and Chin-hung would still come anyway. Forced to calm down, Ho-wan asks again what the woman really wants from her. The woman insists she only wants to help, but says no one will warn Chin-hung for her, so Ho-wan's only chance is to save herself and get out. Ho-wan bitterly points out the obvious problem. With her magic sealed and the entire sect around her, escaping like this is nearly impossible. In response, the woman sets down a golden one-chi pill, a dangerous medicine that can push Ho-wan up an entire realm for 2 hours. She explains the price too. After those 2 hours, Ho-wan will be heavily injured, her spirit foundation may be damaged, and survival will depend on luck. After a brief hesitation, Ho-wan still takes the pill because a deadly chance is better than no chance at all. Even with the pill in hand, Ho-wan says it still is not enough to get her out of the Flowing Cloud sect alive. The woman reveals the rest of the scheme. In 3 days, during the sect festival, chaos will erupt inside the Flowing Cloud sect, and that will be Ho-wan's opening. Knowing the risk is enormous, Ho-wan still agrees because she has no other path left. With the deal made, the woman simply says she will wait for Ho-wan's good news and turns to leave. Once she is gone, Ho-wan starts picking apart the mystery and realizes the woman clearly has enough influence to help more directly, yet deliberately chose not to. Outside the cell, the woman walks away as calmly as she came, and the final reveal names this mysterious schemer as Gao Yu. Watching Gao Yu help Ho-wan so carefully, her attendant finally admits it feels far beyond ordinary kindness. Gao Yu lightly agrees but says Ho-wan is different from the foundation-building cultivators she normally ignores. The attendant presses the point, because to someone of Gao Yu's status, an ordinary foundation-building cultivator should be nothing special at all. Gao Yu says she is not being generous for no reason, she is planting good karma now for a future return. When the attendant suggests helping the Zhang clan leader directly, Gao Yu flicks her forehead and reveals Ho-wan herself as the one worth investing in. She explains that warning the Zhang clan too early would only get Ho-wan killed inside the sect, which would ruin the whole point. The attendant still cannot understand, because Ho-wan's talent looks mediocre, and her foundation building only happened through heavy support and a demonic technique. Gao Yu finally reveals the real reason. A huge hidden potential is sleeping inside Ho-wan, and if it awakens, she could even rise beyond profound understanding. That thought leaves Gao Yu with a strangely complicated look, as if Ho-wan's future reminds her of something she would rather not say aloud. 3 days later in her prison cell, Ho-wan wakes to strange ripples and outside noise and realizes the agreed time has finally come. A sudden explosion confirms it, and Ho-wan immediately takes out the golden one-chi pill Gao Yu prepared for her. Even before she swallows it, the pill's fragrance stirs the magic energy sealed inside her body and starts loosening the prison's suppression. Knowing the risk, Ho-wan still swallows the one-chi pill without hesitation. The medicine detonates inside her like a blast of spirit energy, flooding her body so violently that one mistake could make her explode. Bleeding from reopening wounds, Ho-wan grits her teeth and forces the berserk power under control because she refuses to die before seeing senior apprentice brother Zhang. When she finally opens her eyes again, Ho-wan has suppressed the pill's rampaging force and broken free from the prison's restrictive runes. Outside, the entire Flowing Cloud sect is already in flames and confusion, exactly the opening she needs. Ho-wan slips out of the prison undetected and is briefly stunned by just how much chaos Gao Yu managed to unleash inside a sect this powerful. That only makes Gao Yu even more mysterious in Ho-wan's eyes, because someone strong enough to shake the Flowing Cloud sect should never have stayed hidden so quietly. With fire and shouting covering her path, Ho-wan decides not to waste the chance and pushes deeper into the night to escape. By morning, the sect concludes someone tampered with its spirit formations, and the escaped prisoner becomes the obvious center of suspicion. Because so much effort was spent creating an opening for her, even people who once pitted Ho-wan now decide she really must be a demonic cultivator. The prison is locked down harder than ever, and elders launch a personal hunt, but Ho-wan still vanishes without a trace. The Flowing Cloud sect even suppresses the news of her escape, making sure outsiders will not hear what happened. 7 days later, A blood-soaked hand finally reaches out from a forest pool, showing Ho-won somehow survived the escape. Ho-won drags herself onto land in drenched, ruined clothes, coughing hard but almost disbelieving that she is still alive. When she looks at her palm, she finds a strange violet mark there, and feels a stabbing pain in her heart. But she still smiles because surviving at all feels like a miracle. That relief lasts only a moment, because the delayed backlash of the one-chi pills suddenly tears through her damaged spirit foundation. She collapses onto the ground, understanding at last that surviving the pill never meant escaping without a price. Even in that state, Ho-won forces herself up because dying here would mean failing the one urgent thing she still has to do. She realizes the sect will hide her escape, so Chen-hung will know nothing and could still walk straight into Flowing Cloud sect. That fear gives her a new target, and despite her injuries, Ho-won staggers back onto the road to find Chen-hung first and stop him. While Ho-won struggles toward him, Chen-hung has already finished his preparations and is ready to leave Nine Peaks City. Janya steps in front of him and bluntly asks if he truly understands how dangerous this trip will be. Chen-hung meets her gaze and answers without wavering that he knows exactly what lies ahead, then coolly asks if she is the one who is afraid. Janya admits she is not afraid for herself, only afraid Chen-hung will be hurt if he walks into the Flowing Cloud sect's trap. When Chen-hung says the trip will only be troublesome, Janya bows and asks to go with him anyway, fully resolved to share the danger. Touched by her determination, Chen-hung agrees, and the two set out from Nine Peaks City toward the Flowing Cloud sect. Half a month into the journey, word finally reaches them that the Flowing Cloud sect was attacked and could not keep the chaos hidden. Janya brightens at once and guesses the prison disturbance means Ho-won may have escaped alive. She even proposes turning back to Nine Peaks City and waiting there, and the Zhang clan followers clearly want Chen-hung to take that safer choice. Chen-hung studies the shifting fortune around the sect and realizes Ho-won could never have shaken the Flowing Cloud sect alone, so other hidden forces must have entered the game. Because someone else has muddied the waters, Chen-hung wants to see the situation for himself and orders the group to keep going to the Flowing Cloud sect. Janya cannot understand his choice, but one look from Chen-hung stops her questions cold. In the end, Janya drops her doubts and quietly decides that whatever Chen-hung is planning, she only needs to stay at his side. As they draw even closer, the Flowing Cloud sect keeps sending people to rush Chen-hung forward, which only proves the sect is desperate. Janya becomes nearly certain Ho-won escaped the prison, and the sect now wants Chen-hung there because something has gone badly wrong. Elsewhere in the wilderness, a badly wounded Ho-won staggers forward in white clothes, forcing herself onward because she has to warn Chen-hung before he reaches the sect. She has already tracked the Zhang clan's route, but every step makes the backlash in her body worse, and she keeps coughing up blood as her consciousness starts to blur. Back on the road near the sect, Janya makes one last attempt to persuade Chen-hung to turn around before the Flowing Cloud sect can lock them in. Chen-hung calmly says it is already too late, because he can smell blood in the air before anyone else notices. A sharp blast of magic energy erupts ahead, and Janya instantly realizes they are under attack. When Janya rushes forward, she sees a black-robed middle-aged man holding the half-dead Ho-won by the throat. The sight hits Janya hard, and she blurts out Ho-won's name before demanding to know who the attacker is. Luha does not bother answering and instead crushes down on Janya with a profound understanding attack strong enough to make even a foundation-building cultivator feel death in front of her. The attack lands with a world-shaking blast, but when the dust clears, Janya is somehow still unharmed. Luha immediately turns his next strike on Chen-hung's carriage, trying to crush the real threat before it fully appears. A formless barrier spreads around the carriage and quietly dissolves the blow, leaving Luha staring in disbelief. Then heavy drum-like pulses ring out from the carriage, and Chen-hung rises from inside with an aura so overwhelming that even Luha instinctively steps back. Before Luha can react, Chen-hung's power slams into him and sends him flying back into a mountain in a single effortless hit. Janya is left stunned by the sight of a profound understanding elder being crushed so easily. Chen-hung has already pulled Ho-won out of Luhi's hands, and with one calm question he snaps Janya out of her shock. Once Ho-won is in hand, Chen-hung checks her condition and realizes the deeper problem is not just surface wounds but damage to her spirit foundation. That discovery alarms even Chen-hung, because spirit foundation damage is a brutal injury that is not easy to heal even for the truly powerful. Putting the questions aside for later, Chen-hung hands Ho-won to Janya and turns back to face the injured elder. Chen-hung asks if the man is from the Flowing Cloud sect, already sure from the familiar magic aura that he is. Luha admits it, and immediately tries to flip the blame, asking why the Zhang clan leader dared attack him. Chen-hung coolly answers that Luha attacked his people first, and says the so-called elder looked more like a roadside bandit. Swallowing his anger, Luha labels Ho-won a demonic traitor and demands she be handed over. Chen-hung refuses on the spot, saying Luha has no right to decide her fate and no qualifications to order him around. Luha tries one last threat, accusing Chen-hung of betraying the sect by shielding a demonic cultivator and striking an elder. Chen-hung's answer is even colder. He knows exactly how serious this is, and suggests this confrontation is what the sect wanted all along. Inside the Flowing Cloud sect, the elders' meeting is interrupted by a panicked disciple reporting that Luha has been defeated and killed by Chen-hung outside the mountain gate. The room erupts in anger, but that anger quickly turns uneasy when they hear Chen Hing kill the profound understanding elder with shocking ease.